Chapter 2:14. Before Hua Cheng even got close, Xie Lian had already pounced forward. This pounce was very powerful. Hua Cheng actually didn't take 3 steps back. His body didn't even shake. He just put his hands on Xie Lian's back and chuckled without saying a word. Xie Lian was rejoicing when he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly said, "Wait for San Lang. Junwu is quite afraid of you. You should be guarding the human array in the Imperial City. He must have sent people down there to keep an eye on you. If you just disappear like that, he will probably notice. Moreover, will there be a problem if only the Wind Master guards the array?" Hua Cheng said, "Don't worry, brother. This has already been taken care of. There won't be any flaws for the time being." Xie Lian guessed that he probably blocked the eyes that Junwu had sent down. Or perhaps he left a fake skin underneath. He didn't ask how it was taken care of. At this time, Hua Cheng leisurely said, "It seems that brother really misses me." Xie Lian thought of the messy words he had said to Junwu when he was communicating with him in front of him. He then noticed that he was holding on to her tightly and hurriedly let go and stood up straight. He solemnly said, N. You said that you needed someone's help. So it was the Rain Master." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "That's right. The Rain Master is in the lower realm all year round." Coincidentally, when Bronze Cauldron Mountain opened, he was alarmed. At this time, returning to the Heavenly Court to take a look was very common sense. And if Junwu didn't let her come up or couldn't come up with a strong reason, the Rain Master would definitely notice something was wrong. So, of course, he could only let the Rain Master come up. "Brother, it's okay. You can continue pouncing like just now. I don't mind." Xie Lian coughed lightly and said, "Thank you, but no." "But why didn't he touch the Rain Master?" Hua Cheng said, "Brother doesn't know. The Rain Master is the official in charge of agriculture. Although this official position seems to be dusty and not very profitable, so no one is interested in it, it is very special. Currently, there is only one official in charge of agriculture, the Rain Master Huang." Xie Lian was deep in thought. He had already figured out the key points. Hua Cheng continued, "If you directly kill the Rain Master might not be able to find a better official to take over agriculture. If agriculture isn't going well, the world will be in chaos. If you don't give people food, people won't give you food. Other than being dissatisfied with the Rain Master, the people of the world might also be dissatisfied with the great god above the Rain Master. In other words, the fire might burn him. If I don't control it properly, it might cause a disturbance." In other words, they had destroyed his temple and toppled his statue, just like what the people of the Xianlu kingdom had done in the past. Hua Cheng continued, "Moreover, the Rain Master doesn't have a temple and doesn't stay in the celestial capital. He doesn't have any desire to climb up the ranks, and he doesn't have any leverage. Externally, it would be very difficult for him to find a suitable reason to demote the Rain Master, so it would be difficult for him to act. Internally, he would let the Rain Master continue to be in charge of farming. Only then would his position be stable. Thus, if he could avoid falling out with him, he would not do so. I'll hide it for now. I'll think about it when I can't hide it anymore." Xie Lian wiped his sweat and said, "So that's how it is. So dangerous, so dangerous." The Rain Master's willingness to help was a timely help. Look at her superb acting skills. That's right, we have to look for the Imperial Tutor first. There are a lot of things that we have to ask him to clarify. The two of them didn't waste any more time and quickly left Xianlu Palace. The moment they stepped out of the door, Xie Lian was startled by the row of guards guarding the door. Just as he was about to have Ruo Xie slap them unconscious, he discovered that these guards were all like wooden statues. Not only their postures, but even their expressions didn't change. They had actually been frozen in place by Hua Cheng. As they walked, Hua Cheng's wristband shone with a clear and crystalline silver light. Along the way, they transformed into silver butterflies that gradually lost their color and disappeared into the air. In just a short while, he had probably scattered hundreds and thousands of dead spirit butterflies throughout the celestial capital. Along the way, they went up and down, appearing and disappearing, perfectly avoiding all of the patrolling guards. Hiding in an alley, they watched the rows of patrolling guards walk past. Hua Qing said to Xia Lian, "We've passed this section. The next section is up." Xia Lian nodded and jumped onto the roof with him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, leaped onto roofs and vaulted over walls, coming and going without leaving a trace. After a short while, Xia Lian landed on a corner of an eave. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Hua Qing, looking pensive. Seeing him stop, Hua Qing also stopped and said, "What's wrong? Did you sense something?" Xia Lian frowned slightly, shook his head, and pondered, "No. No, I just feel that this situation seems to be." Before he could finish speaking, Hua Qing suddenly grabbed him by the waist. In the next moment, the two of them fell from the eve. Xia Lian felt the sky and earth suddenly spin. Up and down, he was upside down. His bamboo hat slipped off his back and was about to fall to the ground. Hurriedly, he used fishing for the moon from the bottom of the sea and lightly grabbed it back. It was Hua Qing who was hugging him. The two of them hung upside down from the corner of an eve. On top of the eve, something was quickly crawling past. Xia Lian wasn't unfamiliar with that sound. It was the sound of the fetus crawling. He didn't know if it was swaggering around the celestial capital or what it was doing. At this moment, another voice came from below. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. Gladiolus." Xia Lian's heart cried out in alarm. That fetus was still guarding the eve, but the gladiolus was walking over from below. Wouldn't they be discovered no matter what? Xia Lian didn't dare say how the gladiolus would react. Would it remember Hua Qing's life-saving grace, or would it loudly call for help? That frivolous and messy footstep was getting closer and closer. It looked like it was about to turn around. Thankfully, at this moment, that fetus finally jumped down from the other side of the eve. The two of them immediately flipped over and climbed onto the roof. Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief. The gladiolus stuck half of its body out from behind a corner. Seeing its son jump onto the ground, it also let out a sigh of relief. Coming out, it said, "Wrong, wrong. Don't run around. This place is strange and scary. If you disappear, I won't even know where to find you. Why did you come here?" She casually swept her gaze around and saw the signboard of this great hall. She took 2 steps back. Seeing her reaction, Xia Lian finally remembered that the golden hall under their feet seemed to be the Nanyang Hall. In other words, Feng Xian was currently locked inside. The gladiolus must also be aware of this point. Her face twitched slightly. After a while, she lowered her head and scolded the fetus, "What are you doing here?" That fetus was hugging a thick and plump white thing. It was even making kacha-kacha sounds as if it was chewing on it. The fetus asked again, "What is that? What are you randomly eating? Quickly spit it out." Xia Lian took a closer look and discovered that it was an extremely sturdy white radish. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Needless to say, that fetus clearly felt that the taste wasn't good. It fiercely spat out the radish and shrieked incessantly, as if it was throwing a tantrum. The gladiolus hurriedly went over and hugged it, coaxing, "All right, all right, all right, all right. If it doesn't taste good, then don't eat it. These are things that poor brats and idiotic gods like to eat. We won't eat them." Only a biological mother would hold such a deformed and terrifying thing in her arms and even comfort it in such a gentle voice. The fetus twisted its plump and white body in her arms and let out a satisfied cooing sound. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of pity when he saw this scene. However, he also felt strange. How could there be such a big radish in immortal capital? Hua Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother, did you forget? The Rain Master brought you some local produce that grows in the ground." So this was the gift that the Rain Master had given him. Xia Lian tried to imagine what kind of expression Junwoo would have when he opened the wooden box and saw that there was a big white radish inside. He just couldn't imagine it. His attempt failed. It seemed that after Junwoo finished inspecting and didn't find anything suspicious, he casually fed the big white radish to the fetus. It was as if he was feeding a dog. Originally, after the fetus spat it out, it used its leg to kick the big white radish away in disdain. However, when it heard the gladiolus's words, it seemed to have thought of something. It jumped down from its mother's arms and skipped over to pick up the big white radish before skipping into the hull. If one didn't look closely, it really did look like a naked, hairless white dog. The gladiolus said, "Don't go in." That's... The guards in front of Nanyang Hall had probably been told by Junwoo that this fetus was either his pet or a hunting dog, so they didn't turn their eyes away and didn't stop them. As a last resort, the gladiolus could only follow them in. The fetus seemed to be very hostile towards Feng Xian. Xia Lian was worried that it would harm Feng Xian, so he turned his head and asked, "San Lang?" A transparent butterfly perched on the tip of Hua Cheng's finger as he said, "The dead spirit butterfly has already attached itself to her body." Xia Lian nodded. The two of them monitored the situation inside Nanyang Hall together. They watched as the gladiolus bent her waist and tiptoed into the hall, as if she didn't want to be discovered. In a low voice, she said, "Wrong, wrong." However, it was impossible to not be discovered. The fetus hopped into the main hall. There was a person meditating inside the main hall. When he opened his eyes, he saw her face to face. Both of them were stunned. Feng Xian was stunned at first, but then he became happy. He stood up and said, "Gladiolus. Why are you here? Are you all right? You came at the right time, help me." At this moment, the fetus suddenly cried out loudly and jumped between the two of them. It spat out the radish onto the ground and kicked with its hind legs. The big white radish that it had bitten off a few times flew up and hit Feng Xian's face, making a loud dong sound. After it kicked him, it was still arrogant as it cried out and laughed sinisterly, as if it was waiting for its mother to praise it. Feng Xian was practically knocked unconscious by this thing. A stream of blood flowed down from his nose on the spot. Wiping it away, he angrily said, "What are you doing? Be a bit more obedient." He was fierce, but the fetus was even fiercer. It screeched and spat out its tongue at him. Feng Xian took a big stride forward to grab it, but the fetus opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his arm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it off. This familiar scene was both terrifying and funny. Feng Xian couldn't shake it off, so he became even more furious. "Fuck. I really fuck. Are you looking for a beating? What the hell?" The gladiolus also regained her senses and said, "Stop. What qualifications do you have to hit him and curse at him?" Feng Xian was stunned for a moment after being yelled at by her. His imposing manner dropped by half as he tried to explain. He recognized a thief as his father. How could he be on the same side as Junwoo? How did he become like this? The gladiolus spat out, "How could this be? Isn't it all because of you? It's the father's fault for not teaching him well. If it weren't for your incompetence as a father, would your own son have been dug out from his mother's womb and made into this kind of thing? What ghost? You gave birth to a ghost." As she cursed, Feng Xian took a step back. His voice also became much softer as he said, but I didn't know at all. And at that time, you were the one who told me to get lost first." The gladiolus said, "Ha! I told you to get lost, so I helped you. Every day, you come to this old lady's place with a dejected and lifeless face. This old lady is sleeping next to you, how could I not know what you were thinking? You had to serve that crown prince of yours, and you also had to gather money for me to redeem myself. You were in a mess, tired and annoyed. You were too embarrassed to fling your sleeves and leave, so I might as well send you on your way." Feng Xian said, "I was very tired at that time. But I didn't bother you. I wanted to redeem your freedom. The gladiolus poked his chest and said, "Come on. Redeem myself. You know clearly in your heart that based on your ability at that time, could you redeem the value of this old lady at that time? Every day, you couldn't wait to split a coin into two and spend it. Every day you were a street performer and you had to show filial piety to your crown prince father and emperor. It was already good enough that I didn't throw myself at you, and you expect me to redeem myself? When and how long will it take?" Feng Xian said, "You didn't say that in the beginning. We clearly had an agreement." "I will definitely fulfill the words I said." The gladiolus interrupted him and said, "There are many verbal vows, but think about it. What did you give me? What can you give me? Other than that golden belt, what else can you give me?" "Oh, it's that golden belt. You even repeatedly warned me not to sell it." Feng Xian retreated step by step from her poking. His face was stiff and embarrassed. The more the gladiolus spoke, the angrier she got. "Still that stupid protective talisman? I was blinded by lard to believe that bullshit protective talisman of yours could protect people. Not one bit of good luck, but one after another bad luck. The money is getting less and less, and your temper is getting worse and worse. If I don't let you go, what else can I do? Endure until you die? Endure until you start to complain that I hate me, annoy me, and don't want to see me anymore?" Not only Feng Xian, even Xia Lian, who was currently in Nanyang Palace Hall, didn't know what to say. So it was like this. Xia Lian recalled many things. At that time, Feng Xian went out early and returned late, his face full of fatigue, inexplicably happy, inexplicably worried Feng Xian, and also Feng Xian who had a hard time borrowing money from Xia Lian. The original small abnormalities suddenly had an explanation. Feng Xian was Xia Lian's attendant, his good friend, but not his subordinate. He could originally have his own home, his own relatives, and had already met these people. But it just had to be when Xia Lian was demoted for the first time, when they were at their most difficult period. At that time, Xia Lian could not even protect himself. How could he care about these things? He was suffering. Feng Xian was also suffering. Everyone was suffering. In the end, the two of them finally could not endure it anymore. Perhaps, the gladiolus had long foreseen this outcome. But, even at that time, Feng Xian still did his best to support him. He even gave a talisman that no one was willing to take to the gladiolus, telling her that this thing could bring good luck, so the gladiolus carefully kept it, and placed it in the clothes of the unborn child. Of course, in the end, that talisman did not bring them any good luck at all. The gladiolus seemed to realize that he had said something he should not have said, and picked up the fetus spirit on the ground, wanting to leave. Feng Xian, gladiolus. He scratched his head, and actually had a rare expression of sighing. Feng Xian, come back. I still sigh. I feel that I want to take care of you guys. I should take care of you guys. I have a responsibility, I promised you. The gladiolus turned, and stared at him for a long time, hugged the fetus spirit in his arms tightly, and snorted, "Forget it. I know, you despise this son of yours, he is a ghost in your eyes. It's fine, I don't despise him." Feng Xian finally recovered, and retorted, "I don't despise him." The gladiolus said, "Then why are you so fierce to him every time? Can you really treat him like your own son?" Feng Xian, "As long as he can be changed, why can't I?" The gladiolus sneered, "Then let me ask you again, you are a heavenly official, do you dare to recognize him?" Feng Xian was startled. This was a matter of course. That fetus spirit was lying in its mother's arms, and bared its teeth at him, like an ugly poisonous insect that had not fully grown, or like an incomplete evil beast's cub, but not like a human. Chapter 2:15. However, Feng Xian didn't have to stare blankly for long before he got his answer. He was about to reply. Jian Lan sneered, "Forget it, you don't have to answer. You are now their prisoner. Whether or not you dare to admit it is all nonsense. I don't believe a word of it. Stop it. Even if you're willing, I won't let you." The fetus was in the crook of her arm. He spat his tongue at Feng Xian. He laughed like an adult. The gladiolus slapped its butt hard. He scolded, "What are you doing? I told you not to run around. This is killing me." The fetus spirit's ugly little face shriveled. He was finally a little more obedient. Mother and son hurriedly left Nanyang Hall. Feng Xian shouted from behind, "Jianlan! Gladiolus!" Finally he was the only one left in Nanyang Hall. Feng Xian slumped back into his seat, staring at the big white radish with a few rows of deformed teeth marks. After staring for a while, he covered his forehead with his right hand. Lying flat on the ground, he didn't even have the strength to curse. In the Nanyang Hall, Xie Lian also sighed. At this time Hua Qing suddenly said, "Brother, do you still remember that night on Mount Yujun? That fetus spirit has also appeared." Xie Lian understood that he was intentionally trying to change the topic, so he was very cooperative. In addition, the fact that the fetus spirit had appeared on Mount Yujun was indeed strange. Forcing himself to be alert, he said, "I remember. At that time, I was sitting on the sedan chair, and it told me a nursery rhyme to find the ghost bride, Xianji. And at that time, it didn't let anyone else hear it. It specifically told me alone. I don't know why." Hua Qing replied, "It's probably Junwu's instructions." Xie Lian said, "Then the riddle will become Junwu's goal. As for why it became an evil spirit under Junwu, I'm afraid we'll have to ask the imperial tutor about this." Hua Qing said, "Then go and ask. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The dead spirit butterfly has found the place where the imperial preceptor is imprisoned." Xie Lian's spirit was roused. "Where?" "Lingwen Palace." Inside and outside the hall, there were no more Wen gods carrying mountains of scrolls to and fro. Instead, there were more expressionless divine martial guards patrolling the area. Quietly landing on a corner of the cornice, Xie Lian asked, "The state preceptor is locked up here? Is Lingwen guarding him?" Hua Qing replied, "That's right. With the embroidered gown immortal, Lingwen can be considered a Wen Shen, and also a martial god." After attentively observing for a moment, Xie Lian said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Although the embroidered clothes immortal was not a match for them, his cultivation level was still quite high. His senses were definitely sharper than those patrolling guards on the streets of the immortal capital. If Xie Lian and Hua Qing were to rashly sneak into Lingwen Palace Hall like this, even if the embroidered robed immortal couldn't defeat them, he wouldn't necessarily be unable to discover them. Once the embroidered gown immortal found out, Lingwen would find out as well. Xie Lian replied, "Lingwen and Junwu can definitely communicate with each other at any time. As long as Lingwen found out, Junwu would also find out. The only possibility is that the embroidered gown immortal is not on his body. He is a Wen Shen, so he definitely won't be able to detect us. Moreover, the embroidered gown immortal that has been taken off is only a piece of clothing, so he won't be able to notify Junwu. We must find a way to separate them." However, Hua Qing said, "There's no need to think of a way. He'll have to take off those clothes sooner or later." Without needing an explanation, Xie Lian understood. In the end, the embroidered gown immortal wasn't a good person. His evil energy was cautious. Lingwen hadn't been officially demoted, so he could still be considered a heavenly official. Wearing it on his body was definitely not good for his body. Furthermore, he had to maintain his male appearance, which consumed his spiritual energy. Perhaps not many people could withstand this kind of consumption. Within a day, he would have to take it off and rest for a period of time. While the two of them were discussing in low voices, a black-clothed person slowly walked out of Lingwen's palace hall with his hands behind his back. After giving some instructions to the guards outside, he entered the side hall. Not long after, another person walked out of the side hall and once again entered the main hall. This person was Lingwen. When she entered, she was in her male appearance. When she came out, she was in her original appearance. Moreover, the black outer garment she was originally wearing was gone. Her movements weren't as agile and powerful as when she was in her male appearance. With one look, one could tell that she had practiced martial arts. Sure enough, she had taken off her clothes. Right now, that embroidered gown immortal was in that side hall. The two of them looked at each other. Hua Qing said, right now, they've separated. Gidge, your luck isn't bad. Xia Lian also exhaled. He glanced at him and said, it's San Lang's luck that's not bad. Hua Qing smiled and said, main hall. Side hall? After thinking for a bit, Xia Lian said, side hall. Right now, we still don't know what the situation is in Ling Wen's main hall. If Ling Wen is guarding the state preceptor's side, then we can't avoid her. But if we can get the embroidered gown immortal first, then perhaps there's still room for discussion. Thus, the two of them waited for a bit. Taking advantage of the moment when the guards exchanged hands, they both jumped off the roof and snuck into the side hall. As soon as they entered the room, Xia Lian wiped his sweat. No matter what, sneaking into a female official's private hall like this wasn't something honorable. But when he saw this side hall clearly, the feeling of sweating disappeared a bit. Xia Lian's previous room was more gorgeous than this, Feng Xian's was more messy, and Mu Qing's room was more exquisite. In short, it didn't look like a female official's private hall at all, so the pressure wasn't as great. There weren't many things in the hall, so there was basically nothing to hide. Not long after, Xia Lian found a chest. However, as soon as he opened it, his face darkened. Not only was it because when he opened it, a demonic wind and evil aura assaulted his face, but it was also because the chest was neatly filled with the exact same black clothes. Here it comes again. Last time, it was the same. Among nearly 100 different kinds of clothes, he had to search for the authentic embroidered gown immortal item. It was simply a nightmare. This time, there weren't as many, only a dozen or so pieces. But each piece was black without any difference. It was hard to say which one was more frustrating. Was the embroidered gown immortal really inside? Xia Lian felt a headache coming on. San Lang, what is Junwu doing right now? Do we have enough time? Hua Qing had been closely monitoring the movements of all parties. Hearing his question, he slowly said, brother, don't worry. We have enough time. Junwu still hasn't discovered that you left. He's currently in the Divine Martial Palace and is interrogating Mu Qing. It looks like he'll be interrogating for a long time. Hearing this, Xia Lian was startled. Mu Qing. He's interrogating Mu Qing. Interrogating what? Hua Qing said, dead spirit butterflies can't enter the Divine Martial Palace, so I can't hear clearly. But you know. He stared at Xia Lian and said, it definitely won't be anything good. Xia Lian remembered how Junwu treated Emu, and his heart faintly felt uneasy. But worrying right now was useless, so he decisively said, let's hurry. I'll try them one by one. San Lang, you give me the order. If the embroidered gown immortal didn't want to be discovered, or didn't want to take the life of the person wearing it, then it could wear and take off as it pleased. But if someone asked another person to wear it and gave an order, then that person had to comply. Using this method, they could definitely test out the real thing, but it was a little dangerous. Hua Qing said, I'll do it. Xia Lian shook his head. San Lang, you've worn the embroidered gown immortal's clothes. I don't know why, but it doesn't seem to work on you. Maybe it doesn't work on the Ghost King. Only I can do it. As he said this, he took off his outer clothes. The white robe fell by his feet. Hua Qing raised his eyebrows. He picked out a black robe and handed it to him. Then, I'll respectfully accept. Xia Lian quickly put the robe on. Not bad, not bad. Ling Wen's black robe didn't expose her chest, nor was it graceful. It was very straight, so wearing it wasn't difficult at all. Xia Lian raised his head and said, all right, you can tell me what you want. Hua Qing propped his left elbow with his right hand and supported his chin with his left. He looked at him and seemed to seriously think for a moment before saying, then, brother, my order is. In a flash, Xia Lian heard the second half of his sentence. Hua Qing smiled and said, Let's borrow some mana. Of course, Xie Lian understood what he meant by borrow mana. Smoke almost rose from his head. He hurriedly took off his robe and said, This one isn't. Hua Qing said, Ah, that's too bad. This one isn't. Xie Lian sternly said, San Lang, this isn't right. You need to be more serious, don't make this kind of request. Hua Qing humbly said, Am I not serious enough? What kind of request? Brother, can you tell me in more detail? Xie Lian lightly coughed twice and solemnly said, In short, you can't let me borrow mana from you. Anything else, like turning in a circle, jumping a few times, anything. Hua Qing raised an eyebrow and said, Anything else is anything. All right, I understand. As he said this, he handed another robe to Xie Lian. Xie Lian quickly put it on and once again raised his head to look at Hua Qing. Hua Qing looked at him for a moment and said, Brother. After a while, he smiled and said, Don't borrow mana from me. He was too careless. He could actually do this. Xie Lian hurriedly took off the robe and said, All right. It's not this one either. However, Hua Qing stopped him and said, Wait, brother, who said it wasn't this one? You still haven't proved it isn't. Don't borrow mana from me. This was Hua Qing's order. And if he wanted to prove that the robe Xie Lian was wearing wasn't the embroidered celestial dress, then he had to disobey Hua Qing's order. In other words, he had to do the opposite, borrow mana from Hua Qing. After going around and around, he was back to square one. Looking at Hua Qing's serious expression, Xie Lian was shocked. You're too cunning. You can't do this. Hua Qing crossed his arms and tilted his head. He confidently said, Why can't I? Brother, didn't you say that other than borrowing mana from me, everything else is up to you? Since you don't like this request, then I made a completely opposite request. How can this be called cunning? Isn't this very practical? Xie Lian was speechless. He raised his hand and pointed at him for a while. Hey, I can't win against you. Stop messing around. Not daring to delay, he rushed up and chirped. He clearly knew that there was no one nearby, but he still looked left and right as if he was wary of someone spying on him. Hua Qing's expression didn't change at all. He calmly said, Very good. I'm sure, this one really isn't. Xie Lian took off the black robe and said, Don't make this request again. Hua Qing handed the third one to him and smiled. Okay. It will definitely be as you wish. Xie Lian helplessly took it and thought, I keep feeling that San Lang is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Is it just my imagination? He was still worried that Hua Qing would make some kind of mischievous request, but after 2 jokes, Hua Qing really didn't tease him anymore. He became serious, but Xie Lian felt that something was strange. However, even after he tried all of the 10 or so items in the suitcase, Xie Lian didn't follow a single one of his orders. Could it be that the real embroidered fairy wasn't here? It couldn't be. Lingwen must have taken it off already. Furthermore, the entire suitcase was stained with demonic energy, so it must be here. Hua Qing leaned against the door and said, Brother, it looks like this embroidered fairy isn't only ineffective against me, it's also ineffective against you. Chapter 216. Xie Lian then rummaged through all the black clothes. He searched blindly but to no avail. He could only put on the white Taoist robe he had thrown to the side and said to Hua Qing, If it really doesn't work, it looks like I can only bring this chest of clothes. Hearing this, Hua Qing burst into laughter. Xie Lian was helpless. He also felt that it was ridiculous to threaten someone with a dozen pieces of clothing. It was quite silly. But things had already come to this. There was no better way. Who knew that just as he stuffed the messy black clothes back into the chest and was about to carry them, the door to the side hall opened. Lingwen walked in with her hands behind her back with a tired expression. Lingwen had probably rested enough. She was about to come back and put on the embroidered celestial clothes. Who would have thought that he would run into two uninvited guests who had just entered his room, and one of them looked innocent. One of them had an innocent expression, while the other had an indifferent expression. She immediately put two fingers together and pressed them against her temples. She was going to inform Junwoo. However, Hua Cheng's movements were faster than hers. His gaze swept across the room. The two doors of the side hall behind her quickly closed, and Ling Wen's expression also suddenly changed as she lowered her hand. She put down her hands and said, "Master Hua Cheng is really amazing." Xia Lian asked, "San Lang, did you set up a boundary?" Hua Cheng replied, "I set up a small one. The scope is only this side hall." Junwoo could set up a boundary in Immortal Capital to isolate the people inside from the outside world. Naturally, Hua Cheng could also create an even smaller boundary in Immortal Capital to seal off the people inside the boundary. A big world is a small world. At this moment, the side palace had become a box within a box. However, this was still Junwoo's sphere of influence, so they couldn't open the boundary too wide. Otherwise, Junwoo would notice. Xia Lian nodded and said, "Ling Wen, I believe you should be able to see that the embroidered celestial clothes is in our hands. If you don't want it to be burned by ghost fire, please don't act blindly without thinking." Unexpectedly, when Ling Wen heard this, she laughed. She said, "But, Your Highness, in reality, the embroidered celestial clothes isn't in your hands." To be honest, Xia Lian also suspected this point. However, he still said the most reasonable speculation. "Ling Wen, after you came in and then went out, you didn't wear it. I don't think the embroidered gown immortal would be anywhere other than this side hall." Ling Wen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you misunderstanding something? I only said it's not in the box in your hands. I didn't say it's not in this hall." Xia Lian suddenly thought of a possibility and tilted his head slightly. Hua Cheng must have thought of the same thing as him. Both of their gazes turned towards the white robe on Xia Lian's body. Ling Wen said, You guessed correctly. Right now, it's on the Crown Prince's body." Just now, when Xia Lian was trying on the other black clothes, he had casually thrown the white clothes he was originally wearing to one side. Later on, when he checked again, all the different clothes were mixed together. Unknowingly, the brocade robe immortal had quietly transformed into his white Taoist robe, and he had picked it up and put it on. Xia Lian lowered his head to look at his clothes and thought to himself, "Then what about my original coat?" Hua Cheng casually lifted his hand and the suitcase toppled over. The black clothes inside slid to the ground. And in the deepest part of the black robes, there was a white robe that was hidden at the very bottom. This was the real coat that Xia Lian was wearing. Needless to say, this was definitely the evil method that the brocade robe immortal had used. Taking advantage of the two people randomly trying on clothes, it had dragged Xia Lian's coat into the suitcase. Then, it had slipped out and transformed into the brocade robe immortal. Xia Lian had then casually picked it up and put it on. Xia Lian wasn't surprised, he was just puzzled. Isn't this too cunning? It was only a piece of clothing, that's all. Moreover, wasn't it said that the brocade robe immortal wasn't very intelligent? However, it wasn't hard to imagine that it was most likely the method that Ling Wen had taught it. Sure enough, Ling Wen said, "I was the one who told it this method. I never expected that it would actually be put to use. Therefore, right now, it's equivalent to me having your highness wear the brocade robe immortal. If this robe was handed to Xia Lian by Hua Cheng and Xia Lian wore it, then the mastermind was Hua Cheng. And if the brocade robe immortal had used the method taught by Ling Wen to trick Xia Lian into wearing it, then the mastermind was Ling Wen. In other words, the current Xia Lian would listen to Ling Wen's every word and obey every command she gave him." Xia Lian said, "Ling Wen, have you ever thought that the brocade robe immortal might be ineffective against me?" Ling Wen smiled and said, "If I don't try, I won't know. Your Highness the Crown Prince, from now on, you can't attack me. If you hear what I say, just nod your head." Xia Lian originally didn't want to nod his head. Who knew that after Ling Wen said those words, by the time he reacted, he had already involuntarily nodded his head. Why was it effective again? The command that Hua Cheng had given just now was obviously ineffective. Could it be that it was only ineffective when the one giving the command was Hua Cheng? Just like that, the situation had suddenly reversed. Xia Lian didn't move, and neither did Hua Cheng. The two of them only exchanged glances, both of them extremely calm. Ling Wen was also very calm as she said, "Then, now, I ask Master Hua Cheng to open the boundary of this side palace hall." Xia Lian immediately said, "Don't open it, San Lang." Ling Wen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you sure? I'm not the type of person who would give any order." Hua Cheng was still calm and collected. Xia Lian thought to himself, "It's fine even if I can't use Ling Wen. The others aren't restricted anyway. As long as San Lang can catch her off guard and make her unable to give any orders, the problem will be solved." Ling Wen, on the other hand, was very sharp. She guessed their intentions and said, "Master Hua Cheng, I advise you not to waste your time thinking about how to catch me off guard. Your Highness the Crown Prince, listen carefully. If Master Hua Cheng attacks me, or does anything unfavorable to me, then you can attack him." With this, she would be the first to block any possible measures that the other party might take. Ling Wen said, "All right, Master Hua Cheng, open the boundary. I have official duties to attend to, and there's still a backlog of documents in Ling Wen Palace Hall that I have to deal with. Let's quickly solve this small problem, okay?" Hua Cheng also faintly smiled. In the next moment, Ling Wen's eyes slightly widened. It was as if she wanted to open her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound. If there was someone standing behind her at this moment, they would discover that at the back of her neck, there was a necromancy butterfly with its silver wings lightly trembling. It was this small thing that made her unable to move and unable to speak. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and revealed that extremely insincere fake smile. He said slowly, "If I want to catch someone off guard, do I need to catch them off guard?" Ling Wen couldn't speak, but the meaning in her eyes was clear. "Master Hua Cheng, have you forgotten? Just now, I already gave the order to His Highness the Crown Prince." At this moment the effect of the embroidered robe fairy was activated. Xia Lian suddenly turned around and raised his palm to strike Hua Cheng. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Lian's eyes suddenly became clear. He suddenly regained his senses and said, "San Lang." Hua Cheng was standing in front of him. On top of the red robe on his chest, there was a hand pressing down. It was Xia Lian's hand. Hua Cheng didn't dodge this palm at all. He just stood there and let him strike his chest. Xia Lian didn't have time to react. Hua Cheng had already firmly grabbed his wrist and said in a low voice, "All right. The attack is complete. The order is dismissed." Sure enough, after Xia Lian succeeded, he felt his body relax and his body regain its freedom. In order to dismiss the order that Ling Wen had given to Xia Lian, Hua Cheng just stood there and took the palm without dodging. After the order was dismissed, Xia Lian immediately withdrew his hand. His expression changed. After a while, he said, "San Lang, are you hurt?" He carefully observed Hua Cheng's expression. However, because he wasn't a living person, Hua Cheng's skin was originally snow white from not seeing the sun all year round. At this moment, he couldn't tell if there was any change. However, his tone didn't seem to have changed at all. He smiled and said, "Brother, you're really amazing. That palm was beautiful." Xia Lian's expression was very bad. It was as if he was scared by him. He said very seriously, "I'm not joking with you. Just now, I used 70% of my strength in that palm. Are you really okay?" When Ling Wen gave the order, the word she used was, "attack." When Xia Lian usually fought with others, he never attacked with the purpose of attacking. He usually only attacked to protect himself or to suppress his opponent. But if he attacked with the purpose of attacking and hit his opponent head-on, he wasn't sure what would happen. Hua Cheng slowly said, "I'm not joking. Brother, you're really amazing. If it weren't for the two things you're wearing, maybe Junwu wouldn't be your opponent." Xia Lian subconsciously touched his neck. When he touched the cursed shackle, he immediately put it down. At this time, Hua Qing said, "Brother, let me ask you a question." Xia Lian said, "What?" Hua Qing said, "You had the chance to take off the cursed shackle. Why did you keep this thing to tie you up?" Xia Lian didn't expect him to ask this. He was stunned for a moment before saying, "Maybe, to remind myself of something." Then he said, "San Lang, you, don't change the topic. What kind of bad habit is this? In that situation just now, you just had to turn the tables and restrain me. Why did you have to take that palm yourself?" However, Hua Qing said, "Brother, you also know that this is a bad habit? If we're talking about liking to be beaten, you don't have the qualifications to say that to me." Xia Lian said, "Do I?" After he asked this, he felt guilty. One must know that when the fighting embryo spirit was underwater, it was one step away from swallowing the sword and was caught red-handed by Hua Qing. Hua Qing said, "Is it? If I can take a beating myself, I'll solve the problem. I won't use any other method. You're the one who led me astray." Xia Lian waved his hand and said, "Forget it, San Lang. Let's not talk about this. Let's look at these clothes first." Chapter 217. His clothes were already on his body. He definitely couldn't burn it. He might even burn Xia Lian along with it. Xia Lian suggested, "Why don't we just wear it and ignore it? In any case, it can't suck my blood, so Lingwen shouldn't be able to issue any commands." A burst of blue smoke floated past. Where Lingwen originally stood, there was only a blue roly-poly with a very serious expression. In his hand, he seemed to be holding a stack of files. Xia Lian put it away. He stuffed it into his bosom. The two of them left the side hall and snuck into the main hall. It wasn't an illusion. The main hall of Lingwen Palace. It looked much gloomier than before. From the ground to the ceiling, the mountain of books and the sea of scrolls seemed to be full of danger. Or it might collapse at any time, smashing people to death. The two of them didn't encounter any guards and went straight to a vermilion door in the depths. Before they even got close, Xia Lian heard a shocked and trembling voice from behind the door. "How is this possible? How could this be?" It was the state preceptor. Could it be that someone beat them to it? Xia Lian immediately kicked open the door and shouted, "Let go!" Inside the room. Sure enough, it wasn't just the state preceptor alone. After the door was kicked open, they all turned around to look at him. The shock on the state preceptor's face hadn't yet faded. "Your Highness." The state preceptor didn't raise his head for a moment. He immediately lowered it again and said, "Wait a moment. How could this be? What kind of luck is this?" Xia Lian and Hua Qing were both speechless. They saw that inside the room, the state preceptor and 3 other people had gathered at a table and were playing cards in full swing. Although they were said to be 3 other people, they weren't actually living people. They were all crudely made and casually made paper people. It was unknown what kind of crafty technique they used to be able to move and even play cards with them. As for the state preceptor's words just now, he couldn't help but sigh after receiving the cards. Xia Lian originally thought that the state preceptor would be tortured inside and look haggard. He didn't expect him to still be playing cards at this time. While he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he couldn't help but feel incomparably cordial. Wasn't this cordial? Back then, when he and Feng Xian lived in Huangji Temple and went to find the state preceptor, he was playing cards, playing cards, playing cards. After 800 years, seeing him playing cards again was like yesterday. Even the imperial tutor's face was filled with fanaticism. He stared at the cards in his hand and said without turning his head, "Your Highness, you're finally here, but let me finish this game first." Xia Lian knew that his old habit of not recognizing even his own family as soon as he sat at the table had resurfaced. His current appearance was completely different from when he was in the Divine Martial Palace. She couldn't look him in the eye and went forward to drag him down from the table. "Master, what time is it?" Stop fighting. The imperial preceptor's eyes were red as he shouted, No, no, let me finish. I'll be done right away. Just this round. Wait for me to finish this round. It'll be over soon. I might even win. Xiao Lian, we won't win, we really won't win. Fortunately, this round ended very quickly. Although the imperial tutor swore that he was about to win, the truth was that he had not won yet. After keeping the 3 paper men, the imperial tutor finally regained his composure. He sat up straight and said with a frown, Your Highness, I knew you would come. I have been waiting for you. Xiao Lian thought to himself, I really didn't see that you had been waiting for me, but of course, he didn't say it out loud. He still had to respect his elders. The imperial tutor continued, I know you must have a lot of questions in your heart. Hua Cheng stood to the side, leaning against the door. He seemed to be casually keeping watch. Xiao Lian also sat up straight in front of the imperial tutor and said, Yes. Pausing, he continued, First, I want to confirm, Junwu, is he really by Wuxiang, Prince Wuyong? The imperial tutor said, Don't doubt him. He is. Xiao Lian said, I don't have the slightest relationship with Prince Wuyong, right? We are 2 completely different people. The imperial tutor said, The only relationship between you and Prince Wuyong is that he destroyed your country, Xianlu. Xiao Lian said in a low voice, But, imperial tutor, you once told me that you didn't know what Bai Wuxiang was, but you were sure that he was born because of me. The imperial tutor said, Your Highness, at that time, I indeed didn't know what he was. By the time I found out, it was already too late. Besides, it's not wrong to say that he was born because of you. Xiao Lian asked, Then what exactly does it mean? Also, it's still that question, why did he want to destroy the Xianlu Empire? The imperial preceptor stared at him and said, Because of what you said. Xiao Lian stared blankly for a moment. My words? What is it? The state preceptor said, The body is in the void, the heart is in the land of peach blossoms. Silence reigned for a long while. Xiao Lian asked incredulously. That's it? Imperial advisor said, That's all. Xiao Lian said. Just this sentence? Is there a problem with this sentence? The imperial preceptor said solemnly, The problem is too big. Everything started from this sentence of yours. Xiao Lian faintly felt that what the state preceptor was about to say next would be very hard for him to accept. He wanted to call out to Hua Cheng, but before he could do so, Hua Cheng had already walked over and sat beside him. You saw the murals on Bronze Cauldron Mountain, right? Xiao Lian replied, I saw it. Did you leave those murals behind? The state preceptor said, It was me. Every time Bronze Cauldron opened the mountain, I would sneak in. On one hand, I wanted to stop the Ghost King from coming into being. On the other hand, I wanted to find a way to leave behind some clues to tell others about the Wuyong Kingdom and the Wuyong Crown Prince. Xiao Lian focused and asked, Then why not tell others directly? Why must you use such an obscure method? Your Highness, why do you think almost no one in the world knows about the Wuyong Kingdom now? Before Xiao Lian could answer, Hua Cheng said, Everyone who knows has been wiped out by him, right? The state preceptor said, Yes. If the clues were left too obvious or directly spread out, not only would I be in danger of being exposed, but everyone who saw it might all disappear from this world. It doesn't matter how many people there are. Even if it's a city, he can raze it to the ground in 3 days. You should know that I'm not joking. Xiao Lian naturally knew. Ironically, he had once lamented that it was fortunate that Jun Wu was a god and not a fallen ghost. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos. The state preceptor said, That's why I can't let him know that there are still people in the world who know about these things. But I'm also not willing to let no one else know besides me. I think that if someone is careful enough and brave enough, they will naturally find out. Since I can't resist, then I'll just leave it to fate. For so many years, I've been hiding here and there, hiding very well. Other than that time 800 years ago when I almost couldn't escape, he has never been able to catch me. This time, he was able to catch me because he found the murals I left in the temple in the Red Cauldron Forest. Later on, you guessed his identity in the Copper Cauldron. Only then did he realize that I might not have died and left behind a lot of things that he didn't want people to know about. Xia Lian remembered that when they passed through the last temple in the Red Cauldron Forest, the murals inside had already been destroyed. The last few murals could also be said to be the most important ones. At that time, he and Hua Cheng both suspected that someone was hiding there, but they couldn't find him. Now that he thought about it, it was very likely that Bai Wuxiang really was hiding in a corner of that temple. Xia Lian said, "But, State Preceptor, why do you have to hide?" The State Preceptor said, "That's because," Hua Cheng said, "betrayal." This word was a bit harsh. The State Preceptor glanced at him. Hua Cheng's expression didn't change. He said, "You betrayed him." The State Preceptor said, "More or less." "That's it." He turned to Xia Lian and said, "How do I say this, Your Highness? The things described on the murals are all true. His Highness the Crown Prince of Wuyong is like the unparalleled son of Wuyong country. In the past, when you were the Crown Prince of Xianlu, you were so glorious, but he was even more glorious than you. Me and 3 of my fellow disciples, a total of 4 people, were once his attendants. After the Crown Prince ascended, he picked us together, and we also saw many different kinds of celestial beings. It's not an exaggeration to say that even in the heaven realm, where all the gods gathered, he was like the sun, so dazzling that others paled in comparison." As the State Preceptor spoke, he unintentionally revealed a fleeting smile. Xia Lian always felt that when he called the other person His Highness the Crown Prince, he wasn't talking about Jun Wu or Bai Wuxiang. He was talking about the young Crown Prince from 2,000 years ago. He said, "In the past, you seem to have said something similar to me." "Did I? People don't remember things clearly when they get old." "I did. However, you said that he didn't ascend. He died." The State Preceptor said, "That's probably because I'd rather he didn't." Xia Lian said, "Is it because the copper furnace volcano erupted?" The State Preceptor didn't directly answer, only saying, "His Highness the Crown Prince's magic power is too strong." In his dream, he foresaw that Wuyong's future would be a sea of fire, so he began to think of ways to save his people. If it was me now, I definitely wouldn't let him do that. However, at that time, none of us could have imagined what would happen. We all felt that now that people were going to die, what was wrong with saving them? However, things aren't that simple. The volcano eruption can't be stopped. If we don't want people to die, we can only migrate. However, the scope of the volcano's invasion is too large, it's not a matter of 1 or 2 cities. For the nobles and ordinary people, the best way is to conquer other countries and occupy new territory. Otherwise, other countries wouldn't let so many Wuyong people migrate so easily. However, for His Highness the Crown Prince, this isn't a solution. When there's a war, there's bound to be blood. Once there's blood, people's eyes will turn red, and people will become cruel, no longer human. In the end, Wuyong country still took the initiative to send out their army. Wherever the soldiers went, not a single piece of armor was left, not even a blade of grass grew. Moreover, in order to vacate the land for the Wuyong people who would migrate in the future, the generals ordered to kill the people of other countries, the more the better. They killed until blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. After His Highness the Crown Prince found out, he was very angry. As you can see, he descended on the battlefield and punished these Wuyong soldiers. When Xia Lian thought about it, this could be said to be the young Bai Wuxiang, or the young Bai Wuxiang, he felt a subtle feeling in his heart. The State Preceptor continued, however, he wasn't the only one who was angry. This matter also made the nobles and some of the citizens of Wuyong very angry. Many people went to the temple to question His Highness the Crown Prince. "We only wanted to survive and needed more land. We had no choice but to invade others. Is there anything wrong with that?" The impact of this matter exceeded all of our expectations, and it became more and more intense. Some people had already begun to shout that they wanted to tear down his statue and burn his temple, but His Highness the Crown Prince resisted them all. He said that if Wuyong country was the one being invaded, he would definitely defend it with his life and not let the enemy take another step. However, they themselves could never invade others. He begged everyone to give up the war and wait for him to build something. His heavenly bridge. The state preceptor slowly said, "There's no more land in the world, so let's send the people to the sky to avoid it." Although this method is simply inconceivable, the four of us have deep faith in His Highness the Crown Prince and firmly believe that he can do it. It should be said that no matter what he wants to do, we will fully support him. Of course, the other heavenly officials didn't think so. The entire heaven opposed it, but His Highness the Crown Prince still resisted it. He withstood three things at the same time: the confusion and complaints of the people of Wuyong country and the nobles, the angry voices of the immortals and gods, and that heavenly bridge. Hua Qing sneered and said, "Opposed? I'm afraid it's not just opposed." The state preceptor slowly nodded and said, "If it's just opposition, then it's fine." But Xia Lian vaguely guessed what was going on, but still asked, "But?" The state preceptor said, "That bridge requires a lot of time and a terrifying amount of magic power to be completely built. His Highness the Crown Prince can't be distracted at all. He almost never goes to other places, does other things, and never listens to the prayers of other believers. He can only do this one thing." However, a god who can only do one thing is bound to be unable to keep believers. The first day he held up that bridge, people thanked him and remembered him. The second day, the third day, the fourth day, it was the same. 1 month, 2 months, they still thanked him and remembered him. But after a long time, it's no longer possible. The volcano hasn't erupted yet, and His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't do anything else but silently accumulate magic power. People can't help but feel that he's not as powerful as before, or even that he's not as dedicated as before. At this time, it's inevitable that a new god needs to be worshipped. Wuyong country has a large population, strong financial resources, and the power of faith of its believers is also very strong. Just look at His Highness the Crown Prince's power in the past. Many heavenly officials have long coveted this territory and believers, so Xia Lian understood. Chapter 218. The imperial tutor said, "It's not that His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't know this. However, he doesn't know what to do." Xia Lian slightly bowed his head and said, "He's a god. Naturally, he can't tell his believers that he doesn't allow them to worship gods other than me. I'm afraid he disdains making such a request." The imperial tutor said, "You naturally understand him." Xia Lian continued, "However, it's at this juncture. He can't lack believers and magic power. Otherwise, it will affect the construction of the heavenly bridge." The imperial tutor said, "That's right. Therefore, the four of us can only do it. We can convey the stakes to the people." Xia Lian asked, "What was the result?" Hua Qing said, "Nothing much." The imperial tutor said, "Nothing much. At least not as much as we expected." Some of the people were worried that the bridge wouldn't be completed. However, a large portion of the people still believed that His Highness the Crown Prince was too overbearing. Instead, they felt that His Highness the Crown Prince was too overbearing. Their prayers weren't satisfied. Instead, they turned to worship other gods that could fulfill their wishes. This was originally understandable. They are believers of freedom. It's only right and proper to believe in whatever they want. It's not that he didn't want to satisfy everyone. But he really. Xia Lian sighed and said in a low voice. He wanted to, but he couldn't. The imperial tutor continued, "After His Highness the Crown Prince found out about this, he stopped us. He said that if they wanted to leave, then leave. Even if we forced them to stay, they wouldn't truly believe him. Indeed, although we warned him again and again, the hearts of his believers had already scattered. Even if they came back, they weren't sincere enough. The power of their faith wasn't as strong as before. It was just perfunctory." Xia Lian said, "He couldn't get angry at his believers. He also wasn't willing to ask other heavenly officials for help. The imperial tutor said, even if he asked, other heavenly officials wouldn't help him. If they were willing to help, they wouldn't have opposed him in the beginning. Later on, they wouldn't have taken the opportunity to lure his believers. His Highness the Crown Prince became more and more taciturn. With his strength alone, he built the bridge and held it up. I watched him every day. Although he didn't say anything, I could see how much pain he was suffering in his heart. And this pain could only be borne by him alone. Even if the four of us wanted to help, we couldn't help him. Finally, after enduring for 3 years, the volcano was about to erupt. As soon as the news was sent out, everyone rushed to the bridge. The four of us guided the huge crowd while worrying about the crown prince who was supporting the bridge alone. The imperial preceptor sighed. In the past, we never worried that he couldn't do anything, but at that time, we actually began to worry about him. In the beginning, the bridge was stable. But as more and more people rushed forward, the time they could hold on was getting longer and longer. Her Highness's hands began to tremble and her face began to turn pale. Other people can't see it at all, only we can see it. I felt that something was wrong, so I told the people to wait and give him some time. Don't rush at him all at once, just give him some time to catch his breath, and he will definitely rescue you all. However, the volcano was about to erupt, and people's lives were in danger. No one was willing to wait. They all rushed to the bridge like crazy, and some even trampled people to death. We couldn't stop them at all. In the end, what we feared the most happened. In these 3 years, because of the continuous loss of believers, the Crown Prince's magic power was no longer as strong as before. When tens of thousands of people rushed to the bridge, celebrating their rescue, and were happily heading to heaven, the bridge broke. Xie Lian held his breath. The imperial preceptor said, the sky was torn, and tens of thousands of people, densely packed together, suddenly fell from the sky, and fell into the sea of fire with heart-wrenching screams. Right in front of the crown prince, they were instantly burned to ashes. At that time, I was almost stunned, and didn't dare to look at the crown prince's face. I couldn't connect it, pull it up, and put out the fire. There was nothing I could do. Most of the people who didn't have time to come up were buried in the lava, and sealed by the flying ash. They screamed, cried, and cursed. That scene was too terrifying. I've never seen anything more terrifying than that. Xie Lian imagined it, and his heart turned slightly cold. The imperial preceptor continued. The bridge broke. The Wu Yong kingdom people also went crazy. They set fire to the crown prince's palace, pulled down his statue, stabbed his heart with a knife, and scolded him for being a useless thing, a bullshit god. He was a god, and a god should be incomparably powerful. A god can't fail. But he failed. So, he couldn't sit on it anymore. The heavenly officials have been waiting for this moment for a long time. They said, we told you, that won't do. You've caused too much trouble, and we have no choice but to ask you to go down. And the crown prince asked a very stupid question. He asked, why didn't you help me? Why would anyone help you for no reason? Moreover, if he successfully helped the Wu Yong kingdom through this disaster, wouldn't he be invincible in the heavenly realm? So, it really was a very stupid question. I think he knew this, but he still asked. Of course, no one answered him. The crown prince was demoted. He fell back to the human world, and was no longer a god, nor was he the crown prince. We followed him, and all said that he would definitely ascend again. So, he began to cultivate again. But, it was too difficult. You should understand. Of course, Xie Lian understood. The higher he stood, the harder he fell. After falling from the sky to the human world, what greeted him would be endless cold and malice. The volcano continued to erupt, and the Wu Yong kingdom fell into an unprecedented bleakness. Refugees, rebellions, and invasions continued. Everyone was in a terrible situation, and their attitude towards the crown prince was completely different from before. Even so, the crown prince still wanted to help the people. But, at this time, something happened. Many other heavenly officials began to show kindness. Although they were unwilling to stop the volcano from erupting, they were happy to give some small favors, such as medicinal herbs, food, and so on. Because the crown prince had already been demoted, what he could do was, of course, far less than those heavenly officials. The Wuyong kingdom seemed to have suddenly grasped at straws, like a reincarnated parent. The number of believers decreased even faster. In fact, there were not many left. All the praise and love he had for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince were all transferred to the other heavenly officials, leaving him with only hatred and disgust. The master closed his eyes and said, "At that time, we were really unwilling." Obviously, these heavenly officials did not do much for them. They only came out after the disaster was over. The Crown Prince was the one who did the most. He did his best, and he could have succeeded. He was just one step away. But why was he the one who was doomed in the end? Why did those who gave the most turn a blind eye, and those who gave a little were grateful? It was then that I began to change my mind. I couldn't help but think, if the Crown Prince had chosen to pretend not to know the future in his dreams from the beginning, with the excuse of "this is the will of the heavens, and even the gods can't do anything about it," and only after the volcano erupted did he reluctantly give a little reward like the other heavenly officials, the people would definitely be grateful to him. Hua Qing said lightly, "Did you only think of it then? You should have thought of it from the beginning. Cut a piece of flesh to save a person, and people will be grateful. But the more you cut, the more people will want. In the end, even if you cut that person until only bones are left, people will not be satisfied." The master said, I didn't dare to say these thoughts to him, but the Crown Prince became more and more silent. I didn't know what he was thinking, whether he thought of the same thing as I did. Day after day, the volcano continued to erupt intermittently. The entire Wuyong kingdom was immersed in fear and could not come out of it. No one knew how to stop it and end this nightmare. One day, the Crown Prince suddenly told us that he found a way to stop the volcano. But when he told us the method, we had a big fight. Hua Qing said, "I guess that the way was to sacrifice people." The master said, "Yes." His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that he had chosen a group of wicked people, and that he could use these wicked people as a sacrifice, and throw them into the copper furnace to quell the anger of the copper furnace. The four of us had different ideas, but in general, we were against it. We should never do such a thing. The Crown Prince didn't want Wuyong to attack other countries because he didn't want to exchange lives for lives. If we choose to sacrifice people to the furnace now, what difference would it make? It might even be worse. Some people objected fiercely and directly quarreled with the Crown Prince. They quarreled so much that they even got into a fight. I was against it, but compared to the attacks from the outside, it was more unbearable to quarrel among ourselves. You should know that the four of us have always supported the Crown Prince, and now, we are his only pillars of support. But that time, not only did we attack him out of anger, someone even told the Crown Prince that he had changed, that he had forgotten his original intentions, that he was no longer the Crown Prince. Those words were too hurtful. I really couldn't stand it. If even we stood against the Crown Prince and criticized him, no one else in the world would stand with him. So in the end, I didn't object. I just said forget it, don't care about it anymore, heaven or the human world or the refugees, don't care about it. It was too tiring. But no one listened to me. After a big quarrel, the other three left except for me. Xia Lian shook his head, not knowing what to say. But leaving at this time was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. The master said, only I stayed. The Crown Prince didn't say anything. He only asked me, are you leaving? When I saw the expression on the Crown Prince's face when he asked me this question, I really felt that even if he really threw people into the bronze furnace, I could understand. I said, Your Highness, I won't leave. The Crown Prince still didn't say anything. He didn't mention using living people as sacrifices again. He changed his mind and set up an altar near the bronze furnace. I also stayed with him. Every day, I endured the insults and stones of the refugees and practiced magic, trying to suppress the anger of the volcano. I thought that was the end of the matter. Who knew, one day, I found something that made my hair stand on end. Speaking of this, the master's face became extremely scary, as if he saw the scene that made his hair stand on end. Xie Lian's heart also seemed to be squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. What happened? Imperial Preceptor said, he suddenly covered his face. The master said, the crown prince was handsome and never covered his face. Oh. Nothing could hurt his face. After so many years, I had never seen him like this, so I was very puzzled. I asked him, Your Highness, what happened to your face? He said, he was accidentally burned by the fire. I had no idea where he was hurt. He didn't let me see the wound and applied the medicine himself. His whereabouts suddenly became erratic. These were very strange, but at this time, a great thing happened and temporarily diverted my attention. The volcano suddenly stopped erupting. The bronze furnace returned to its deathly stillness and gradually settled down. For a long time, it did not erupt again. Because only the crown prince worked hard, many Wuyong people thought that he had suppressed the volcano, and some people started to worship him again. The crown prince's path of cultivation also became smooth. At least, no one insulted or threw stones at him anymore. People gradually started to smile at him again. But I still feel that something is wrong. Many things are wrong. Although my three friends have different personalities, I more or less understand them. They shouldn't have just left and ignored me. Even if they were really angry at the crown prince, they shouldn't be angry at me. The most wrong thing is still the crown prince's face. He always used something to cover his face. At first, it was a rag, a cloak, and later, he wore a mask that he didn't take off all day. Sometimes I wonder if this person isn't the crown prince at all, but someone else pretending to be him. Because the way he speaks, the way he does things, and even his personality, they all changed. Sometimes he would be amiable, sometimes he would suddenly fly into a rage. Once, he was alone in his room and smashed all the mirrors. I don't know where he was bleeding, but he was drenched in blood. What was more frightening was that I often heard some strange sounds. Xie Lian asked, What sounds? The master said, sometimes, in the middle of the night, there would be sounds coming from the crown prince's room. It seemed like a few people were whispering and quarreling. But when I went in to look, there was only one person in the room. After a few times, the crown prince told me not to enter his room. One night, I heard those strange sounds again. And this time, I discovered that it seemed to be the voices of my three friends. I really couldn't bear it anymore. I thought to myself, could it be that they secretly came back? Why are they hiding it from me? Thus, I got up and ran to the crown prince's room. What was strange was that there really was no one else in the room. Only the crown prince was lying on the bed, and he didn't take off his mask. I stood there and listened for a while. Then, I discovered that the sound seemed to be coming from the crown prince's room. To be more accurate, it was coming from under his mask. I slowly walked to the crown prince's bedside. The closer I got, the more convinced I was that it really was coming from under the mask. Could it be that the crown prince was talking in his sleep? Because he missed his friends too much, he learned their voices in his dreams? I hesitated for a long time. During this time, the crown prince didn't move. I thought he was asleep, so I gently removed the mask from his face. Then, I saw something. The master's eyes revealed an unconcealable fear. He said, I saw my three friends. If it wasn't the crown prince who was talking, then it was them. The crown prince's face was full of scratches from sharp weapons. The scratches were so deep that the flesh was flipped open, and the blood was half congealed. Moreover, I didn't know when, but he had grown 3 faces. The mouths were all moving, opening and closing. It was their faces. Chapter 219. The imperial tutor did not answer him. He was completely immersed in the horror that the scene had brought him, which still hadn't dissipated. He said, those human faces have not seen the light for a long time. Even if it was just the moonlight at night, they could not stand it. I suddenly took the mask away. They seemed to be shocked. They all narrowed their eyes and did not speak. But after a while, they saw that it was me. They began to shout my name. I was shocked. As I said before, I have never seen a more terrifying scene than tens of thousands of people falling from the sky and burning to death in a sea of fire. But the scene in front of me at that time was a million times more terrifying than that. My hand holding the mask could not stop trembling. If not for the fact that my entire body was already stiff, the mask would have fallen and woken up the Crown Prince. And those three human faces seemed to be eager to say something to me. Their mouths opened and closed even more violently. But then they lowered their voices. It was as if they were afraid of waking up the Crown Prince. I saw their appearance and was disgusted and afraid, but I could not help but want to know what they wanted to tell me. So I bent down and held my breath. I leaned close to the Crown Prince's face to listen. I was too close. I could smell the strong smell of herbs that could not cover the smell of blood and rot. I heard them say, "Let me run." The Crown Prince had gone crazy. It turned out that after the other three left, they were still worried. They sneaked back to find the Crown Prince. Who knew that they bumped into the Crown Prince and a lot of people rushing to the copper furnace? Only then did they know that the Crown Prince had not given up on using human sacrifices. They were shocked and angry. They came out to stop him and fought with the Crown Prince. Who knew that the Crown Prince would kill them and throw the three of them, along with hundreds of people, into the copper furnace? Of course, the rest of the commoners would be turned to ashes after being thrown in, but the three of them had cultivations and were killed by His Highness the Crown Prince. Their resentment was extremely deep, and their souls actually used this kind of method to parasitize his body. Every day, they angrily chattered at him, wanting to stop his actions. I listened, feeling terrified and confused. I did not know what to do. What was terrifying? I couldn't tell if it was the Crown Prince or the three things on his face that were scarier. At this time, I felt a hand on my head. My scalp went numb. I slowly raised my head and saw the Crown Prince. I don't know when he woke up. He and the three faces on his face, a total of 4 pairs of eyes, were all looking at me. The expressions of the human faces changed even more, twisting and tearing the wounds on his face. A lot of blood flowed down. He stared at me for a long time. Then, he sighed and said, "Didn't I tell you not to come in?" I suddenly understood what was going on with all the abnormalities these days. When His Highness discovered that these three things had grown on his face, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't bear to see himself in the mirror that was neither human nor ghost, so he smashed all the mirrors. The bleeding is because he wants to cut them off with a knife, and the rotten smell is because the wounds never heal, but no matter how many times he cuts them off, they will grow back. The imperial tutor covered half of his face, his pupils constricting violently. He said, I knelt down by his bedside. His Highness the Crown Prince slowly sat up in bed, and said, "Do not be afraid. They became like this because they betrayed me. As long as you don't do this, I will still treat you the same as before. You will still be my most loyal servant, nothing will change." How could I not be afraid? How could there not be any changes? Everything has changed. His Highness the Crown Prince is very smart. He never knew how to read people's expressions before, but after he was demoted, he learned to read people's expressions. He saw what I was thinking, and slowly asked, "You also want to leave, right?" To be honest, I don't know. If he only threw the evil people into the copper furnace, I can pretend that nothing happened. I said I would really understand. But he killed our best friend for so many years and threw him into the furnace. We depend on each other. This was truly deranged. I can't accept it. His Highness the Crown Prince said to himself. It doesn't matter, I already expected that no one will stay after I become like this. I can be alone. I understand, I have always been alone. I don't need anyone else. His face suddenly became extremely ferocious. He grabbed me by the neck with one hand and stared at me. He kept repeating, I can be alone, 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 I can be alone. I can be alone, 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 I can be alone. His Highness is very strong. If he really wanted to kill me, my neck would have been broken in an instant. I wouldn't even be able to make a sound, but I didn't die immediately. And when he did, our 3 friends cried out in his face, as if they had done something to him, so that he cried out with a headache, and so did I. The 5 of us were shouting wildly, as if we had gone mad. The Crown Prince held his head with one hand and squeezed harder with the other. My vision darkened, and I felt like I couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, I saw something under his pillow. He has a sword under his pillow, and he sleeps on it. This is a habit he developed after he was demoted. I grabbed the hilt and pulled the sword out. A cold light flickered as His Highness laughed heartily. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "You want to kill me too? Come on. Stab me. Stab my heart. I don't care about you. I want to see who will die in the end. Who will die, you or me?" Of course I didn't stab him. I held the sword in front of him and shouted at the top of my voice, "Your Highness. Your Highness. Come back, look at yourself. Look at what you've become." He broke all the mirrors, and he hasn't looked at himself in a mirror for a long time. The blade of the sword was bright, and it suddenly reflected his current appearance. He also saw his own face. When he saw himself in the mirror, he suddenly froze. His Highness's grip on me didn't lessen, but after a long time, as he looked at himself, a stream of tears flowed from his eyes. Looking at his tears, I couldn't help but cry too. The reflection on the sword was so ugly. I felt disgusted just by looking at it. Why did I let him see me like this, and remind him that he was such an ugly monster now? I couldn't bear it, and the sword fell to the ground. In the end, His Highness threw me out and said, "Get lost." I ran away on all 4s. Hearing this, Xie Lian's heart finally relaxed a little. Master Teacher put down his hand and said, "I escaped far away, out of the Wuyong Kingdom." Not long after, the bronze furnace volcano erupted again. This time, the entire Wuyong Kingdom was buried. Almost no one was spared. A kingdom disappeared just like that. I escaped, and I never heard any news about His Highness again. He seemed to have been buried with the Wuyong Kingdom. I went to the heavenly realm, and I also cultivated. I had some small achievements, but I maintained the state of my body and wandered aimlessly in the human world. I served His Highness since I was young, but now that I didn't have to serve him, I didn't know what to do. His Highness was gone, and my 3 friends were also dead. I made 3 empty shell dummies, and let the dummies use their tone to chat with me, and occasionally play cards. Hearing the words, "empty shell dummies," Xie Lian's expression darkened. Master Teacher said, "Later, my magic improved, and I imparted the skills of my 3 friends to them." Xie Lian whispered, "Was it the other 3 Master Teachers?" No wonder he always felt that the other 3 Master Teachers were a bit strange. They never acted alone, nor did they communicate with him alone. They were dummies, and once they left the Master Teacher's side, they would be exposed. Master Teacher said, "It was them." So, speaking of which, you can also be considered my 3 friends' disciple. Unfortunately, I wasn't them, and the skills I could impart to the dummies were only 20 to 30% of their skills, so I couldn't teach you much. The 3 dummies that accompanied me for a long time were also destroyed by him. After another 100 or 200 years, the heavenly realm changed generations, and the original heavenly officials all fell. Gradually, a new batch of heavenly officials was replaced. But none of this had anything to do with me, and I just ate and waited for death to come. Until one day, in a certain country, there was a crown prince who was born on the day that Mars guarded his heart. It was you, the crown prince of Xian Le Kingdom. Finally, it's here. Xia Lian's hand on his leg slightly tightened. Master teacher sat cross-legged, crossed his arms, and said, I felt that it was a coincidence, a lot of fate. But in fact, at that time, Wu Yong had already been destroyed for many, many years. In several hundred years, there would always be one or two encounters, so it couldn't be called a coincidence. But I carried a feeling that even I don't understand, so I casually made up a name and became Xian Le Kingdom's master teacher. Xia Lian said in his heart, I knew the name was just randomly made up. Master teacher said, it's not that I despise your Xian Le Kingdom, but wanting to become a master teacher there was too easy for me. There was only one problem, and that was that people always felt that those who didn't have hair on their mouths weren't reliable, and those who were young definitely didn't have any qualifications or skills, so they would be looked down upon. If I went to take the exam with this face, I might not be able to pass. So I changed my face a bit, and with 10 or 20 years older, sure enough, I quickly mixed in. But as a master teacher, I had to directly talk to the heavenly officials of heaven. Thus, I met Jun Wu. Jun Wu's appearance was completely different from the crown prince I was familiar with. However, I was too familiar with him, so after talking to him a few times, I became a bit suspicious. But it was only suspicion. Moreover, even if I was suspicious, I didn't want to say anything. He had already become a completely different person, and the human face on his face had also disappeared. I thought it was because the resentment of my 3 friends had dissipated. Since that was the case, there was no need to bring up old matters and break this peace. We all pretended not to recognize each other, isn't that also good? Xia Lian said, if it was me, I would probably do the same. Master teacher said, but we still weren't able to pretend to the end. That's because we all saw you. Your Highness, you should have guessed why I placed such high hopes on you. You are very similar to him. So, I hope that you can become a person or a god that he wanted to become. You can do what he couldn't do, you can use your perfection to make up for the regrets that he and I had. However, Hua Cheng indifferently said, from the beginning, you were wrong. You don't resemble him at all. Master teacher glanced at him and said, now, of course you can say that you don't resemble him. But in the past, you were very similar. Moreover, the bad thing is that you are too similar. He turned back to Xia Lian and said, Crown Prince, that time when you saved that child who fell from the city wall, I wasn't too happy. Not only was it because of that incident, but it was also because you were too eye-catching. You attracted Jun Wu's attention. Jun Wu began to mention you to me. He was very fond of you. Every time we talked about you, I faintly felt that something was wrong. But I could see that he really liked you. It was the joy of finding a good seedling that he liked. Moreover, he wanted to pick you up, but every time, I would use all sorts of reasons to persuade him to go back. Xia Lian wasn't too willing to believe that Jun Wu's attitude towards him was all fake, but after hearing Master Teacher say this, he felt complicated and indescribable. Master Teacher said, the turning point was at the One Thought Bridge. Hearing these 3 words, Xia Lian came back to his senses. Master Teacher said, do you still remember the ghost at the One Thought Bridge? Xia Lian said in a low voice, that was the opportunity for me to ascend. Of course I remember. Master Teacher said, when you met that ghost, I already felt that something was wrong. This ghost haunted the broken bridge in the wilderness. He was wearing broken armor, stepping on fire, covered in blood and swords. Every step he took left a trail of blood and fire behind him. And the 3 questions he asked you. All of them made me very concerned and uneasy, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. And after you defeated the ghost at the bridgehead, you quickly ascended. I didn't even have time to think about it. Fortunately, after you ascended, Jun Wu's attitude towards you was as good as ever. He was very fond of you, as if nothing had changed. I also told myself not to think too much. Then, there was the drought of Xianlu and the chaos of Yong'an. And the appearance of that thing, by Wuxiang. Xia Lian held his breath. Master teacher said, as I said, I didn't know what that thing was at first. Even after the appearance of the human face plague, I only suspected it. But because vengeful spirit parasites weren't that rare, it just didn't spread so widely. In addition, I had some resentment towards the so-called heavenly Tao. At first, I thought that Bai Wuxiang might be born of nature and that the heavens wanted to punish you. But as you came in contact with that thing more and more, the human face plague became more and more rampant. Many things made me think of the worst possibility. Xia Lian said, many things. What do you mean specifically? For example? Master teacher said, the family of 3 that fell to their deaths at the gates of Xianlu Imperial City. Xia Lian choked and said, that is. Master teacher said, later, I examined the corpses of those 3 people and discovered that they weren't 3 people at all, but 3 empty shells. Xia Lian said, but empty shells are hollow. They don't have internal organs, so they won't bleed. Master teacher said, there's no need for internal organs. Falling from such a high place, the internal organs would have long been smashed. As long as the empty shell is stuffed with rotten meat and filled with blood, it'll be fine. Among those 3 friends of mine, one of them was the best at making these kinds of strange things. Things like empty shell dummies were first made by him. He only taught us, and at that time, the method of making empty shell dummies wasn't as widespread as it is now. They're dead, so who else can make empty shell dummies and make them so lifelike besides me? Xia Lian lowered his head, his pupils contracting. That family of 3 that fell to their deaths at the gates of Xianlu Imperial City had directly ignited the flames of war. However, those few people's lives were simply fake. It was a trap. Xia Lian said, then why didn't you tell me at that time? Master teacher said, I didn't dare. If it really was him and I told you, with your temperament at that time, wouldn't you have directly rushed up to settle accounts with him? That wouldn't have been able to save you and Xianlu country. It would only hasten your destruction. Moreover, even if there weren't those 3 empty shells, sooner or later, something else would ignite the flames of war. Just like that missing dog in Xianlu Imperial City. In the end, you were defeated. Xianlu was also defeated. I really couldn't bear it anymore. So, I first dismissed everyone from Huangji Monastery and invited him to descend to the Divine Martial Palace. Then, I directly tore apart his identity. This was also what Junwu had said, the one they had met 800 years ago. Master teacher said, I questioned him about many things, but he didn't admit or deny it. In the end, I asked him, Your Highness, what do you want? He finally replied. He said that he wanted you to become his most perfect successor. If there was one person in this world who could completely understand him, it would be you. As long as you succeed, you would never betray him. I understood what he meant. In the heat of the argument, we started to fight again. I couldn't fight at all. If I fought, I would undoubtedly die. He didn't even need to move a finger to crush me to death. However, at this time, his expression suddenly changed and he covered his face. I was startled. Only then did I realize that on his face, those 3 faces had once again appeared. Turns out they didn't disappear. He had only been using his powers to suppress them. And now, I don't know if it was because of his emotions or because of me, but they ran out again. Just like that, my 3 friends came out to cause trouble. They caused him to have a splitting headache and his expression was very scary. Then, I took the opportunity to escape. Once again, I began to wander the world. This time, I had to hide from place to place. I thought, what happened to the Wuyong country of the past? So, I went back to take a look. What I didn't expect was that when I went back that time, I made another big discovery. I don't know why, but the land of the Wuyong country was completely sealed off and isolated from the outside world. I walked there for a long time, and met my 3 friends again. Xia Lian said, "Are those 3 mountain monsters, old, sick, and dead?" Master Teacher said, "Yes." The copper furnace swallowed their bodies. Their ashes, which were almost burned until they disappeared, mixed with the volcanic ash and erupted. As time passed, more and more of them accumulated. After hundreds and thousands of years, they finally became 3 large mountains, housing a part of their souls. Finding a way to communicate with them, who had turned into mountain monsters, took me a long time. But after I succeeded, I learned a lot of things. It turned out that the previous generation of heavenly officials didn't fall naturally. Instead, they were slowly killed by him one by one. He massacred the entire heavenly court, leaving not a single one alive. After washing heaven with blood, he returned to the human world and patiently waited for a period of time. He made up a new name and fabricated a new identity. As a human, he once again ascended. All the previous heavenly officials of the entire heaven realm died. No one knew who he was, and no one knew what he was like in the past. Right now, the widely circulated background, anecdotes, appearance, and temperament of the divine martial emperor were all fake. They were all lies woven by him. This immortal capital was a new heaven realm that he established with his own hands. And the corpses and ashes of the previous heavenly officials were all mixed in the soil of this immortal capital. Every day, they were trampled by him. Right now, you might be stepping on someone's ashes. The state preceptor continued, right now, he is the #1 martial god in heaven realm. On the surface, he is brilliant, but in his heart, he is suppressing boundless darkness. Resentment, pain, anger, hatred, these things need to be released. Only in this way could he maintain balance and continue to be the #1 martial god in the 3 realms, instead of going on a killing spree. The former Wuyong country has already become hell. The copper furnace has been fed to countless living people and 3 quasi-heavenly officials, who have already recognized him as their master. Periodically, he released these dark emotions into the copper furnace. With the help of the millions of Wuyong people's souls, he ignited the fire of karma and refined many evil things. Xia Lian said, "The refining method of these things is different from absolute, right?" The state preceptor said, "It is indeed different." Absolute came later, because he changed the method of refinement. Xia Lian asked, "What is the refining method?" The state preceptor said, "Quality and quantity." He glanced at Hua Qing again and said, "You must know that absolute is only born once in 100 or even a few hundred years. There can only be one at a time, so it is extremely rare and difficult. Moreover, the predecessor of absolute was an independent existence. The copper furnace merely provided an environment that accelerated the process of their eruption. Those who can become absolute anywhere. Sooner or later, they will become absolute. In fact, the term absolute is derived from the meaning of peerless and supreme. It doesn't have much to do with whether or not one has been refined in the copper furnace. However, to be able to endure the refinement of the copper furnace, one can indeed be called absolute. This is because not many people can endure it. So far, haven't there only been 3? Xia Lian glanced at Hua Cheng beside him. Coincidentally, Hua Cheng was also looking at him. Although he didn't know why he was looking at him, he still faintly smiled. The state preceptor continued, however, the early production of the copper furnace wasn't like this. In the early years, it would occur once every few years. Each time, it would range from a few hundred to a few dozen. Batch after batch would surge out. This might be related to his unstable emotions at that time. What was produced were all monsters condensed from his hatred and resentment. I'm afraid there is no lack of things that you are familiar with. For example, vernacular true immortals. Xia Lian said, "Vernacular true immortals are also things born from the copper furnace?" The state preceptor said, "Exactly. These things, some have their own consciousness and are no longer related to him. Some don't, and can be considered as his clones. Vernacular true immortals have their own consciousness. After they go out, they even split into many smaller clones. My 3 friends stayed behind in the Wuyong country to prevent these monsters from leaving the country. I, on the other hand, have been searching for these things in the outside world all year round, trying to salvage the situation. Xie Lian suddenly remembered the strange attitude of the state preceptor when he saw Shi Qingxian before he came up. He said, Master. Master Feng. Back then, the expert who told Qingxian's fortune and told them not to hold a grand wedding, was it you? The state preceptor said, Nonsense. Other than me, which expert could tell so accurately? Which expert still has so much free time? Just a bowl of porridge and you can tell? The state preceptor said, that vernacular true immortal originally wanted to try and swallow the young Shi Wudu, but Shi Wudu was too ruthless. He was not easy to deal with at such a young age. He was invulnerable and had a tough life. If he tried to bite him, his teeth would break and his mouth would be full of blood. Thus, he could only turn to his mediocre but wealthy younger brother. Although he did not manage to bite him, he made the 2 brothers restless. He even bit someone who originally had the fate of ascension. No matter what, it wasn't a loss. I really can't accept it if I didn't kill this thing. Hua Qing said, he's already dead. The state preceptor said, he Xian swallowed him instead, right? I've heard about it. I originally wanted to keep an eye on the Shi brothers until I confirmed that they were fine. But at that time, the copper furnace was about to open and I couldn't follow closely. So, I went to the copper furnace first. By the time I got back, things were a mess. Shi Wudu had evil thoughts and caused a huge mess. There was no way to clean it up. My head hurt so badly that I couldn't do anything even if I wanted to. Then he really couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. The state preceptor continued, but to be honest, the vernacular true immortal is not considered powerful. He just likes to go out and cause trouble. Strictly speaking, this thing can only be considered a defective product. Also, for example. Xie Lian said in a low voice, for example. One thought bridge, fighting the soul of death. The state preceptor took a deep breath and said. It's him. Otherwise, why do you think I said that everything was because of a sentence from you? Because that ghost at the bridgehead is a black clone that he refined in the copper furnace. Every many years, it will come out to cause trouble and kill people to vent its anger. But, it just had to be you, who defeated that monster. He felt that the ghost at the bridgehead had been killed and immediately went down to investigate. He saw you. And you just had to say that sentence in front of him, body in the void, heart in the land of peach. This was simply a crazy mockery to him, touching his reverse scale. Chapter 220. Xie Lian clenched his fists. His breathing became chaotic. In one sentence. It sounded so inconceivable. Even funny, but he couldn't laugh. Imperial advisor said, other than these monsters, there's more. Your Highness, do you remember when you brought the kid you saved from the city tower to the Huangji temple? Did I jump in fright? Xie Lian immediately returned to his senses. He quickly glanced at Hua Cheng. I remember. What happened to that kid? You said he was. Imperial advisor said, Tian Sha Gu Xing. He said in a low voice, at that time, I felt that the kid's evil aura was too heavy. It was too unusual. Later, I compared it with the other 3 people in the copper furnace. Only then did I realize that the copper furnace could not only produce monsters. It could also curse. Just like how you can scatter your luck. The copper furnace can also scatter the bad luck it stored. After it scatters, it will scatter everywhere. That kid's birth date was extremely sinister. Good luck breaks the heavens. Bad luck pierces the earth. I'm afraid that on the day he was born, he absorbed all the bad luck. That's why he became so scary. When he went up, the entire Mount Taizong was almost burned down. Xie Lian became more and more shocked. He slowly turned his head and looked at Hua Cheng. He was obviously talking about his own matters. Hua Cheng's expression didn't change. Instead, he smiled at him. Imperial Advisor continued, under normal circumstances, that kid must have lost his parents at an early age. If he didn't, his parents would have abandoned him and he would have been abused. It would have been better if both his parents had died. Furthermore, he wouldn't have lived past 18. He would have caused the people around him to die, scatter, and be unlucky. He would have been like a jinx. That's why I told you to quickly chase him away and not come any closer. Xia Lian couldn't listen anymore and said, Imperial Advisor. Don't say any more. Imperial Advisor nodded and said, I won't say any more. I'm just giving you an example to show you how scary the copper furnace is. Xia Lian didn't know what to say. Hua Cheng smiled and said, scary isn't that scary. However, Imperial Advisor's calculations are quite accurate. Xia Lian thought that Hua Cheng might not live past 18. His hands slightly trembled. At this moment, a hand reached out from below and gently covered the back of his cold hand. Both of their hands were equally cold, but when their hands overlapped, there was warmth. Imperial Preceptor said, he has been giving you a test. The human face plague of Xian Lu was the first problem. According to his answer, as long as you chose to launch the human face plague on Yong'an, you would have passed the test. Not only would he not demote you, but he would also help you cover it up, allowing you to truly become his trusted successor. 1 step to the heavens, 2 steps to defy the heavens. But you got it wrong. When you were demoted for the first time, he probably said another question for you, and you still didn't give him a satisfactory answer, so you ascended and were immediately beaten down by him. A pale, smiling face appeared in Xia Lian's mind. He paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, actually, I was the one who requested it. Hua Qing said, Big brother, trust me. Even if you don't ask for it yourself, he has thousands of ways to make you go down. Xia Lian continued, however, Bai Wuxiang was also defeated by him. Hua Qing said, but he didn't die. Xia Lian asked, but what's the point? Imperial Preceptor said, of course, Bai Wuxiang can kill you, but what he wants isn't to kill you. In fact, as I said, he likes you very much. He doesn't want you to die at all, he just wants you to become the way he wants you to be. Hua Qing also said, killing you can't achieve this goal. If you die in that state, you will never change, and he can't bear it. But Bai Wuxiang also has no reason to let you go so easily. What better way to deal with it than for the Divine Martial Heavenly Emperor to descend to the human world, drive away the demons, and save you from danger? That way, you will trust and be more grateful to him. He didn't succeed twice, so he must be extremely unhappy in his heart. Imperial Preceptor said, when you were demoted for the second time, he had countless opportunities to slowly teach you and slowly wait for you to change your mind. According to my observation, he had already calmed down. However, this tranquility had been broken recently. The opportunity is your third ascension. If you were a pile of mud, then it'd be fine. But you were already like that, yet you didn't follow the arrangements he made for you. You can ascend again, and you still look the same as before, not changing at all. I don't know what he will think when he sees you, but I feel that he will definitely give you another test. Hua Qing said, look at what he did after that and you will know. Big brother, try to recall what has happened since you ascended for the third time. Xia Lian quickly entered the state of mind. After thinking for a moment, he said, the first thing, Mount Yujun. I captured the female ghost Xian Ji. At first, I didn't find the ghost bridegroom. Halfway through, the fetus spirit used a nursery rhyme to guide me. Presumably, it was his idea, but I thought he was helping me in that matter. Hua Qing said, he was just helping you complete the task. The direct result was capturing the female ghost Xian Ji, but what about the indirect result? Xia Lian probed. Poking the hornet's nest of General Pei's old lover, bringing him some trouble. Imperial Preceptor said, this can be considered a small problem. If you knew that you would offend Pei Ming, would you have handled the task of the ghost bridegroom in a different way? For example, you could have secretly informed Pei Ming to suppress it. Then, you could have let Xianji continue to cause trouble in this small area and not make it big. Xia Lian blushed with shame and said, "This. To tell the truth, I only found out later that it was related to General Pei. At that time, the female ghost wanted to take his life and there were so many people present. The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. I already didn't have the time to think about whether or not I would offend someone." Hua Qing faintly smiled and said, "Brother, you've already made your choice." He continued to sort things out and said, "The second thing, an empty shell Taoist came to Puqi Monastery and lured you to Banyu Pass. Let's not talk about who sent that shell first and what the consequences of this matter were." Xia Lian said, "He kicked away little General Pei and broke one of General Pei's arms." Hua Qing said, "Brother, you see, with these two matters, you helped him greatly weaken Pei Ming's strength and also thoroughly offended Pei Ming. He didn't make an appearance at all. The enmity is all yours, yet you're still grateful to him." Hua Qing continued, "If I didn't guess wrong, in these 800 years, he hasn't neglected to keep an eye on you. Brother, you were once a state preceptor in Yong'an and taught Lang Qianqiu. He probably knows about this. However, he still sent Lang Qianqiu to travel with you. In my opinion, this is purely malicious." The state preceptor was shocked. "Wait a minute. Your Highness, you went to Yong'an to be a state preceptor? You taught Lang Qianqiu?" Xia Lian said, "Yes," the state preceptor said. "You're the state preceptor Fang Xian?" Xia Lian said, "Yes." "What's the matter?" The state preceptor said, "If he knew about this matter, he would definitely be very angry at you." Hua Qing continued, "Brother, you originally didn't plan on getting involved in the matter of the true immortal, but in the end, you were still dragged into it. Fortunately, it wasn't too deep. The several hundred fishermen in the South China Sea that were dragged into the tribulation domain weren't stirred up by Blackwater or Sher Wudu. Other than them, who else had the most ability to do it?" Only now did Xia Lian realize that ever since he returned, every step he took was probably under Jun Wu's close watch and push. Hua Qing crossed his arms and said, "I'm guessing that the reason he did this was because of his strange mentality. He kept throwing questions at you to test how you would choose and how you would walk, hoping that you would follow the path he laid for you. On the other hand, I'm afraid he wanted to use you as a sword to weaken the power of these heavenly officials. The heavenly officials of the previous generation must have left a deep shadow in his heart. He's extremely vigilant and wants to have absolute control over everything. He doesn't allow anyone to threaten his power and position, and he can't let the other heavenly officials catch up to him. Furthermore, I think." Xia Lian happened to be thinking too, so he said, "What?" Hua Qing said, "The matter of Sher Wudu exchanging Shi Qingshuan's life, and the matter of Blackwater sneaking into the heavenly court to investigate, could it be that he really doesn't know anything?" This was also what Xia Lian was thinking. Could it be that Jun Wu, who sat at the highest position, really didn't know anything about this? Not very likely. He could directly check all the files that passed through Lingwen Palace Hall. If there were any falsifications, would he really not be able to detect any clues? The Navy committed such a huge crime, yet they practically hid it from everyone and were safe and sound for many years. It was only after he started to walk sideways in the heavenly court that his dirty laundry was exposed. Hua Qing said, "Perhaps, he had already sensed it from the beginning. It's just that at that time, the Navy's position didn't threaten him, so the matter wasn't exposed. If it had been exposed earlier, it might not have been good. If Sher Wudu was demoted, a new Navy would have come up. The new Navy might not have such a big handle and a disaster that he could use against them." He continued, "If I were Jun Wu, I would be very unhappy with Sher Wudu. But if I wanted to get rid of the Navy, I wouldn't even need to do it myself. I only need to quietly watch as he stirred up trouble and became more and more unrestrained. When I couldn't tolerate him anymore, I would directly leak the information about exchanging lives to Blackwater. Blackwater would naturally take revenge for himself and his dead relatives." Hua Qing said, "As for why he gathered 10,000 ghosts in the copper furnace and wanted to refine them into the world, it could be because," Xia Lian said, "checks and balances." Hua Qing said, "Yes. On one hand, he was probably happy to see the evil come into the world and bring disaster to the world. On the other hand, as long as there was something to bring disaster to the world, there would be people who would pray for it. And as long as the believers prayed, the power of the God would become stronger. The state preceptor sighed and said, every time the copper furnace opened the mountain, the four of us would go and stop it. But we didn't succeed every time. This time, it was too big. He killed a small portion of the Wuyong resentful spirits that came out of the copper furnace and used thousandly to send the majority away. Then, he sent the others away. He himself stayed behind to check and destroy some things. He guessed that I would go find you, so after dealing with the copper furnace mountain, he rushed over and captured me. I thought that we couldn't continue like this. The Wuyong kingdom had already surfaced. With his vigilance, he would most likely change the heaven realm again. If you guys continued to act without any suspicions, sooner or later, you would also be buried under the immortal capital as a foundation. Coincidentally, that brat Feng Xian brought the red mirror, so I risked my life to try. Originally, his power was getting stronger and stronger, and the red mirror could no longer reflect the things on his face. But because he had fought with the 3 mountain monsters not long ago, his human face was activated again. I'm almost done. Do you have anything else you want to ask, Your Highness? While Xia Lian was deep in thought, Hua Qing said, I do. State Preceptor, do you still remember your Wuyong language? The State Preceptor said, the Wuyong kingdom has already disappeared. No one uses its words and language anymore, so we learned new ones a long time ago. But I still remember the original ones, it's just that I rarely use them. He said frankly, I don't really want to use them. Xia Lian remembered that when the State Preceptor said to the mountain monsters, His Highness the Crown Prince is hopeless and about to awaken, he really wasn't referring to him. Instead, he was referring to Bai Wuxiang, who possessed Lang Ying's body and killed as they walked, absorbing her power to recover. There were also those corpse-eating rats that spoke human language. At that time, because Xia Lian understood the Wuyong language they spoke, Hua Qing thought that someone had instilled relevant memories into him. Of the few possible candidates he listed, 2 of them were correct. Jun Wu and Bai Wuxiang. And for Bai Wuxiang to be able to create the fake skin of Feng Xian and Mu Qing in the Cave of 10,000 Gods, it naturally wasn't a difficult task. That was because Jun Wu naturally knew them like the back of his hand. Xia Lian said, he seems to have always wanted to lead me to think that I am Prince Wuyong himself, or a part of his soul. The State Preceptor said, of course he wants to. Since the existence of the Wuyong kingdom can no longer be hidden, anyone who sees the Xian Le Crown Prince and Prince Wuyong will feel that the 2 of them are very similar. Moreover, as long as you start to doubt yourself, doubt your own heart, actions, and goals, and have the thought of, I am Prince Wuyong, the possibility of you repeating his fate will increase. It was he who took the initiative to lead you, wanting you to walk the path he walked before, and not because your paths are mysteriously similar. He couldn't possibly tolerate you 2 being so similar, yet walking different paths. After a long time, Hua Qing said, I already said, you don't look like him at all. The State Preceptor finally couldn't bear it anymore, turning towards him and saying, you young man, what's wrong with you? Hua Qing, ? Xia Lian was startled, thinking in his heart, what's wrong? The State Preceptor rolled up his sleeves and sincerely said to Hua Qing, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Young man, why is your smile not sincere at all? Don't think that you can be rude to me just because you're a desperate ghost king. Desperate ghost kings are very rare, but do you know how old I am? Of course, it's an elder of my age that's even rarer. Hua Qing raised his eyebrows. Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, Master, San Lang isn't being rude, he was just used to fake smiling at others. The State Preceptor gestured to Hua Qing, telling him not to come over. Then, he pulled Xia Lian to the side and solemnly said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I saw it. Xia Lian said, Ah. What did you see? The State Preceptor said, on top of that giant god statue. That giant god statue? What happened on top? Xia Lian thought for a while. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in his head. It's borrowing power. Xia Lian coughed non-stop and said, no, that's just borrowing power. No, in fact, it's not just borrowing power. In short, the state preceptor's words became even more sincere and heartfelt. Your Highness, what's going on with you? Could it be that because I've been too strict and you've been cultivating for too long, not being close to women, you've changed? Xia Lian frantically waved his hands. It's definitely not that kind of reason. The state preceptor suspiciously said, then, could it be innate? I've never seen it before. Alright, then you really aren't like him in this aspect. Xia Lian. Wait a minute. That's not it either. The state preceptor sighed and said, you don't have to be afraid, Your Highness. I'm not saying anything to you. I won't teach you anything I'm not good at. Moreover, you've already experienced everything, so why do you still care about this? It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman, as long as you're happy, it's fine. Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows until it was bright red. In a small voice, he said, I'm very happy. The state preceptor said gloomily. But you've been searching for 800 years, how did you find a desperate ghost king? Xia Lian stared blankly. The state preceptor said, I'm not saying that your eyesight isn't good, it's pretty good. Young ladies would definitely like this type. However, desperate ghost kings are all very fierce. Your Highness, you should think clearly. Once this kind of person gets entangled with you, you'll never be able to shake them off. Master, please wait a moment, absolutely. I'm telling you, the moment I saw this blood rain Tanhua, I knew that his fate was definitely extremely fierce. There's always a mountain higher than the one before, and the evil aura he emitted would cause people to suffocate. He's practically. Behind them, Hua Qing leisurely said, practically, he's the bane of all existence, right? Xia Lian had already tried his best to stop the state preceptor from continuing, but he still didn't succeed. Covering his face, he silently retreated behind Hua Qing. Hua Qing smiled as he embraced him. Raising his eyebrows, he said, my smile is indeed very insincere. However, to say that he's the bane of all existence, the bane of all existence, the jinx of all existence, the death of both his parents, and that he won't live past the age of 18. That's not too appropriate, is it? Chapter 222. Hearing this, Xia Lian's hair stood on end. The hairs on his back stood on end. He felt as if he was experiencing what the imperial tutor felt when he sneaked into his room late at night and took off his mask. He heard Junwu stand up from the table and slowly walk towards him. Hua Qing was standing behind the curtain beside the bed. When she went to bed, she hid her heart under her pillow. Now she put her hand on the hilt of her sword and clenched it tightly. She was looking for a chance, but she suspected that there was no chance at all. Who knew? But Junwu didn't walk behind the curtain. Instead, he went to the bedside. She lifted the quilt off him. Xia Lian felt a chill on his body and abruptly sat up. She stared at him. Junwu was sizing him up. This dress doesn't suit you, he said indifferently. Xia Lian finally remembered that the embroidered gown immortal was still with him. Although the embroidered robe immortal had turned into a white Daoist robe, however, Junwu would naturally not miss it. After sizing him up for a moment, she sighed. You just won't listen to me. Did he go out to cause trouble again? Xia Lian looked at him in bewilderment. His gaze swept to the table, where there was a gift box. The gift box had been opened. Inside were a few cabbages, a few potatoes, and a few carrots. It turned out that the Rain Master had stopped Junwu and told him that the thing he had forgotten to give him was a local specialty of the Rain Master village, behind Junwu. Without batting an eyelid, Hua Qing used his hand to lift up a corner of the curtain, revealing the true face behind it. He looked past Junwu and met Xia Lian's eyes. His hand slowly moved to the hilt of a curved silver sword at his waist, as if he was considering whether or not to attack immediately. Xia Lian didn't think that this was a good time, so he pretended that he didn't want to talk to Junwu and shook his head. Junwu said, "Where did you hide the Lingwen?" Of course he couldn't hand over Lingwen. The moment he saw Lingwen, he didn't even need to ask what had happened to her. The moment he saw that she had been turned into a roly-poly doll, he could guess that Hua Cheng had definitely snuck into the immortal capital. However, Xia Lian couldn't help but suspect. Did Junwu really not suspect that Hua Cheng had already infiltrated the group? At this time, Junwu spoke again. "Xian Le, your expression seems to be saying that something's wrong." What was wrong? Could it be that other than the embroidered gown immortal, you're hiding someone else? Xia Lian's expression didn't change at all. Junwu really knew him like the back of his hand. Xia Lian calmly exchanged glances with Hua Cheng, who was standing behind Junwu. Then, he composed himself and coldly said, "You can think whatever you want. In any case, right now, no one can leave and I can't do anything. As long as you are happy." After saying that, he lay down again and pulled the quilt over his head. Junwu turned around and began to slowly pace around the Xian Le Palace, searching around. He searched unhurriedly for a while, but did not find anything. After thinking for a while, he turned to the curtain and stretched out his hand. When the curtain was lifted, it was empty. After standing still for a moment, Junwu put down the curtain and returned to the table. Xia Lian, who was lying on the bed, had yet to relax. Under the blanket, Hua Cheng was lying next to him. Their faces were very close together. Xia Lian's heart pounded fiercely, his entire body tensed up. Hua Cheng faintly smiled, silently saying, "Your Highness, don't be afraid." Just now, when Junwu turned around, Hua Cheng calmly lowered the curtain. When Junwu walked over, he calmly walked out from behind the curtain and silently flashed to Xia Lian's bedside. Xia Lian pulled him onto the bed and stuffed him inside. Just as Hua Cheng rolled onto the bed, Junwu turned around again. The timing was perfect. Coupled with the subtle positioning, Junwu couldn't see anything except a messy quilt. Finally, Junwu said, "Xian Le, don't sleep. In any case, you can't sleep. Get up and come with me." Xia Lian actually wanted to stay on the bed and not get up. However, he was afraid that Junwu would come over and lift the quilt if he didn't get up. Thus, he slowly got off the bed and left the blue roly-poly hidden in his sleeve next to the pillow. Junwu had already left the bedroom. Xia Lian looked back and saw that Hua Cheng had also gotten off the bed and was about to come over with a heavy gaze. Xia Lian hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he absolutely couldn't expose himself. It was fine. Junwu, who had already left, said again, "What's wrong? Why haven't you left yet? Is there something on the bed that makes you not want to leave?" Xia Lian immediately went back to the room and took the box of local produce from the table. He closed the door behind him and came out. Hugging the gift box, he took a radish and took a bite. He lightly said, "It's nothing. I'm just hungry." Junwu looked at the thing in his hand and said warmly, "If you like this, I still have more. I'll send it to you another day." Xia Lian, after walking a few streets, he heard a voice shouting from afar, "Ha ha 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 ha. Feng X in. You dog. This ghost king is stepping on your palace right now. How about it? How about it? Come and hit me. Ha 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 ha." It was Qi Rong again. When he got closer, he saw that all the golden palaces had been brutally destroyed by him. There were big and ugly, "You were here" signs everywhere. Qi Rong was still tearing the roof tiles and shouting at the celestial officials who were locked inside. Gu Zi was beside him, feeling wronged, wanting to say something but hesitating. At the moment, he was jumping around in Feng Xian's Nanyang Hall. Feng Xian was annoyed and completely ignored him. Qi Rong shouted for a long time to no avail, so he went to Mu Qing Hall and shouted again. Mu Qing seemed to roll his eyes at him from afar. He was so angry that he jumped here and there and jumped onto Quanesian Hall. Who knew that before he could open his mouth to shout, a god statue with a head full of curly hair suddenly broke through the roof and flew out, knocking him head first off the roof. It was the angry Kuan-Yizhen who used his own god statue as a weapon and directly threw it at him. Gu Zi was shocked. He leaned on the edge of the eaves and said, "Father, are you all right?" Qi Rong said angrily, "Kuan-Yizhen is such a shameless idiot. He actually used a despicable method to sneak attack me." Gu Zi hesitated and asked in confusion, "Father, what despicable method did he use? Did Kuan-Yizhen really throw the god statue over openly?" Qi Rong scolded, "You stupid son. As long as he beat me, no matter what method he used, it was all despicable. Otherwise, how could he beat me?" Gu Zi, oh. No matter what, Qi Rong was still his cousin. Xia Lian couldn't help but cover his face. Jun Wu paused his steps and said, "Qing Gui." When Qi Rong heard this voice, his expression turned cold. He crawled up and vigilantly looked over. It seemed like he was very afraid of Jun Wu. With this glance, both the father and son naturally saw Xia Lian. Gu Zi happily said, "Brother tattered Taoist priest." Qi Rong evilly smiled and said, "Yo! Who is this? Isn't this the crown prince's cousin?" Xia Lian didn't want to pay attention to him, yet he still made a fuss. He moved closer and circled around Xia Lian, mocking, "Weren't you very arrogant before? You had 2 backers behind you and didn't put me in your eyes. Why are you acting like a stray dog now?" Xia Lian felt strange in his heart. 2 backers? Only after a moment did he react. One was Hua Cheng and the other was Jun Wu. Looking at Jun Wu in front of him, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He suddenly remembered a long time ago when he asked Hua Cheng what he thought of Jun Wu. At that time, Hua Cheng's answer was that Jun Wu definitely hated him. Qi Rong then said, "Before, you relied on dog Hua Cheng's support to sneak attack me. I haven't even settled the debt with you, but you've already been dealt with by someone else. This is truly a cycle of reincarnation." Jun Wu calmly said, "Qing Gui, don't talk nonsense with Xian Lo. You can send your subordinates out now." Although Qi Rong had previously cursed Jun Wu behind his back, now that he was in front of Jun Wu, he dejectedly tucked his tail between his legs. Although he didn't look convinced, he didn't say anything else and just went up to the room, grabbed Gu Zi, and went to run errands. Jun Wu then said to Xia Lian, "Let's go." Xia Lian looked at the road Jun Wu took him down and pondered in his heart, "This direction, is it leading to Qi Rong's subordinates? Could it be?" After a while, they turned a corner and sure enough, a gorgeous martial god palace appeared in front of the two. Mingguang Palace. Inside the palace, chaotic shouts and roars could already be heard. Xia Lian was startled. Unable to follow behind Jun Wu, he rushed inside. Inside the palace, he saw that it was truly a chaotic mess. Pei Ming's face was ashen. Xian Ji was like a dead snake wrapped around his body. She twisted and turned a few times and even wanted to tie a knot. Xian Ji's long hair was disheveled, her face was green, her teeth were red, and her eyes were ferocious. Xian Ji looked like she wanted to bite Pei Ming's neck, but her own neck was being pulled out by Half Moon. On the other side, a broken sword was pointed at Pei Ming's throat. It seemed like it was going to stab into Pei Ming's throat, but Pei Su grabbed it tightly with both hands, stopping the blade from moving forward. Behind Half Moon and Pei Su, Kuo-mo was swinging his fists, wanting to smash them. If it wasn't for the ashen-faced Pei Ming holding on to his last breath, Kuo-mo's fists, which were bigger than iron hammers, would have crushed Pei Su and Half Moon. Xian Ji shrieked, "Get lost! Pei Ming's dog life is mine, it's all mine." Rong Guang, who was attached to the Mingguang sword, scolded, "Get lost! You really don't have any self-awareness. There aren't 1,000 women that Pei Ming doesn't want, but there are at least 800 of them. The one who wants Pei Ming's dog life is me." The veins on Pei Ming's forehead bulged. "You, both of you, are sick. All of you, get lost." Xia Lian's heart was filled with sympathy. From a certain point of view, this could be considered a misfortune of being too popular. He said, "General Pei, hold on." He was about to go up and save the situation, but who knew that before he could go up, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Junwu said from behind him, "Xian Lu, you can't be thinking that I called you here to help me do something good, right?" Pei Ming and the others, who were in a terrible mess, also noticed this side. Half Moon happily said, "General Hua." Xia Lian was pressed down by his hand, and couldn't move at all. He said, "Then why did you call me here?" Junwu kept his hand on Pei Ming's shoulder, and pushed him into the palace. As soon as he entered, the large group of people who were tangled up seemed to have their strength sucked away, and all collapsed to the ground. Only a few of them still had the energy to struggle. Junwu said, "Mingguang." Xianji was no longer strangling his neck, and Pei Ming's complexion finally returned to normal. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Di Jun, this is really... thank you." Although his tone didn't carry any ridicule, the words themselves were quite sarcastic. Junwu didn't mind, and said with a smile, "You don't need to thank me so early. Mingguang, I came here to ask you to do something for me." "Pei Ming, what is it?" Junwu said, "In the imperial city of the lower realm, there is a human array." "As expected." Junwu said calmly, "Break the human array, and restore your identity as the northern martial god." Pei Ming glanced at Xia Lian, and laughed dryly, "That array right now, isn't it guarded by that blood rain Tanhua? I'm afraid I can't force a breakthrough." Junwu said, "Of course you can't force a breakthrough, and I didn't say that you must. If it was Pei Ming, breaking this array would be very simple. As long as he pretended to go over to help, Shiqing Xian would definitely let him in. If he entered the array, and then retreated without warning, the array would be finished." Chapter 223. Xia Lian said, "General Pei, that array, it's guarding the resentful spirits gushing out of the copper furnace. Once it breaks, the third human-faced plague will break out. I'm afraid. The world will be in chaos and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Pei Ming rubbed his nose and said, "Let me confirm. You didn't give me any other choice, right?" Junwu said, "Of course. If you go down, I'll let you go. If you don't go down, I'll let them go." "Who were they?" "Xianji, Rongguang, and Kuemo." Those three ghosts were at the side, their eyes were glowing with a hungry green light. One could imagine. Once they let go, what would they do? Choke to death, scratch to death, stab to death with a sharp sword, smash to death with a fist, choose one, or all. Junwu said again, "Little Pei is also here. I think you value this junior of yours very much. After all, in order to protect him, you can cover up the fact that he lured people to their deaths at the ban you pass, and even push the blame to others." When Rongguang heard this, his anger rose again, and he scolded Pei Ming for not being loyal. Xianji was also muttering to herself bitterly on the side. She wanted her great-great-great-grandson instead of her brother. Pei Ming endured the demonic sound piercing his brain. After thinking for a long time, he sighed and said, "Can you let me think about it again?" Junwu said, "My patience is limited, I don't want to give you too much time." As soon as he finished speaking, the three ghosts were overjoyed. They could actually move, and in an instant, they pounced over. The door to Mingguang Palace closed. Xia Lian heard someone scream and something's tearing coming from inside. His expression suddenly changed as he said, "General Pei. Ban you." He wanted to go in and take a look, but Junwu's hand was still on his shoulder, forcefully pushing him towards the other end of the street. Xia Lian repeatedly turned his head, but he couldn't help himself. He angrily said, "What do you want to do?" Junwu said, "Next." "Next? What's next?" After walking for a while, he stopped again. Xia Lian's breathing was almost stagnant. Lang Qianqiu's Taihua Palace. Qi Rong also walked over from the other side of the street with grains under his armpit. He looked refreshed. It seemed that he had just visited all the divine halls and was very satisfied. He said, "Why did you call me here?" Junwu actually called Qi Rong over to Taihua Palace Hall. Xia Lian had a bad premonition and scolded, "This has nothing to do with you. Quickly leave." Qi Rong's face fell. Just as he was about to spit on Xia Lian's face, Junwu said, "Go in." Qi Rong smiled proudly and said, Hey, you can't keep your word here." He then walked in arrogantly. In Taihua Palace, Lang Qianqiu's face was gloomy as he paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Seeing Xia Lian and Junwu arrive, he suspiciously asked, "What are you two doing here?" After that, he saw Qi Rong who was following behind them, and his expression instantly changed as he said angrily, "You." Guzi shrank back from his roar, but Qi Rong was not afraid of him now. He sat outside the hall and shook his legs. He said proudly, "My good son, don't be afraid. That's right, it was me. Lang Qianqiu, haven't you been chasing me for so long? Isn't he still in my hands now?" Lang Qianqiu was enraged, the veins on his forehead and the back of his hands bulging. Unfortunately, he was locked inside the hall, unable to take a single step out. Turning to Xia Lian, he angrily said, "What the hell are you doing? Did you bring him here to show off?" Xia Lian replied, "No. Calm down." Lang Qianqiu said, "I've been calm for long enough, but I still haven't figured out what's going on." Junwu said, "Taihua, go down and destroy the imperial city's human formation. I will hand over your enemy, Qingui Qi Rong, to you." Qi Rong laughed wildly, "Ha ha 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 ha, Lang Qianqiu, you idiot from Yong'an City. What? What did you say? Hand me over to him? What does that mean?" It took him quite a while to understand Junwu's words, and he immediately jumped up from his chair. What a joke. Let Lang Qianqiu punish him. He had killed Lang Qianqiu's entire family, so Lang Qianqiu would definitely hack him into pieces. Junwu ignored him and continued calmly, "Otherwise, I'll hand you over to Green Ghost Qi Rong to deal with. Your Yong'an imperial family can have one more person die in his hands." Lang Qianqiu's expression became increasingly terrifying. Qi Rong said, "Wait a minute." Xia Lian really couldn't take it anymore. He said, "Are you crazy? Why were they forced to make such a choice? What exactly do you want to show me?" Lang Qianqiu had always been chasing after Qi Rong. With Qi Rong's temperament, as long as there was a chance to punish Lang Qianqiu, Xia Lian would definitely make the first move to gain the upper hand. However, if Lang Qianqiu really went to destroy the human formation, he definitely didn't want to see it. Junwu said, "If you don't want to see them make a choice, then you can replace them." Xia Lian said, "What?" Junwu said, "Xian Lu, this is the result of your willfulness. If you had followed my plan from the start, they wouldn't have to face such a choice." Xia Lian was so angry that his voice trembled, "You're saying that this is my fault? Why do you have to force me like this?" Junwu said, "Do you hate me? Just hate is useless. If you have the ability, then defeat me. Do you?" Xia Lian clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Junwu said, "The current you naturally doesn't. However, as long as you break the human formation, then perhaps you will. Because, I will help you open the two locks on your body." These two shackles had sealed him for more than 800 years. What would happen after they were unlocked? Qi Rong vigilantly stared at the people within the Taihua Palace Hall. He was afraid that the next moment, Lang Qianqiu would choose to break the formation, and Junwu would really throw him to Lang Qianqiu to deal with. Lang Qianqiu's gaze also moved back and forth between Xia Lian and Qi Rong. Suddenly, the hand that Junwu had placed on his shoulder loosened. Xia Lian was startled and suddenly turned his head. He saw Junwu's expression was cold and indifferent as he slightly lowered his head, staring at the silver blade that was hooked to the side of his neck. That was the blade of misfortune. Behind him, Hua Cheng's gaze was unkind as he coldly said, "Take your hand away." Xia Lian said, "San Lang." In the end, Hua Cheng still came out. Junwoo lightly sucked in a breath of air before smiling at Xie Lian. Xian Lu, to have an illicit relationship with the Ghost King under my eyes, you really have guts. Hua Qing snorted and said, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you have the qualifications to say that? Qi Rong hadn't even sat down in his chair when he jumped up again. He turned pale with fright. Doggy doggy. Hua Qing. How did you get up here? Xie Lian pulled out the maiden heart from his waist and with a slash of his sword, he cut through the seal that was binding Lang Qianqiu. Qianqiu, quickly run. Lang Qianqiu was burning with rage. With one step, he rushed towards Qi Rong. With one hand, he grabbed Qi Rong while the other pulled out the heavy sword on his back. It seemed like he wanted to cut Qi Rong into 7 or 8 pieces. However, Gu Zi jumped down and opened his arms to block in front of Qi Rong. He said to Lang Qianqiu, don't kill my father. Lang Qianqiu shouted, get out of the way. Your father is possessed by a ghost, he's not your father at all. However, Qi Rong suddenly jumped up and grabbed Gu Zi. Don't come over. I'm warning you, don't come over. If you come over, I'll bite this child to death. I'll cut open his stomach and eat him. Lang Qianqiu stopped and angrily said, isn't that your son? He's protecting you, yet you're still using him as a shield. You despicable, lowly ghost. Gu Zi blinked his eyes in his hand. Qi Rong said, cheap son, just give birth to another one. Junwoo softly said, since that's the case. Hearing his tone, Xie Lian instinctively felt danger. Sure enough, not long after, many cries suddenly came from outside. Fire! There's a fire! It's burning! Xie Lian rushed out of Taihua Palace Hall and looked around. Night had fallen, yet the sky above Immortal Capital was a sea of red light. The numerous shrines below had already sunk into a sea of fire. Xie Lian turned around and asked, why did you set fire to Immortal Capital? All the heavenly officials are still locked up by you. Furthermore, they were all in a state where their powers were limited. If this continued, wouldn't they all be burned to death in their own shrines? Hua Qing said, it's not like he cares whether those heavenly officials live or die. Lang Qianqiu was also startled. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qi Rong grabbed Gu Zi and scrambled away. Lang Qianqiu shouted, stop! How could Qi Rong possibly stop? Xie Lian said, Qianqiu, let the other heavenly officials out first. Lang Qianqiu subconsciously replied, yes, master. After he answered, both of them were startled. Lang Qianqiu glanced at Xie Lian before madly dashing out. On the other side, Hua Qing withdrew his blade of misfortune. Thousands of silver butterflies crazily swept over and wrapped around Junwoo. He pulled Xie Lian and said, let's go. Those silver butterflies couldn't hold Junwoo for long, so the two of them ran out onto the streets. Lang Qianqiu's movements were very fast. He knocked down a large group of guards and released many heavenly officials from their shrines. They rushed out onto the streets of Immortal Capital, all of them panicking. Why is there a fire? Who set it on fire? It's not an ordinary fire either, there's no way to extinguish it. From afar, they could still hear Qi Rong screaming as he ran. Fuck that Junwoo, he's crazy. I'm still here, yet he set fire to his own territory. He's really fucking sick. Feng Xian also came out of Nanyang Shrine. He stood on the streets as if he was looking for someone. Beside him, Mu Qing asked, how do we leave? There's no way to leave. Can we fly? Everyone is injured right now, and their powers are also limited. We can't fly, in other words, even if they were released from their shrines, they would still be trapped in Immortal Capital by the Sea of Fire. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt the ground violently shake. They were even more shocked. What's going on? An earthquake? Lang Qianqiu said, how is that possible? This is Immortal Capital, and it's floating in the sky. How could there be an earthquake? What exactly is that? Speaking up to this point, everyone choked. After a while, they all raised their hands and pointed forward. Someone mumbled, "What is that thing?" Amidst the flames that filled the sky, at the end of Immortal Capital's long street, a huge human head appeared, staring at the hundreds of heavenly officials on the street. That head was simply too big. It was several times bigger than a golden palace hall. Furthermore, it was smiling. It was originally a very peaceful and kind smile, but in the boundless night and blood-red flames, it seemed a little strange. Someone hugged his head and said, "Am I hallucinating? What a big crown prince." It was that huge stone statue of a god. It had flown up. Xia Lian was also stunned. Wasn't that statue lying in Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Furthermore, without his control, that statue of a god couldn't fly up. He didn't give any orders, and he didn't have enough power, so why did it fly up? Looking again, in the dark night, that huge stone statue of a god was surrounded by dazzling heavenly light dotted with stars. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't the light emitted by the statue itself. Instead, it was millions of silver butterflies, as well as millions of bright lamps that surrounded it. Chapter 224. Under the astonished gazes of countless pairs of eyes, the huge stone statue of the god. Smiling, he rose higher and higher. Xia Lian saw that it was in good condition. The leg that was previously broken by Bai Wuxiang also had no traces left. She happily said, "San Lang, did you fix it?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Of course I can't come empty-handed to fetch my brother from the sky. Let's go." Xia Lian nodded. "Everyone, hurry up." However, only then did the heavenly officials see that the person beside him was Hua Cheng. He almost knelt down. "Your Highness, the one beside you." The worry on Feng Xian's face deepened. Finally, he shouted, "Gladiolus! Gladiolus!" No one answered. Lang Qianxiu saw Qi Rong sneaking around the corner of the street. Just as he was about to grab it, however, he had just passed by Tai Hua Palace. The entire palace collapsed with a rumble, as if something inside had exploded. The heavenly officials were startled. Looking back, he saw that amidst the raging fire and the ruins, a figure stood silently with his head lowered. Jun Wu came out. As expected, the silver butterfly couldn't stop him. Qi Rong hurriedly slipped behind Jun Wu and shouted at the crowd, "Trash! All of you are trash! Come over if you can." He was the only one who didn't know what was good for him and dared to approach. The other priests, none of them dared to speak. Black Qi soared into the sky from the white-robed martial god's body. At the same time, a blinding white light shone. The two colors changed unpredictably. All the heavenly officials were extremely unfamiliar with this Jun Wu. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and only stared at him. He stared closely at Xia Lian as he slowly walked towards the direction where everyone was gathered. With every step he took, the flames of war burned beneath his feet. First, it was a leaping flame. Then, it spread wildly in all directions and grew into a raging flame. Just like the ghost at the bridge. Qi Rong was burnt by the fire, he screamed like a ghost and quickly ran away with the grains. Quan Yizhen was carrying Yinyu's corpse on his back. His face was covered in black ash as he stood on the street. When he saw Jun Wu, his eyes erupted with anger. He didn't even put down the corpse as he walked towards Jun Wu. However, he was stopped by Xia Lian. Getting close to Jun Wu now would undoubtedly be courting death. Another wave of silver butterflies attacked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Lian said, "Quick! Don't just stand there." The divine officials hesitated for a moment, and finally responded to the call one after another. Hundreds of heavenly officials leaped onto that huge stone statue one after another. It was as if a group of pitch-black ants were crawling up the statue, squeezing onto its shoulders and chest. Those who didn't have a place to stand had no choice but to grab onto its clothes. If it wanted to fly, it couldn't just rely on those bright lights and silver butterflies. But right now there were too many people, so Xie Lian couldn't do anything to Hua Cheng. In a moment of desperation, he pulled over a heavenly official, cupped Hua Cheng's face from behind, and deeply kissed him. Seeing immediate results, Xie Lian's entire body was immediately filled with spiritual energy. The heavenly official who was treated as a living screen stiffened from head to toe. Shocked, he said, "What are you guys doing behind my back?" Countless pairs of eyes looked over in shock. Only then did Xie Lian discover that the person he had pulled over to block the view was actually Lang Qianqiu. In his heart, he said, "I didn't do anything. It's not something you should see." He turned around and said to the statue, "Fly." When the statue heard his call, it seemed to be activated by something. Its slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and the smile on its face deepened. The silver butterflies and bright lights suddenly scattered, but the statue still steadily floated in the air. Its long hair and sleeves seemed to be fluttering in the wind. It flew up. Xie Lian and Hua Cheng jumped up and stood on the jade crown platform on top of the statue. Xie Lian said, "Everyone, stand firm. Hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, the statue's body slightly sank. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a whistling gale around it, it suddenly flew forward. Xie Lian and Hua Cheng stood at the highest point, carrying the statue and the many heavenly officials away from Immortal Capital. However, many of the heavenly officials had placed their 100 years of savings in Immortal Capital. They couldn't help but turn around and beat their chests and stomp their feet in regret. After calming down a little, Xie Lian suddenly remembered that he had been in a hurry just now, so he didn't have time to count the number of people. He didn't know if Pei Ming and the others had met with misfortune. Xie Lian was quite worried. He looked for familiar figures in the crowd below and said, "Master. General Pei. Are you guys here?" From afar, he heard the state preceptor's voice say, "I'm here." Only then did Xie Lian feel slightly relieved. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "It's catching up. It's catching up." Turning around to look, sure enough, behind the giant stone statue, a bright red thing was chasing after them. It was like a red light that wanted to take their lives. It was Immortal Capital. Originally, Immortal Capital was surrounded by auspicious clouds. However, at this moment, the flames of war filled the air. It had already turned into a flaming demonic city. Someone said in alarm, "It's Di Jun." Di Jun moved Immortal Capital over. He wants to kill us all. He's almost catching up. However, Xie Lian said, "It won't be that easy." His hand seal suddenly changed, and the giant stone statue's eyes suddenly lit up. The sound of the wind beside the ears of the heavenly officials became even faster, whistling madly. The red light that was chasing behind them was immediately pulled away. The statue flew even faster. However, as it sped up, the red light didn't show any signs of weakness. Its speed suddenly increased explosively. Rumble, 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 it got even closer than before. It was so close that many of the heavenly officials cried out in alarm. At this distance, they could almost clearly see the figure standing in Immortal Capital. Meanwhile, the people of the mortal world didn't know what was happening. The children were laughing and playing. When they saw the white figure running wildly in the sky and the red light flying, they opened their mouths wide and clapped their hands while pointing at the sky. "There's light. It's so beautiful." Xie Lian knew in his heart that he couldn't go on like this. He definitely had to increase his speed, but he felt slightly dizzy. After all, he had been flying for so long with only a single breath. Hua Cheng supported him. Before the two of them could say anything, they heard Imperial Preceptors shout from below, "What are you all standing there for?" A group of heavenly officials even needs the Ghost King to borrow his mana to help them escape. Don't you feel ashamed? Some of the heavenly officials were unconvinced. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to lecture us like this? Imperial Preceptor said, "Who I am isn't important. Although when I was in the celestial heavens, you all were still playing with mud somewhere, I definitely have the qualifications to lecture you all. What's important is to quickly put your precious jade hands on this statue. Give me as much mana as you have. This way, this statue will be able to fly even faster. Otherwise, won't you just wait for him to catch up? Are you all so used to looking on with folded arms that you've forgotten that your own lives are at stake? Do you all need me to remind you of this? Only after his reminder did the heavenly officials return to their senses. They secretly felt ashamed that they actually forgot they could use this method to support themselves. Thus, one after another, they put their palms on the statue and shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I will lend you a helping hand." Then I'll do it too, not much. Just make do with it. Just like that, the 700 hands and 800 feet of the statue were once again filled with mana. Xia Lian felt his spirit rise, and the statue once again exerted its strength. This time, with a rumbling sound, the red light was shaken off by several dozen kilometers. The heavenly officials let out a huge sigh of relief and one after another wiped their sweat. Xia Lian was the same. Suddenly, Hua Qing said, "Big brother, go down." Since he had spoken, Xia Lian didn't ask why. He controlled the statue to break through the rolling pitch-black clouds and directly descended. It was actually pitch-black below. Not a single trace of light or human habitation could be seen. The heavenly officials were bewildered. What is this place? Why is it so dark? It's so strange. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why did you come down? I don't think we should stay here for long, however, Hua Qing said, "Stay here and don't move. We'll wait." The gigantic stone statue floated in midair. Xia Lian said, wait for what?" Hua Qing softly said, "Wait for him to catch up. We'll fight him first." Just as he finished speaking, a red light broke through the dark clouds above, and the burning immortal capital also began to sink. The heavenly officials stared blankly as the red light gradually approached. Their blood ran cold, and they all said, "Your Highness, what are you doing? Why haven't you left yet? You can't be thinking of fighting him head-on, right? There's no chance of victory. He's acting stupid again. I should have known that this person just loves to act stupid. It's been this way for several hundred years." "Who kicked me?" The state teacher said, "I. If you say one more word, I'll directly push you down." "Who the hell are you?" Although the gigantic stone statue was a colossus, the immortal capital was even more magnificent. If they really fought head-on, with the physique of the gigantic stone statue, it would definitely be crushed. However, Xia Lian believed in Hua Cheng's judgment. One person and one city coldly confronted each other in the night sky. Just as the red light approached less than half a kilometer away, Xia Lian suddenly felt as if there was something below him that was restless. He looked down and discovered that the darkness below him was restless. Walala, walala, it surged up and down violently, just like waves. Xia Lian suddenly understood what this place was. Some of the heavenly officials also discovered it and said in alarm, "Heavens, this place seems to be the Blackwater ghost territory. We've been brought into a ghost's nest." Just as he finished speaking, several sharp white things suddenly broke through the darkness below and soared into the sky. 4 pairs of eyes. 8 huge eyeballs that were like will-o'-the-wisp lanterns glowed with a faint green light. They stared at the flaming demon city and let out evil howls, as if they were very dissatisfied with this intruder who didn't have the slightest bit of politeness. Their huge bone tails swung back and forth, slapping the surface of the sea and stirring up thousands of tall waves. It was those 4 bone dragons. They raised their heads towards the demon city and spat out rapid streams of water from their mouths. Their attack power was extremely strong. Even an iron wall would be pierced by these huge water spears. Xia Lian couldn't help but look at them in a new light. The last time I saw them, they seemed a little, I didn't expect them to be so fierce. New giant bone monsters broke through the surface of the pitch-black sea continuously. Flying fishes whizzed through the air like stones being thrown into a city. The heavenly officials were completely confused when they saw this. Junwu was chasing them, but Hua Cheng and Blackwater seemed to be helping them instead. Such a scene was really mysterious. The 4 bone dragons surrounded the demon city and spat out water continuously. However, the flames of war couldn't be extinguished with water. The more they pounced, the angrier they became, even burning into the water. On the surface of the Blackwater ghost territory, raging flames danced wildly. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves came from under the water. Xia Lian suddenly sweated. We brought these messy things to Blackwater's territory and messed around here. Is it okay? Hua Qing said. Don't mind it, he owes me money. Hit him however you like. Xia Lian. Suddenly, someone pointed ahead and shouted, What is it doing? Chapter 225. The flaming demonic city that was originally the immortal capital trembled in the air. There was a cracking sound. Countless burning rocks rolled down. It fell into the water, and the city slowly flipped over. It was originally a flat piece, but now it stood up and began to disintegrate. The many divine palaces on the ground of the immortal capital were moving around. It was originally a complete city, but now it was completely destroyed. It slowly split into 7 or 8 pieces. A heavenly official said, Was it destroyed? Is it going to fall apart? Xia Lian replied, How could it be that easy? I'm afraid. Before he could finish, the 7 or 8 pieces of the cracked city quickly reassembled. The sound of the boulders rolling could be heard continuously. The more the divine officials watched, the wider their eyes became. Some of them even opened their mouths. That fire demon city. It wasn't falling apart, it was disintegrating and reforming. After reforming, it had become a flaming giant. The giant awoke from his slumber hovering in the air. Those dazzling golden palaces almost covered its entire body. It was as if his entire body was covered in an indestructible armor. It replaced the immortal capital. It confronted Xia Lian's stone statue in the air. Compared to the two sides, Xia Lian's side was incomparably petite. A little pitiful, like a child standing in front of an adult. This giant stone statue could be considered a colossal object. But this flame giant. However, when the words, indomitable spirit, were uttered, it was at least 5 or 6 times louder, shocking everyone to the point that their hair stood on end. It was as if a single stomp of its foot could destroy an entire city. After the reconstruction was complete, the devil fire giant turned its head slightly and spat out a flame that swept towards the 4 bone dragons. The wall of flame broke the 4 water spears. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 4 bone dragons plunged back into the sea one after another. It landed on the surface of the sea as if it was walking on flat ground, steadily walking towards the giant stone statue of the god. Above the giant's head was the divine martial palace. Jun Wu was sitting in the middle of the palace, emitting a terrifying pressure. The heavenly officials were suffocating. Your Highness, don't just stand there. I'm dying of anxiety. Quickly, run. We can't beat him, we definitely can't beat him. Wake up, Your Highness, it's several times bigger than you. Xia Lian said, We can't just keep running. If we can't beat them, we can't go anywhere else. The heavenly officials were stunned for a moment before they reacted. It was true that they could not keep running. If Hua Cheng did not provide them with mana, they would eventually exhaust the god statue to the point where it could no longer fly. There had to be a place for them to fight. Rather than luring the flame giant to a place with a lot of people, it would be better to deal with it here. At the very least, there was no one on the surface of the Blackwater wretched marsh. Ordinary people would not be affected. As a divine priest, it was only right for him to think this way. However, in the face of such a menacing demonic fire giant, the thought of using this thing as an opponent to fight with his back against the Blackwater, how could he not feel fearful? But even so, they were too embarrassed to be the first to open their mouths and shout for Xia Lian to quickly take them to a place with more people. Thus, Xia Lian said, Everyone, hold on tight. Be careful not to fall. The Blackwater ghostly centipede will sink the moment it enters the water. That flame giant rushed towards the stone god statue that was several times smaller than it and extended its palm as if it wanted to grab it. Xia Lian nimbly dodged and jumped. The divine priest that was grabbing onto the statue would sometimes flip over, sometimes suddenly turn around, sometimes rise and sometimes fall. It was extremely thrilling and exciting. Screams rose and fell one after another. Not to mention that most of the people here weren't martial gods, but even martial gods rarely had this kind of battle experience. Xia Lian heard Quan Yizhen shout, "You don't have a weapon. You need a weapon." The heavenly officials could no longer bear it and said, "That's right, Your Highness. Without a weapon, it'll be hard for you to win." Xia Lian said, "I was just thinking about what I could use as a weapon." Ruo Xia excitedly twisted his body a few times and moved closer to him. Xia Lian pushed him away and said, "Thank you, but you can't. You're too small." At this time, Hua Qing said, "It's not like we don't have a weapon. We'll just make do with this for now." After he finished speaking, Xia Lian heard a few more sharp whistles. The 4 bone dragons that had been spat out by the demonic fire giant drilled out and surrounded the 4 sides of the stone god statue. The heavenly officials couldn't help but feel apprehensive. What are they trying to do? Naturally, they weren't surrounding the statue to attack. Xia Lian looked at them as one dragon bit the other's tail. Eventually, the 4 long bone dragons joined together to form a strangely long bone dragon. That tail-biting bone dragon leapt up and flew over to Xia Lian's side. Without hesitation, Xia Lian raised his hand and the stone god statue grabbed it. Xia Lian then said, "This is Bone Dragon Whip." Just like how he controlled Ruo Xia in the past, it would be fine. Xia Lian raised his hand and a bone dragon whipped towards the demonic fire giant's head. The demonic fire giant also raised his hand and grabbed the tail of the whip. However, that bone dragon whip suddenly snapped in the middle. The stone god statue took a step forward and whipped the demonic fire giant's head. As if it was in pain, the demonic fire giant loosened its grip. Then, the bone dragon he grabbed swam back and once again returned to Xia Lian's hand. This bone dragon whip could be caught and disconnected as it was extremely nimble. Sometimes it would split into 2, sometimes it would merge into 4. In addition, the stone god statue's movements were also extremely nimble. All of a sudden, it became extremely difficult to deal with. The heavenly officials' hair had already been ravaged by the violent winds. With their clothes covering their heads, they said, "I didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to still have some tricks up his sleeve. I've only seen him collect trash. I didn't expect him to actually be a martial god." The state teacher said, "I didn't expect the one in front could be removed. There's also no need to specifically emphasize collecting trash." Xia Lian said, ha ha ha, that incredibly long tail-biting bone dragon whip was like a deathly white iron chain as it wrapped around the opponent. The demonic fire giant's body sank. Immediately, the heavenly officials reacted. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, hurry and pull it into the sea." Below this battlefield was the Blackwater Ghost Tribe. Once it entered the water, it would sink. The stone god statue pulled on that bone dragon chain. Xia Lian clenched his teeth and exerted force. "Come down for me." Sure enough, that demonic fire giant sank a little more. The heavenly officials hurriedly used their hands and feet to transfer their power to the stone god statue. They shouted, "Sink! Sink! Quickly sink!" Hearing them shout "sink" at Junwu in unison, Xia Lian felt a slight chill in his heart. He raised his head to look at the divine martial palace on top of the stone god statue. He didn't know why, but even though he couldn't clearly see the expression of the person inside, he felt that Junwu was sneering. After a stalemate and bitter struggle, that demonic fire giant was indeed gradually pulled into the sea. The flames on its body were still burning. Even after sinking into the water, they didn't extinguish. Instead, they emitted a red light from the pitch-black depths of the sea, causing the seawater to also glow red. As the bone dragons pulled it deeper and deeper, the red light gradually disappeared. One after another, the heavenly officials breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xie Lian didn't dare to relax his vigilance. After a long time, there was still no sound. Xie Lian then remembered that Pei Ming didn't respond. He also didn't hear the voices of Ban Yu and the others. Most likely, he was pulled into the sea. This time, he was afraid that everything pointed to disaster. Right at this moment, the surface of the sea below started bubbling. Bubbling, bubbling. The bubbles continued to spread, and when they surged, they even emitted bursts of white smoke. The seawater was boiling. Xie Lian cursed in his heart. Just as he was about to fly up, a hand suddenly broke through the water and grabbed the ankle of the gigantic stone statue of God. Xie Lian felt his body suddenly sink downwards. When he looked down, he saw that the demonic fire giant had actually climbed up again. Its chest was already exposed above the surface of the sea. It was dripping wet, and the flames on its body had mostly been extinguished. However, they were currently reigniting. That tail-biting bone dragon's chain was still wrapped around its body, but it was clear that it was no longer able to hold him back. Junwu's laughter reverberated across the entire surface of the sea. It wasn't a mad laughter, nor was it a sneer. It was hard to describe, but instead, it made people's hair stand on end. Under the pull of that demonic fire giant, a small half of the gigantic stone statue of God's body was submerged in the boiling water. The heavenly officials who were originally standing at the bottom were now doing their utmost to climb up. Even Xie Lian, who was standing on the jade crown platform at the very top of the gigantic stone statue of God, could feel the suffocating heat. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he was so hot that his back was drenched in sweat. If he was pulled into the sea, he would be thoroughly cooked from head to toe. That wouldn't do, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength with other weapons. He still needed a sword. Suddenly, he heard the imperial tutor's voice. That curly-haired little friend? What are you doing? Don't randomly throw corpses at me. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Xie Lian was also shocked. He maintained the hand seal and shouted down, "Qi-ying." A figure flew down the leg of the stone god statue, and then along the arm of the demonic fire giant, heading straight for its head. Xie Lian shouted, "Qi-ying, come back." However, Quan Yizhen couldn't hear what the others were saying. Just as he was about to reach the arm of the demonic fire giant, he was discovered. The other hand of the demonic fire giant swatted over, as if it was swatting a mosquito resting on its arm. It was extremely fast and accurate, and with a smack, it hit the target. Many of the heavenly officials cried out in alarm, but when they took a closer look, Quan Yizhen was still running. It turned out that just now, he was indeed hit, but he dodged into the gap between the giant palm's 5 fingers, so he didn't turn into meat paste. He jumped over the fingers and continued running. He had narrowly avoided 2 palm strikes in a row, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be so lucky the third time. As long as he received another palm strike, there was an 80% chance that he would be smashed into meat paste. However, before the third palm strike, Quan Yizhen had already reached his destination. He jumped into the skull of the bone dragon that was wrapped around the demonic fire giant. As soon as he jumped in, the 2 will-o'-the-wisp lanterns in the bone dragon's eyes suddenly erupted with a bright light. Its mana greatly increased, and its entire body also emitted a layer of faint white light. Facing the sky, it let out a long roar, and its body wrapped even tighter around the demonic fire giant. Xie Lian could clearly hear the heavy sound of the boulder being squeezed. Feeling suffocated, the demonic fire giant loosened its grip and finally let go of the ankle of the stone god statue. As soon as he regained his freedom, Xie Lian immediately flew into the air. Extending his hand, he said, "Qi-ying, quickly come over. Don't bother him anymore." Quan Yizhen rode on the tail-biting bone dragon. Not only did he not loosen his grip, he even shouted out loudly. Gathering all his strength, he wound himself even tighter around the giant. Amidst the fierce struggle, countless rocks and debris fell into the sea, instantly sinking. That demonic fire giant lost its patience and completely broke free from the sea. Inside the divine martial palace, the flames of war were once again ignited, burning its entire body. As for the bone dragon and Quanesian that were tightly wrapped around his body, they were also buried in the sea of flames. Xia Lian shouted, "Qi-ying!" Leaning over, he charged towards the giant, and with a single punch, he scattered the tail-biting bone dragon's chain. The shining white burning bone fell into the sea. Xia Lian was just about to catch the head of the bone dragon that Quanesian was attached to. However, that giant's palm flew out, sending that bone dragon's head flying almost 3 to 4 miles away. With this distance and speed, the stone god statue simply had no way of intercepting it in midair. Xia Lian was afraid that by the time he rushed over, Quanesian would have already fallen into the sea along with the bone dragon. As for the seawater right now, it was basically a pot of boiling water. Once it entered the water, it would be cooked. Right at this critical moment, a shining white bone fish suddenly flew out of the sea and caught that bone dragon's head. Then, like a fish that had escaped a net, it swam towards the distance while wagging its tail. Feeling more scared than hurt, Xia Lian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly flew over to take a look. After separating himself from the giant, the flames had already been extinguished. The teeth of that bone dragon's head were still chattering, and its mouth was opening and closing, as if it was gasping for air. Quanesian was lying inside. His whole body was black and slightly charred. It was unknown if he had been roasted by the fire, but his hair seemed to have curled even more. However, because the bone dragon's head was blocking a layer of the fire, the chard wasn't too serious. He should only be injured and needed to rest. After all, Quanesian's vitality was very tenacious. The 4 bone dragons' situation was even more serious. They were burned and beaten. At present, their corpses were scattered all over the sea, and some were still burning. Xia Lian swept a few glances and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. We also beat the Blackwater clan's gatekeeper to death, is it really alright?" Hua Qing smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's alright." "Xia Lian. How much does he owe you?" All the heavenly officials looked at Quanesian's miserable state and said, I didn't expect His Highness Qi-ying to be so brave." At such a critical moment, he stepped forward bravely and saved everyone. Xia Lian recalled how Quanesian was usually despised in the heavenly court. He shook his head and thought that he didn't want to step forward bravely to save everyone or anything. At this moment, a creaking sound came from afar. When he turned around to look, the giant's body was once again surrounded by raging flames. However, it didn't chase after Xia Lian and the others. Instead, it flew up into the sky, passed through the clouds, and unexpectedly disappeared. All the heavenly officials were stunned, but they also felt some joy from surviving a disaster. They said, "Did he give up on chasing us?" Xia Lian didn't think it was good at all. He said, "San Lang, why did he disappear?" Hua Qing said, "He activated thousandly shrinking." Xia Lian asked, "Where did he go?" Hua Cheng's gaze was solemn. He looked at him and said, "The Imperial City." Chapter 226. Hurry to the Imperial City. Hua Qing said, "You don't have to worry about this place. They will handle it themselves." The state teacher placed Yinyu's body on the back of the fish bone. The bonefish carried the bone dragon head, Quanesian, and Yinyu into the distance. The other bonefishes went to pick up the scattered bone dragon joints and put them together to slowly repair them. It seemed that they would indeed handle it themselves. There was no time to lose. Xia Lian didn't say anything else. He immediately drove the gigantic stone statue towards the sky. The heavenly officials said, "Your Highness, where are you going? You're not thinking of chasing after him, are you? It wasn't easy to escape." Xia Lian said, "I have to chase after him. He went to a place with many people. There's no time, please hold on tight." Hua Qing flipped a die between his fingers. He said in a deep voice, "Brother, are you ready?" Xia Lian nodded. Hua Qing tossed the dice. Shrink the ground by 1,000 miles. Open. The gigantic stone statue gathered enough magic power and rushed upwards with all its might. It passed through the clouds. Sure enough, they saw the devil fire giant in front of them that reflected a large part of the dark sky into a bright red. They had also arrived in the sky above the imperial city. The people on the ground saw such a huge burning monster suddenly appear in the sky. It slowly descended and approached them. Some were stunned, some began to scream. Some were so scared that they turned around and ran. Shi Qingxian also sucked in a few breaths of cold air. However, he immediately reacted. He shouted hoarsely in the crowd, "It's okay. Everyone, don't panic. It can't come down. Someone will stop it. It's just a fight between immortals. Ha ha ha. Is it really okay? Old phone. A slap from such a big monster isn't a joke." Shi Qingxian laughed wildly, "It's true. Don't you see that I'm here too? If I want to die, I'll die first. Ha 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 ha." He was so nervous that he lost his mind. Xia Lian controlled the gigantic stone statue to fly over. He dodged the few fire walls that the devil fire giant spat out. He grabbed it and pulled it up with all his might, not letting it continue to approach the ground. He said, "Everyone, quickly go down." The heavenly officials had been sitting on the statue for a long time. They had long been scared half to death by Xia Lian's wild control style. They couldn't wait to escape. They hurriedly jumped down like dumplings. The moment they landed, they saw Shi Qingxian and were stunned. "Wind Master. Why are you here? Why are you like this?" Shi Qingxian was overjoyed and said, "Don't ask so much, come, quickly join us. Join the human formation and help hold the fort. I'll treat you guys to chicken drumsticks later. We can't let the vengeful spirits inside rush out." Most of the god officials were hesitant, but Lang Qianqiu was the first to rush over and say, "I'll help you." With someone taking the lead, the other divine officials joined in one after another. The human formation grew stronger once again and became even more solid. Xia Lian heaved a sigh of relief and continued to drag the devil fire giant upwards, only to hear a series of loud creaking sounds. The demonic fire giant actually disintegrated once again. One of its legs detached from its body and flew downwards. Even if it only had one leg, it could still smash a large number of people to death. Not only the human formation, but the entire street would also be smashed. Who would have thought that the leg would suddenly explode in the air with a loud bang when it was halfway through its flight? Millions and millions of sparks brought along countless small particles that melted into the dark night as they scattered down, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like the dust that fell like rain after a grand fireworks display, completely harmless. Xia Lian was startled and said, "Why did it explode on its own? Who hit it?" At this time, a figure flew up from the center of the fireworks and landed on the demonic fire giant's body with a few leaps. Xia Lian fixed his eyes on him and happily said, "General Pei, you're all right. That's great." He had already made a mental note to do a few free rites for Pei Ming later. Pei Ming held a sword in one hand and used the other to wipe his hair back. His hairstyle was not messy and his elegance did not diminish. He reservedly said, "Something happened, but it's nothing serious." They had been roasted and boiled, yet they still weren't cooked. The life force of the martial gods was indeed very tenacious. Xia Lian asked again, "What about Half Moon and the others?" Hua Qing said, "They're fine. Brother, look, they're over there." Xia Lian turned his head to look. Sure enough, in the distance, Half Moon had brought Pei Su and landed on the roof of a house. It seemed that Mingguang Palace Hall was tightly sealed. The boiling Black Sea water did not completely pour in, so everyone was fine. Xia Lian asked again, "What about Xian Ji and the others?" A voice proudly said, "Of course they were defeated by me." This voice came from Pei Ming's hand. Only now did Xia Lian discover that the sword in Pei Ming's hand was actually Mingguang. He was slightly stunned. "General Pei, how dare you hold a Mingguang sword?" Pei Ming laughed, "This is a bit complicated. However, Rongguang said, "Ha ha ha ha, what's complicated about it? Isn't it just you kneeling down and apologizing, saying you were wrong and begging for my forgiveness? Ha 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 ha. Delightful. Delightful, delightful." Xiao Yan also roughly guessed the reason. Most likely, the three ghosts hadn't killed anyone yet, but because of the unequal distribution of loot, they started fighting amongst themselves. Rongguang won a complete victory and kicked Xian Ji and Ku Mo away. At this time, the outside rumbled and began to fly into the sky and escape into the ground. The situation was critical and they couldn't rush out. Only by joining hands could they break out of this predicament. He didn't forget to force Pei Ming to admit his mistake and help him. Pei Ming admitted his mistake and apologized to him as he wished. Only then did he finally feel happy. That demonic fire giant lost a leg, but it wasn't arrogant nor impatient. Instead, it slowly began to reorganize itself. The other parts of the stone and the golden palace moved towards the gap. After a while, it finished reorganizing. It was still a giant, just a bit smaller. Pei Ming held the Mingguang sword and rushed towards the divine martial palace. Xia Lian said, "General Pei, be careful." However, with the Mingguang sword in hand, Pei Ming's attack power suddenly increased. Although Rongguang's personality was poor and his heart wasn't right, he was worthy of being Pei Ming's old subordinate for many years. These two people understood how to cooperate with each other the most. Quan Yizhen hadn't even gotten close to the divine martial palace when he was slapped a few times. The road ahead was filled with obstacles and he stumbled. However, Pei Ming rushed further than him and directly killed his way into the divine martial palace. Rongguang fought inside the Mingguang sword until sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, he scolded, "Did you see that? I told you a long time ago, the two of us are invincible under the heavens. There's nothing we can't push over. If you had listened to me earlier, how could you still be a General Mingguang after hundreds of years?" The veins on Pei Ming's forehead bulged as he said, "Can you stop talking?" Qi Rong hid at the side of the divine martial palace and watched the battle. He clamored, "Damn stallion, I advise you not to come up and court death. Quickly go back." Mingguang's sword whipped over. "What the hell is this green thing? Don't block the way." Qi Rong was whipped a few times by this sword. Gu Zi hugged his thigh and with great difficulty stabilized him so he didn't fall. He worriedly said, "Dad. Are you okay?" Qi Rong lost face in front of Gu Zi and flew into a rage. However, when he saw Pei Ming and Mingguang's sword's murderous aura, he didn't dare to go up and meet force with force. He stubbornly said, using despicable means again, who knew that Gu Zi would suddenly fall to the ground with a thump. Qi Rong stared blankly and looked down. Gu Zi didn't make a sound and wasn't moving. He glared at him and grabbed Gu Zi. Holding him upside down, he madly swung him around and said, "Silly son, what are you doing?" Gu Zi seemed to have fallen asleep. His eyes were closed and his forehead was boiling hot. Xia Lian desperately pulled on the devil fire giant. He also noticed what was happening below and said, "Qi Rong, you should hurry up and leave. That place is constantly burning. It's going up into the sky and down into the water. That child is too young, he will die." Qi Rong stuffed Gu Zi under his armpit. He raised his head and scolded, "Don't lecture me. Who are you trying to fool? This little bastard was raised by a lowly person. How could he die so easily? You think I don't know that you want to trick me? Once I leave here, you will definitely kill me." Even if Xia Lian didn't touch him, Lang Qianqiu was still waiting for him. On the other side, Pei Ming and Jun Wu had already started fighting. Qi Rong was burned by the flames of battle to the point that he would occasionally shout and jump around to avoid the fire. Xia Lian angrily said, "You, a ghost, can't even withstand this fire. You still expect a child to be able to withstand it?" Gu Zi, who was being held under Qi Rong's armpit, was burning red. However, Qi Rong stubbornly said, "Hee hee, I won't leave. I won't leave." Wah, my mother! A wave of raging flames assaulted his face. Chi Rong frantically ran in a circle. His butt was almost burnt to a crisp. He couldn't help but jump up and shout, "Boss Junwoo! Boss! Can your fire not be so fierce? It's burning you, it's burning me." Xiao Lian felt that what he wanted to say was, "Old thief Junwoo, you're burning me, your father." However, he cherished his life and didn't dare to say it out loud. How could Junwoo care about him? He was currently fighting Pei Ming with a strange smile on his face. The fire around Chi Rong was getting bigger and bigger. He simply didn't have a place to stand. Although he was a ghost and wouldn't die from being burned, he was still burned to the point of being uncomfortable. He almost didn't have a place to stand. Not long after, Guzi suddenly screamed as if he had been burnt by the fire. Chi Rong took him out from under his armpit to take a look. Sure enough, Guzi's forehead was dripping with blood. A large hole had also been burned through his shoulder, revealing his burnt shoulder. Guzi was woken up by the fire and started crying loudly. He hugged Chi Rong and said, "Father, it hurts. I'm scared." Chi Rong had probably never faced this kind of situation. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. His mouth was stiff and he didn't know what to say. Guzi covered his wound. He was in so much pain that his nose was dripping with tears. He said, "Father, will we be burned to death here?" Chi Rong stuttered, this, Guzi sobbed and said, "Although this territory of yours is very beautiful, it doesn't seem too good. The people here also don't seem to treat us very well. How about we change places to stay?" Chi Rong really couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed into the hall and wanted to catch Junwoo but didn't dare to get close. He shouted from afar, "Let's discuss. Boss Jun. It's fine if you want to set the fire. Anyway, this is your territory. You can do whatever you want. But, that, can you? This idiot." Xiao Lian was so angry that he almost fell off the Jade Crown platform. He said, "Don't go up to die. Just come down. I promise I won't touch you." Chi Rong didn't listen to him at all. Seeing that Junwoo was indifferent and didn't put him in his eyes, Guzi cried loudly. Perhaps it was because he felt that he had lost face in front of his cheap son. His face was green and red. He suddenly rushed up and scolded, "Where did your temper come from? I told you to stop burning, didn't you hear me?" Xiao Lian said, "Chi Rong." Before he could get close, Junwoo raised his hand and a ball of fire instantly enveloped his entire body. Chi Rong let out a sharp scream. Xiao Lian said, "Guzi." With such a big fire, even if Chi Rong didn't burn into ashes, he would still be greatly injured. Wouldn't Guzi be directly turned into ashes? Pei Ming also saw that Chi Rong was carrying a child under his armpit. He wanted to save him, but Junwoo was gradually gaining the upper hand. He couldn't get away. Calculating the time, he probably couldn't save Chi Rong anymore. He said, "Di Jun, there's no need to use such a cruel method on a child." However, Xiao Lian and he both knew that in Junwoo's eyes, there was no longer any child. All he could see was the enemy and the people blocking his way. With a wave of his hand, a ball of fire wrapped around Pei Ming and sent him flying. Below, the numerous heavenly officials cried out in alarm, "General Pei is on fire." Chapter 227. Xiao Lian said, "Lord Rainmaster." The Rainmaster rode on the black bull. She raised her head and gave him a slight nod. Pei Ming was carried on the back of the cow. He had been burned by the fire and drenched by the rain. His hair was a mess and he was in a sorry state. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he realized that it was the Rainmaster who had caught him. Although the other party was engrossed in riding the bull, she didn't even look at him. But at this moment, his unhandsome appearance was still exposed in front of others. Embarrassed, he immediately stood up and said, "You, who knew?" As soon as he opened his mouth, a ring of black smoke came out of his mouth. Rong Guang was about to go mad with anger. You actually need a woman to save you, and it's even you, Shi Huang. Pei Ming, aren't you ashamed? Pei Ming was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out another string of black smoke. Can you shut up? On the other side, Pei Su and Half Moon welcomed the descending Rain Master. He helped Pei Ming up. On the other side, on the demonic flame giant, tens of thousands of rocks rolled down. There was still a raging fire burning on the falling rocks. It fell to the ground like a meteor shower. The rain became heavier. However, the fire did not go out. It seemed that Junwu had strengthened the magic power in the fire. Moreover, even if the rain could extinguish the flames, it would be useless. The boulders would still fall to the ground. The imperial city would probably be filled with thousands of large pits in an instant, and there would be countless casualties. Unfortunately, this gigantic stone statue of the god of stone was firmly holding onto the giant, so Xie Lian couldn't get away. He didn't know how many martial gods were present, and whether or not they would be able to intercept all of them. Extremely anxious, Xie Lian turned around and said, "San Lang, this." Hua Cheng stood behind him and placed his hand on the back of his brother's hand. "Don't worry, big brother. Just hold on here. Don't worry about what's happening below." His voice was right beside Xie Lian's ear, and his breath was warm. He slightly raised his chin, indicating for Xie Lian to look. Xie Lian looked in the direction he indicated, only to see a figure dressed in red slowly walking over from outside the human formation with his hands behind his back. Xie Lian narrowed his eyes as he looked, feeling stunned in his heart. That's Flower City? Another Flower City? What was going on? Xie Lian suddenly turned around. Wasn't Hua Qing standing behind him? Hua Qing chuckled and said, "Don't be scared, big brother. I'm Shinzaburo, a man of integrity." In that case, was the one below Hua Cheng's clone that he left behind when he left? It was no wonder that Junwu did not suspect that Hua Cheng had infiltrated the celestial capital. Xie Lian even found it strange that Junwu did not have eyes watching from below. It was probably not that Junwu did not have any surveillance. Rather, under his surveillance, Hua Cheng was still guarding the imperial city. Of course, Junwu did not suspect anything. Shi Qingxian did not have time to look at the sky, nor could he see Xie Lian and Hua Cheng above. When he saw a Hua Cheng beside him, he hurriedly said, "Blood Rain Tanhua. You're finally back. What are you doing? You've been gone for so long. Have you thought of a way to contact the Crown Prince?" No. You should help me deal with this side first. Do you see those flint stones in the sky? Think of something. Just blow on them or let those little butterflies of yours fly up and drive them away. Otherwise, they'll die. Hua Cheng didn't say a word, coldly letting him ramble on and on. In the end, he seemed to have lost his patience and directly interrupted him, saying, "You settle it yourself." Shi Qingxian said, "I'll settle it myself? Don't joke at this time. I'm not the crown prince, I can't understand your humor. How am I going to deal with that group of stones?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Cheng grabbed the back of his collar and directly pulled him out of the human formation. Shi Qingxuan's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he got out of the formation, he immediately pulled the two people on his left and right. Only then did the human formation not break. Unexpectedly, not only did Hua Cheng drag him out, but he also gave him a backhand slap, sending him flying out. The beggars were shocked. Old Feng. Some of them shouted at Hua Cheng, "Why did you hit him?" Although Shi Qingxian was sent flying, he only tumbled a few times. He lay on the ground and immediately got up. "I'm fine, I'm not dead. He's not really hitting me, he's just borrowing my magic power." "Is that so?" Shi Qingxian looked at his hands and then at his body. From head to toe, he was emitting spiritual light and said, "Lord Hua Cheng, you don't have to be like this even if you can't see the crown prince. If you want to borrow magic power, then do it properly. I don't mind eating a few more of those strange-tasting candy balls." There's no need to hit people. Why don't you look at the sky first? There are still so many stones in the sky. At this moment, Hua Cheng swung his right hand again and threw something to him. Shi Qingxian did not hesitate and raised his hand to catch it. When he took it down to take a look, his face turned pale. That thing was the Wind Master fan. Seeing this, Xie Lian, who was on the giant stone statue, could not help but say, San Lang, isn't the Wind Master fan. The one below is. Hua Qing said, don't worry about it. I asked for a favor at the last minute. Shi Qingxian held the fan that he was extremely familiar with. His neck stiffened and he slowly turned towards Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng said coldly, settle it yourself. The fire meteor shower formation was about to land on the ground. The people in the human formation could almost feel the scorching waves rushing towards them. They broke out in cold and hot sweat and said, Old Feng, is what you said true? Are you really fine? The other priests also said, Your Highness, can you please think of a way quickly? Shi Qingxian gripped the fan tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged and his eyes were slightly bloodshot. In a flash, he suddenly turned around and waved his hand. A gust of wind rushed into the sky from the ground. The meteor shower immediately made a turn and flew towards the sky. The beggars were originally scared half to death and seemed to be ready to run away at any time. They were all blown into the sky by the strong wind. They were dumbfounded and stunned. After a while, he said, God, immortal. Someone shouted, Damn, Old Feng, could it be that you are really an immortal? Shi Qingxuan's fan flew out and his hand kept shaking. He took a few breaths and only recovered after a while. He said with difficulty. Nonsense. Didn't I tell you guys long ago? How is it? I said I wasn't bragging. No, I wasn't bragging. I believe it. Wow, Old Feng is an immortal, which means that we know an immortal. We're rich now, ha 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 ha. Old Feng, let's make a deal. When you're free, take us to fly together. Seeing this, Hua Cheng snorted lightly, turned around and left. Shi Qingxian held the Wind Master's fan and randomly responded to the jokes of the people around him. His face was red and white and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He raised his head as if he wanted to ask something, but he had already disappeared. At this time, in the darkness far away from the human formation, a new strange sound came. Squeak squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. A sharp-eyed person said, What is that? A black mass of rats? And what's behind? People? Why are there gray-white people? They don't look like living people, Xie Lian said. What? It's corpse-eating rats and empty shell people. The monsters in Bronze Cauldron Mountain had also been teleported here. Those empty shell people walked over crookedly with stiff limbs. The corpse-eating rats that fed on human flesh rushed over like a black tide. It seemed that Junwu didn't care about anything else. He wanted to destroy the human formation at any cost and cause chaos in the human world. On the other side, Rain Master said to Half Moon and the others, You guys look after General Pei. I'll go guard the formation. Pei Ming lay on the ground and spat out black smoke for a long time. When he heard this, he said, I'm fine, I'll go guard it. He wanted to struggle to get up, but he fell back down again. Even Pei Su couldn't stand it anymore and said, Forget it, General. You, take care of your injuries. Let Rain Master go. This was probably the first time Pei Ming lost face in front of a woman, and it was also the first time he was saved by a woman. He didn't know if it was because he was angry or because of his pride, but his face swelled up. Rain Master ignored his opinion and smiled slightly. He said, General, you don't have to force yourself. He then rode away on the black bull. Pei Ming said, Rain Master. At this time, another hand climbed up and wrapped around his neck. A faint voice said, Pei Lang. Pei Ming was still struggling. When he heard this voice, he said unhappily, Why are you still here? Xian Ji had actually been here from the beginning. Half Moon brought her and Kuemo, who had been injured by Rongguan. Hearing Pei Ming's unfriendly tone, she suddenly became sinister. Why am I still here? I've always been here. Why are you looking at Rainmaster? You've fallen in love with someone else, haven't you? You want to chase after him, don't you? What's so good about her? I won't allow it. Pei Ming finally couldn't take it anymore. He pushed her away and said angrily, Xianji, why are you still thinking about these things at a time like this? It has nothing to do with falling in love with someone else. I haven't even spoken much with Rainmaster. This was the first time he had attacked Xianji. Xianji was thrown to the ground and was stunned. After a long time, she said in disbelief, Pei Lang, I think of you because I love you. What's wrong with me? You've never been so fierce to me. Do you really hate me that much? Pei Ming used his sword to support himself up and said, I can't get through to you. Xianji didn't give up and said, say it. You really don't want me anymore? I've done so much for you and become like this. Aren't you touched at all? Don't you feel guilty at all? Pei Ming said, didn't I tell you a few hundred years ago? Xianji was suddenly at a loss. She didn't know what to do, but her hands still grabbed the back of his clothes tightly. She jumped on the ground with her broken legs and said, Pei Lang. Pei Lang, wait, why don't we talk? Seeing her like this, although she knew that Pei Ming had abandoned her first and that this female ghost had killed countless people later on and had always wanted to kill them, she still looked a little pitiful. Pei Ming turned back to look at her. In the end, he still said, Xianji, you should wake up. Xianji said, wake up what? Pei Ming said, you became like this because of me, but most of it was because of your own choice. You can only move yourself by doing so much, and I'm a person with a heart of stone. If you love me, you might as well love yourself. He pulled back his clothes from Xianji's hands and left without looking back. On the other side of the human formation, Shi Qingxian didn't have much magic power left after using his fan. After a moment of panic, he could only let Rainmaster and a few martial gods go out to resist. Who knew that at this moment, there were many chaotic sounds coming from all directions. This is the Imperial City, what a big house. What are you making a fuss about? It's not as big as the City Lord's house. That's right, it's not as beautiful as the City Lord's house. On the streets, at the corners of the alleys, beside the eaves, many strange heads popped out, and it was very lively. All of a sudden, the ghosts and demons of the Ghost City all rushed out. In the human formation, Heaven's Eye and the others saw and couldn't help but shout, what the hell is this? Go, go. Go back. This is under the feet of the Emperor, how dare you come to the Imperial City to behave atrociously? You pig spirit, how dare you show yourself in front of me? Am I seeing things? That's a duck hitting a mouse. Immediately, there was a series of smashing sounds, shut up, stinky Taoist. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If it wasn't for the City Lord's order, who would want to come? Why aren't you kneeling down and thanking us? The eyes of the black wave of corpse-eating rats glowed red, but the situation was different from what they imagined. As soon as they arrived, they saw a group of bigger ghosts and demons greeting them. They grabbed the forks and poked them with their claws hungrily. Their eyes glowed even more fiercely, so many rats. Come, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I haven't eaten a 2,000-year-old dish before, it must be very nutritious. Can you finish all of this? The City Lord said that if we can't finish it, we can sell it. The group of corpse-eating rats saw that the situation wasn't good and retreated in fear. The empty shell man was tripped by the disorderly corpse-eating rats. The crisis was immediately resolved, and Xia Lian breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and said, thanks to San Lang. Hua Qing smiled faintly and said, they wanted to come, it's not my fault. Compared to this, brother, be careful. With the last two words, his tone suddenly became serious. Xia Lian's gaze moved, and he saw that the demonic fire giant had a new movement. It put its hand to its waist, as if it wanted to pull something out. His heart tightened. Chapter 228. Just this form alone was already very difficult to deal with. There was one more sword. Wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Xiao Yan had a bad premonition and shouted to the people below, "Everyone, be careful." The ghosts were in full swing when they heard this. They all looked up and exclaimed, "What a big uncle!" "Ah no, Xie Daozhang. The city lord seems to be having a lot of fun up there." Xiao Yan said, "No, we're not playing." Before he could finish his sentence, the burning sword slashed down with an overwhelming murderous aura. The burning sharp sword slashed down with an earth-shattering murderous aura. He was secretly shocked by the sword energy and heat wave. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, but he was secretly shocked by the sword energy and the heat wave. Now, he was inwardly shocked by the sword energy and heat wave. That was great. He was simply unable to fight back. In this critical moment, he couldn't help but want to summon a few more martial gods to help. However, Quan Yizhen was currently swimming in the black water with the bone dragon's dismembered corpse to heal. Lang Qianqiu was using one person to support the increasingly frenzied wraiths in the human formation. For some reason, Fengxin Muqing hadn't been seen since he came down. Only Pei Ming was free, but he was also fighting the rats while puffing out smoke rings. He refused to lose to the Rain Master no matter what, so he most likely couldn't be counted on. There was actually no one who could be used. At this time a voice said from the ground, "Wait, Your Highness. Your sword will be here soon." The one who shouted was the Imperial Tutor. Xiao Yan rushed to the side of the jade platform and said, "What? Where is my sword?" The Imperial Tutor cupped his hands around his mouth and said, "Blood rain on flowers, open and shrink 1,000 miles. Drive to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. The sword is here." Hua Cheng decisively threw out a die and said, "Open." Something rumbled in the pitch-black clouds in the sky. In a flash, Xiao Yan slightly narrowed his eyes and looked up. There really was a sword. The statue jumped up with a long sword in its hand. Xiao Yan clenched his hands into a seal. The giant stone statue also clenched the hilt of the sword in its hand and slashed at the immortal capital. The opponent immediately raised its sword to meet the attack. However, when the two swords collided, something unexpected happened. Xiao Yan's sword directly cut through the giant flame sword. Amidst the earth-shattering sound of metal breaking, the demonic fire giant came to a stop. Suddenly, it shattered into pieces. Then, it rapidly fell to the ground. Xiao Yan had never expected that this sword would be so strong that it could kill him in one strike. Looking at the sword in the giant stone statue's hand, he was completely stunned. It was extremely sharp as it circulated. What sword was this? Thinking about how Imperial Preceptor asked Hua Cheng to use thousandly shrink to Bronze Cauldron Mountain, he immediately understood, this was probably a sword forged from the bodies of those 3 mountain monsters. However, there was no time to think about it now. If this behemoth were to smash down, it would not be fun. Xiao Yan immediately controlled the giant stone statue to fly down. He grabbed the large pile of rocks that were about to fall apart and changed his direction. He flew to the side for a distance and carefully picked a more remote place to land. Finally, the gigantic stone god statue sheathed the sword at its waist and stood still. It held the sword with one hand and held the 2 people in the palm of the other. It was as if it was holding a flower. Then, it smiled again and returned to the posture of a Corolla martial god. Not a single rock hit the ground. Everyone in the imperial city was unharmed. After a long while, everyone on the ground looked at each other in dismay and said, "Done, done?" Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng also jumped down from the palm of the giant stone god statue and met up with everyone. Shi Qingshuan's cold sweat had long turned into hot sweat. He inserted the fan that had been broken again into his waist and limped over, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is everything all right? Is it settled?" A few of the other priests also came over. "Where's Di Junwu? Your Highness the Crown Prince, did you defeat him? Is he dead?" Imperial Preceptor said, "How is that possible? Your Highness the Crown Prince. He won't be defeated so easily. Hua Cheng stretched out a hand to Xia Lian and said, "Brother, let's go up and find him." Xia Lian nodded and gave his hand to him. Hua Cheng gently pulled him up the ruins. The group of ghosts had already lost interest in the corpse-eating rats that had been beaten into a mess. They all jumped up and energetically shouted that they wanted to plunder the immortal capital. However, Hua Cheng said again, "Stay further away. Unrelated people and non-humans are not allowed to come near. Otherwise, if they really bumped into Junwu, they would just be sending themselves to death." Hearing this, the group of ghosts could only jump back and continue to guard below. However, in the former immortal capital that had been chopped into ruins, there was no trace of Junwu at all. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng first searched for around and then lifted the golden roof of the dilapidated divine martial palace, but they didn't see anyone. At this time, Lang Qianqiu suddenly said to Pei Ming, "General Pei, I have something important to do, I'll have to trouble you to help me." Pei Ming didn't kill as many rats as the Rain Master and was feeling sullen and depressed. He was inexplicably pulled over to help him. He rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. Lang Qianqiu jumped onto the ruins and rummaged around. Finally, he lifted a collapsed roof and said, "Found it." When Xia Lian heard this, he went over and said, "Qianqiu, be careful." He thought that Lang Qianqiu had found Junwu, but who knew that what he found was a charred black object. It looked like an enormous curled-up insect shell, and there was even a small cough coming from inside. Xia Lian's heart tightened and he hurriedly helped Lang Qianqiu peel off this charred black shell to take a look. Surprisingly, a child had rolled out from inside. The child's body was curled up and he was holding his head. His entire body was red, as if he had been scalded. However, his life wasn't in danger and he was still coughing. After he rolled out, a glossy green ghost fire also stealthily floated out. Xia Lian said, "This is..." Lang Qianqiu grabbed the ghost fire, his eyes spitting fire as he said, "The heavens have eyes, allowing you, Qi Rong, to still be alive. You've still fallen into my hands." This time, Qi Rong could be considered to have truly become the Green Lantern wandering in the night. Thinking about it, when Junwu had shot out that flame, Qi Rong had protected Gu Zi. That was why this child hadn't been burned to death. Xia Lian couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, with Qi Rong's temperament, if he provoked the fire, he would first throw Gu Zi out to block the fire. However, Hua Cheng could see what he was thinking and said, even if he threw that child out to block the fire, he wouldn't be able to block much. In an instant, he would be burned to ashes. Blocking and protecting, to him, doesn't make much of a difference. What he said made sense. However, that was still protecting. Qi Rong had been burned until all that was left was a glossy green ghost fire. Surprisingly, it hadn't dispersed yet. When Lang Qianqiu caught it red-handed, he was so frightened that he started screaming. Gu Zi, who had just been saved, immediately woke up. He hugged Lang Qianqiu's leg and said, "Gij, don't kill my father." Lang Qianqiu angrily said, "Let go. I'm warning you, even if you beg me, it's useless. I won't be lenient." After he finished speaking, he tightened his grip. Qi Rong was the enemy who exterminated his family, so Xia Lian couldn't intervene in this matter. However, he was afraid that Qi Rong would get angry and accidentally injure Gu Zi. Xia Lian wanted to go up and first pull Gu Zi away. Who knew that Gu Zi would once again throw himself at him and say, "Tattered Gij, hurry and save my father." Xia Lian said, "Gu Zi, that really isn't your father. Don't you know how he treats you?" However, Gu Zi said, "That's my father. My father used to not treat me well, but later on, he treated me very well. He often gave me meat to eat, and even said that he would bring me to a beautiful big house to live in. He treats me very well. Tattered Gij, can you save him?" Qi Rong scolded, "Stupid son, don't beg him. This black-hearted snow lotus won't save your father. He can't wait for your father to die, he doesn't care about my life or death." Hua Cheng glanced at him and said, "Are you worried that Lang Qianqiu won't be able to kill you, so you must let me participate. Qi Rong was still very afraid of him. Once he heard him speak, his whole ghost fire shrunk. However, since he was going to die anyway, he decided to throw caution to the wind and said, Dog Hua Cheng, I'm not afraid of you. Xia Lian, don't think that I don't know. I treat you as a god, but you? What do you treat me as? You don't take me seriously at all. You despise me, think I'm a fool, think I'm crazy, think I'm sick, and look down on me. You've always looked down on me. What right do you have to look down on me? You can't even destroy a mere Yong'an, you trash. You, Xia Lian only said one word. Although Hua Qing didn't move, he had a premonition and hurriedly pulled him back, saying, Forget it, forget it. Hua Qing didn't even want to bother with a fake smile and snorted, So what if I look down on you? Is there anything about you that people look up to from head to toe? Qi Rong was indignant and exasperated as he said, Tui, tui, tui. You guys look down on me, so what? I have a son. Qi Rong laughed wildly, hee hee. Although he's a cheap one, he's still better than a despicable coward like you. Don't even think about having one in another 800 years. Hee hee ha ha ha. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng looked at each other speechlessly. Hua Qing didn't want to waste any more words with Qi Rong. He only raised his eyebrows at Xia Lian and mouthed, That's not for sure. Xia Lian knew he was joking and smiled helplessly. Unexpectedly, as he laughed, Qi Rong's laughter became softer and softer. The green willow, the wisp that was jumping up and down, was finally extinguished. Lang Qianqiu didn't know whether Qi Rong's ghost fire extinguished by itself or was extinguished by him. He was stunned. Guzi was also stunned. He went up and pried open his fingers one by one. He didn't see anything, so he dug around in the charred remains on the ground. His hands were full of black ash, but he still didn't see any green light. He couldn't help but tug at the corner of Lang Qianqiu's clothes, asking, Where's my father? He asked Lang Qianqiu. Lang Qianqiu didn't know what to say and looked at Xia Lian. Xia Lian also didn't know what to say. He sighed and turned to leave. Behind him, Guzi kept asking questions, Brother, where's my father? He's still here, right? He said he's already cultivated into the most powerful king of the 3 realms and won't die. He's still here, right? The annoying Qi Rong had finally disappeared. However, not only did Xia Lian not know what to say, he didn't even know what he was feeling at the moment. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, he really couldn't refute Qi Rong's words. Ever since he was young, he really didn't think much of this younger cousin of his. At first, he felt pity for Qi Rong. Later, he felt helpless, a headache, and tried his best to ignore him. If he had to say that he disliked Qi Rong, it seemed that he really disliked him. Not just disliked him. He used to hate Qi Rong so much that he wanted to crush his ashes and scatter them across the Yangtze River. But after so long, after experiencing so many things, when he looked back at Qi Rong, other than annoyance, there was only tiredness left. It might even be that he disliked him, so it didn't matter anymore. No joy, no sorrow. After searching for a while, they found nothing. After descending the ruins, Shi Qingxian, who had been waiting on the ground for a long time, said, Your Highness, how is it? Xia Lian shook his head and said, I didn't find him. How can you not find him? All the heavenly officials started discussing, could he really be dead? Turned into ashes or something like that? If he's hidden, then that's too scary. Where can he hide? So many people are watching. Shi Qingxian looked around and said, Your Highness, there's a question that I've been wanting to ask since just now. What about Nanyang and Shenzhen? Really, everyone hadn't seen Feng Xian and Mu Qin for a while. All the heavenly officials started talking at once again. The 2 generals couldn't be like General Pei, locked in their own halls in immortal capital and unable to come out, right? Chapter 229. Xia Lian whispered to Hua Cheng, I don't know what happened to Mu Qing. Feng Xian was looking for the sword orchid and the embryo spirit. Could it be? Could it be that he did not leave with the other divine officials? If he had stayed in the immortal capital to search for her, he would have ended up encountering a series of disasters, floods, and fires, right? Or worse, perhaps, both of them were in Jun Wu's hands. At this moment the imperial tutor walked over. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Keep the change. If he was here, there was no need for him to hide. Although there were many people here, but there weren't many that he cared about. Since he wasn't here, he could only go somewhere else. Moreover, he wants you to follow him. Xie Lian understood. Bronze Cauldron Mountain? The Imperial Preceptor nodded and said, I'm afraid he has already activated 1,000 miles shrinking. Except for the immortal capital. That's where he's the strongest. Shi Qingxian said, Huh? Are you going to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Go to such a scary place? Xie Lian replied, I've already been there once. Fortunately, it wasn't too terrifying. Maybe Feng Xian and the others are there too. The Imperial Preceptor said, Don't let your guard down. If you go this time, what awaits you is definitely something different. He paused for a moment before continuing. I'll go with you. It would be best if he could find a few reliable martial gods to help him. Don't let the injured ones go. Injured ones will only drag us down. This time, Xie Lian was having a headache. Reliable martial god? Perhaps there were a few martial gods he could rely on. But there weren't many left now. Some fell, some were scorched, some were missing. Some children hugged their thighs and refused to let go, wailing loudly. Hua Qing said, There's no need to look for other helpers. They're all useless. My brother and I are enough. Imperial Advisor said, It's definitely not enough. Pei Ming protested from afar, Blood Rain Tanhua, please don't use such a convincing tone to say, all of them are useless. Shi Qingxian laughed and said, General Pei, you're already so scorched. You didn't kill as many rats as Lord Rainmaster. What's there to protest about? He hadn't seen Pei Ming for a long time, and the moment he saw her, she still took pleasure in mocking him. Pei Ming couldn't do anything about it. She felt even more depressed. At this time, a voice suddenly said, Wait, me too, I'll go too. Everyone separated to take a look, only to discover that the one who spoke was Mu Qing. At some point, he was standing at the back of the crowd. Seeing him come out, Xie Lian breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mu Qing? When did you get here? Where did you go? I thought you were missing too. Mu Qing said, I've always been here. Hua Qing crossed his arms and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You've been here the whole time, but you didn't say anything and didn't do anything? Mu Qing said indifferently, I said I'll always be here. It's just that I didn't talk much and you guys didn't see me. However, there were several times when they were short of manpower, but they couldn't find him. Even when they called for him, he didn't come out, so everyone thought that General Xianjin had gone missing. Xie Lian was still hoping that Feng Xian would be in the crowd, but they didn't find him. After searching around, Feng Xian really wasn't there. He could only say, all right. Are you coming with us to help? That's great, there's finally someone we can use. Thus, Mu Qing walked up. Seeing him follow, the Imperial Preceptor and Hua Cheng's expressions were the same. Both of them had not been very fond of Mu Qing since a long time ago. Not to mention Hua Cheng, the Grand Tutor had not wanted to take Mu Qing as a disciple from the start. From the looks of it, it was obvious that rather than having a helper like Mu Qing, it was better to have no helper at all. Mu Qing wouldn't be unaware of their attitude, but after he went over, he still bowed to the Imperial Preceptor and said in a low voice, Master. The Imperial Preceptor nodded and didn't say anything. After all, Mu Qing didn't do anything that was unacceptable. Since he wanted to help, there was no reason for him to go back. He said to Shi Qingxian, the Crown Prince's statue is here, the vengeful spirits will still need a few days to purify. There are a few groups of people now, you should take a good look. Shi Qingxian also nodded, of course. But wait a minute, senior, I've asked you a few times, can you answer me, who exactly are you? The imperial preceptor didn't answer. The few of them followed Hua Cheng to a large house at the side. Hua Cheng leisurely tossed a die and was about to open the door. Who knew, with a casual glance, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Xia Lian keenly sensed it and said, "What's wrong, San Lang, can't you use 1,000 miles shrink?" Hua Cheng regained his senses, smiled slightly and said, "No. It's just that I rarely throw out such a result." He opened his palm towards Xia Lian. Xia Lian moved closer to take a look and was also stunned. On the pale palm, there was only a lone die, and it was impressively a 1 point. When Hua Cheng made a move, it would always be 6 big red points. A 1-point number was really extremely rare. Xia Lian's heart faintly trembled and said, "What does this point mean? Did I accidentally miss?" Hua Cheng said, "According to past experience, it probably means that there is an extremely dangerous thing waiting for me ahead." Xia Lian's heart sank a little. The imperial preceptor said from behind, "Sai, how many times have I told you young people, gambling is not good, quit as soon as possible. Your Highness, look at what kind of bad habits he has picked up." It was a bad omen, but Hua Cheng's expression was normal. He put away the die and smiled, "Just look at this, the number doesn't matter. Whether it's dangerous or not, I have the final say." As he said this, he opened the door and said, "Let's go, brother." He turned around and was about to step through the door, but Xia Lian subconsciously raised his hand to grab him. He wanted to blurt out, "Don't go," but he didn't even need to think to know that it was impossible. Finally, he softly said, "Let's go. However, don't leave me. If anything happens, I will protect you." Hearing this, Hua Cheng was stunned. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up and he smiled, "Okay. Brother, remember to protect me." Mu Qing watched from the side, not knowing if his eyes were filled with fear or disgust. As soon as Hua Cheng opened the door, a wave of heat hit his face, extinguishing the strange expression on his face. The volcano had erupted not long ago, and now the sky was filled with flying ash that had yet to disperse. The place that was originally covered in rocks and mountain forest was now on fire, as if it was a furnace from hell, a field of crimson red. Bronze Cauldron Mountain had already changed beyond recognition. Xia Lian and the others came out from a cave on a higher hillside. As soon as they came out, they almost choked on the mountain ash. "Is he really here?" Mu Qing said, "Near Bronze Cauldron." Xia Lian said, "The volcano erupted, I'm afraid there's no place to stay." But the state preceptor said, "I know where he is. If that place hasn't been destroyed, follow me. You'll know when we get there." The few of them followed behind him and went down the hill. Hua Cheng walked in front of Xia Lian, and when there was a place where it was difficult to step on, he would first step on it. Then, he turned around and reached out his hand to help Xia Lian down. Otherwise, Xia Lian would have already gone down the hill. From the highest point of the hill, he would have slipped and rolled down to the lowest point. Unexpectedly, he didn't miss, but someone else did. Mu Qing was at the back, and his foot didn't stay steady, causing his figure to sway. Xia Lian was the closest to him, so he quickly grabbed him and said, "Be careful." Mu Qing quivered slightly and seemed to come back to his senses. He said, "I know." Xia Lian let go of his hand, thinking that Mu Qing was indeed abnormal. He turned around and suddenly remembered something. He quickened his steps and came to Hua Cheng's side. In a low voice, he asked, "That's right, San Lang, when Feng Xian and Mu Qing were fighting at the top of the snowy mountain, did you hear what they said? Why did they suddenly get angry?" When he mentioned this, Hua Cheng's expression turned cold. He said, "Oh, that. Those two people didn't choose their words carefully and said some disrespectful words to Big Brother." "Ah." Xia Lian said, "What words?" Hua Cheng said, "Big Brother doesn't need to listen, it won't pollute your ears. We're coming down." The group of 4 had already descended the hill. After walking for a while, they were blocked by a river. What flowed in the river wasn't clear river water, but a crimson-red liquid. It was still bubbling, that was scorching hot lava. With this kind of heat, ordinary people wouldn't even need to fall in. As long as they got close, they would be burned to death. Fortunately, the four of them weren't ordinary people, so they were able to persevere until this point without their bones melting. The state preceptor continuously wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "It should be on the other side." However, this place used to be a moat. Now that it has become like this, there's no way to go over. Chapter 230. If that giant stone god statue was here, he could just take a few quick steps. But now it was left in the imperial city by Xia Lian to suppress the evil spirit. Those three mountain monsters had also turned into swords, so it was better not to come. Xia Lian said, "San Lang, can the silver butterfly fly us over?" Hua Qing said, "The magma is scorching hot. I'm afraid the silver butterfly will melt halfway across the river." Halfway across the river, falling from the sky, falling head first into the center of the magma flow, that wouldn't look good. Hua Qing said again, "However, there's a ready-made passage." Everyone followed his gaze. After a while, Xia Lian said, "Why are there people in the magma?" It was absolutely true, he definitely didn't see wrong. Just now, in that instant he saw a deathly pale hand emerge from the magma, reaching towards the sky. He looked again carefully. Mu Qing said, "There really is. And there's more than one." There were at least hundreds or thousands of people, many bodies and heads were floating on the surface of the river, some were spinning by the flow of fire, some were even swimming upstream against the current. Their bodies were all a strange white color, their faces blurry, not living people. Xia Lian understood, it's those hollow people in Weiyong Imperial City, who were washed here by the magma. With their skills, they could use these hollow freaks as stepping stones. They would fly over and step over, it shouldn't be difficult. It's just that these undead were struggling in the scorching heat, and they would be stepped on again. It was quite miserable. But right now, they couldn't care about this. Mu Qing took the lead and checked his position. After a few leaps, he crossed the moat and stood on the other side of the river. He turned around and looked in their direction. Xia Lian said to the state preceptor, "I'll send you over first." After all, the state preceptor wasn't a martial god, and he wasn't even a martial artist. He needed someone to carry him. He nodded and went forward. However, Hua Qing said, "Brother, let me do it." Letting nature take its course, Xia Lian said, "Okay." Hua Qing walked up and supported the state preceptor's arm like an old man, saying, "State preceptor, please. Pay attention to your feet." The state preceptor turned his head and saw that the person supporting him wasn't Xia Lian. He frowned and said, "Ah. Why are you here?" Xia Lian couldn't help but laugh. He coughed lightly and said, "San Lang very sincerely said he wanted to help you up, so I let him do it for me." The state preceptor said, "Why are you being so solicitous for no reason?" Hua Cheng's face was full of smiles as he said, "There's no difference between me and my brother. Besides, I respect you very much. Of course, I wouldn't mind helping you out." The imperial preceptor was speechless for a moment before he said, "If you really respect me, then keep that fake smile on your face. It's too fake." Hua Qing immediately stopped smiling. "Oh." Without another word, he brought the imperial preceptor and moved to the other side of the river. His movements were strange and fast. Before the imperial preceptor could react, he was already standing beside Mu Qing. He was completely stunned. The empty shells that were stepped on by Hua Cheng's boots didn't even realize that they had been stepped on. When they looked up and saw nothing, they scratched their heads in confusion and continued to swim in the lava. The imperial preceptor finally came back to his senses. He glanced at Hua Cheng and evaluated, his skills are not bad. On the other side, Xia Lian thought, too strict. How can this kind of skill be called not bad? Shaking his head, he said, "I'm going over too." Hua Qing turned around and said, brother, you stay over there first. I'll come over to pick you up. However, Xia Lian's actions were faster than his words. He had long since moved. Leaping up, he tapped on the stomach of an empty shell monster that was facing the sky. He felt the hard body under his feet sink slightly, but he had already leaped up again and tapped on the head of another empty shell monster in front of him. Just like that, after stepping on 5 or 6 monsters, he arrived at the center of the lava flow. Unexpectedly, just as Xia Lian was about to soar into the air again, his body suddenly sank and he almost lost his balance. Relying on his incomparably quick reaction, he steadied himself and looked down. The monster under his feet had actually reached out and grabbed his boots. Xia Lian thought to himself, oh no, it's coming again. His terrible luck had come again. The few people in front of him were all safe and sound when they crossed the river, but the moment he crossed, he encountered a monster that wasn't easy to deal with. That monster grabbed his right ankle and didn't let him get up. That empty shell monster was only able to float on the surface of the lava because it was hollow, but it still couldn't bear much weight. Scorching air rose up, steaming Xia Lian until his entire body was covered in sweat. A corner of his sleeve had actually caught on fire. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would either sink into the lava together with the stone he was stepping on, or his entire body would burn up. At this critical moment, Xia Lian was quick-witted. Ruoxia flew out and pulled over the other empty shell monster that was 30 feet in front of him. His left foot stepped on that monster's back. In this way, the 2 stone shells shared his weight, increasing his buoyancy. For a while, he wouldn't be able to sink. Only then did Xia Lian pull out his maiden heart and cut off the arm that was grabbing his boots. Just as he was about to leap out again, a red shadow flashed to his side. Xia Lian said, San Lang. I'm already fine, you don't need to come over. From afar, Hua Cheng exploded the empty shell monster that was grabbing Xia Lian and said, let's go ashore first. The 2 of them went ashore together. Xia Lian extinguished the fire on his sleeve and said, I'm sorry, I made you worry. Hua Cheng said, it's my fault. I should have told you to wait for me to pick you up before going over. The state preceptor said, all right, stop. His Highness isn't that delicate. Even if you don't go over, he can still handle it. What's there to pick? Let's go. This way. The few of them went ashore and walked for a while before arriving in front of the Wuyong Imperial Palace. Half of the Imperial Palace was buried in the ground. After the few of them entered, the road was sloping, leading all the way to the depths of the underground. After leaving the ground, the scorching hot air gradually cooled down. The entire underground palace was empty. The slightest sound would produce a buzzing echo. The few of them ignited the flames in their palms, illuminating the surroundings. Although this imperial palace had been sealed for a long time, it could still be considered magnificent. The light from the flames reflected many dazzling golden patterns, richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. However, there wasn't a single person in sight. The atmosphere was lifeless, like a huge ancient tomb. The state preceptor said, this is the place where His Highness the Crown Prince grew up. Mu Qing said, is he really here? The state preceptor said, what do you think? This is the place where his powers are the strongest. Everyone, be careful. At this time, Xia Lian suddenly discovered something. At Hua Cheng's waist, the silver eyeball on the hilt of the misfortune blade was madly spinning, abnormally anxious. However, Hua Cheng's expression was cold, completely ignoring it. Xia Lian couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Only then did the misfortune blade slightly calm down. Hua Cheng slightly lowered his head and saw that Xia Lian's hand was still on the hilt of the blade. He faintly smiled and was about to open his mouth. At this moment, a giggle came from the corner of the main hall. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Crafty and cunning, as if harboring bad intentions. When Xia Lian heard it, the hairs on his back immediately stood up. Moreover, he had heard this voice before. It was the voice of the fetus. Mu Qing shouted, over there. A flame shot out, illuminating the area above them. At the corner of the high ceiling of the palace, there was a glistening white thing stuck to it like a gecko. It was the fetus. Its long bright red tongue licked his back as if it was tickling him. Seeing the flame fly over, it mischievously laughed and vomited something that looked like vomit at Mu Qing. Mu Qing dodged it with a disgusted expression. The state preceptor looked at the sticky thing on the ground, then looked at the fetus on top. He found it hard to accept and said, "Is this really that brat Feng Xian's son?" Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Wait. Wrong, wrong. You called him wrong, right?" When the fetus heard its name, it paused for a moment and turned around to look at him. Xia Lian said, "Wrong, wrong. We came to find your father. Do you know where he is?" When the fetus heard "your father," it sneered and used all four of its legs to crawl away. Xia Lian said, "Wrong, wrong. Quickly find it." Everyone burned the flame even higher and searched all around. Suddenly, Mu Qing said, "This way." Xia Lian asked, "Which way?" Mu Qing pointed at a path and said, "I just saw it enter this place." The path he pointed at led to the side of a palace. It was a long and gloomy corridor. Even if they didn't know where the end was, they knew it definitely wouldn't lead to a good place. Hua Qing suddenly said, "You really saw it enter this place?" Mu Qing probably felt that he was being targeted and said with a bit of disgust, "What benefit would I get from lying to you guys?" Hua Qing let out a "ha." Although he didn't carry any emotion, he wasn't too friendly either. The state preceptor said, "What are you arguing about at this time? If you see any suspicious places, don't let them go. It's fine if you go in and take a look." That long corridor was extremely narrow. Originally, it was definitely wider, but it seemed to have been squeezed. Now, only one person could pass through. Mu Qing was probably the first to enter, probably because he was angry at the suspicion in Hua Cheng's words. Naturally, Hua Cheng walked in front of Xia Lian to open the path. However, Xia Lian discovered that the eyeball of misfortune on his waist had begun to spin wildly. His heart stirred and he immediately pulled Hua Cheng behind him. Hua Cheng asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Lian coughed lightly and said, "I said I would protect you, stand behind me." In a flash, Hua Cheng laughed softly. The four of them entered the long corridor. The deeper they walked, the more uncomfortable Xia Lian felt. When it came to dangerous things, his intuition was extremely accurate. The thing that made him uncomfortable came from the front. Xia Lian said, "State preceptor, do you remember where this path leads to? Why is it that the more I walk, the more I feel that there's something very heavy? Murderous aura." Moreover, it wasn't a living murderous aura, but an icy cold murderous aura. The deeper they went, the more tense his mind became. However, the state preceptor didn't answer him. Xia Lian's heart thumped and he raised his voice to ask, "State preceptor?" There was still no answer. Xia Lian suddenly turned his head to look. He didn't know when, but there was actually no one behind him anymore. The reason why he didn't notice was because the lights released by Hua Cheng and the state preceptor were still floating in the air, faintly following him and illuminating the path ahead for their masters who had already disappeared. Mu Qing also turned his head. When he saw it, he was shocked. "Where's Blood Rain Tanhua?" Without another word, Xia Lian turned around and walked back. Mu Qing grabbed him and said, "What are you doing? We're almost there. Furthermore, do you really think he'll go back?" Xia Lian said, "He won't." It was precisely because Hua Qing absolutely wouldn't go back by himself without saying a word that it was terrifying. Xia Lian suddenly remembered that Hua Cheng had left something on his body. He hurriedly raised his hand to take a look. He saw that the red line on the third finger was still there. It was still as bright as before, indicating that Hua Cheng was fine. Only then did Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of the dot that Hua Cheng had thrown out before coming over, his eyebrows jumped even more violently. Mu Qing then said, "Even if you go back now, you most likely won't be able to find it. It's better to continue walking forward and see what's inside. Otherwise, If you go back and find nothing, wouldn't you have to come back again? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Xia Lian was about to speak when he suddenly held his breath and said, "Shuf, listen, what's that sound?" Mu Qing also attentively listened. That was the sound of a man's low breathing. It was coming from ahead. The two of them were extremely vigilant. Both of them secretly gripped their weapons and walked forward. They finally walked out of the long corridor and arrived inside a palace hall. Mu Qing carefully fumbled around inside the palace hall. Xia Lian flicked his finger and a small flame faintly flew forward. In an instant, it illuminated the figure of a person lying on the ground. As soon as he saw that person's back, Xia Lian recognized him. He walked over and said, "Feng Xian." He turned him over and sure enough, it was Feng Xian. His body was covered in burns and sword wounds, but his life shouldn't be in danger. Xia Lian carefully patted him for a while before he slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he cursed a few times. When he saw that the person in front of him was Xia Lian, he immediately stopped cursing. "Your Highness. Why are you here?" Xia Lian sighed and said, "Why don't you first tell me where this place is?" Feng Xian sat up and looked around before asking, "Where is this place?" Sure enough, Feng Xian didn't know either. He asked in vain. Xia Lian shook his head and extended his hand. "Get up first. Now that I've found you, I need to find San Lang." Feng Xian asked, "Did you say Blood Rain Tanhua? What happened to him? Isn't he beside you?" Xia Lian said, "It's like this. Let's go together." Before he finished speaking, Feng Xian suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait. Who's that person behind you?" Xia Lian turned around and saw a black silhouette immersed in the shadows. Motionless, Xia Lian said, "That's Mu Qing. What's wrong?" Chapter 231. In the darkness, that figure took a step forward, finally exposed under the light of the fire. Mu Qing's expression was gloomy, but he didn't speak. Feng Xian grabbed Xia Lian and said, "Previously in Immortal Capital, I was looking for someone when someone suddenly hit me from behind. Otherwise, how could I have fainted?" Xia Lian's thoughts raced. He blinked his eyes. "Was he the one who hit you?" Feng Xian resolutely and decisively said, "I can't be wrong. It was him." "Xia Lian, after he hit you, you immediately fainted?" Feng Xian, "More or less. In short, Your Highness, be careful. Either you don't go near him, or you quickly catch him." Mu Qing couldn't help but say, "Let you," Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Wait. Feng Xian, there's a problem. Since he sneak attacked you from behind, you immediately fainted. Then how did you know that the person who hit you from behind was Mu Qing?" Feng Xian didn't expect him to ask this question and froze for a moment. Mu Qing immediately seized this moment and snorted. At that time, Immortal Capital was in such a chaotic state. It wouldn't be strange if someone accidentally knocked you out. Yet, you just had to throw the blame on me. Can't you admit that you saw wrongly? Feng Xian grabbed Xia Lian and stood up. In a deep voice, he said, "No. It was definitely you." Mu Qing said, "What makes you say that?" Feng Xian said word by word, "It's because at that time, Immortal Capital was on fire. There were flames everywhere, and the ground reflected the shadow of the person behind me. Although I didn't have time to turn my head, when I fell, I saw the shadow's figure and moves." "That was your shadow." Xia Lian attentively listened to the confrontation between the two people. Mu Qing still didn't show weakness. "In the end, you still didn't see it with your own eyes. It's normal for things like shadows to be distorted. How can you determine that it was me based on a shadow? I almost fainted, what could I see clearly?" Feng Xian said, "You know very well that I can't determine it. Your Highness as well." Xia Lian indeed knew. No matter what, the three of them grew up together and cultivated together. They couldn't be more familiar with each other's figures and moves. Even if they didn't see each other's faces, they were 80% sure. Feng Xian said again, "Your Highness, did you come together? Did he do anything suspicious on the way?" Xia Lian, to be honest, Mu Qing had been too suspicious and restless the entire time. But in this situation, Xia Lian couldn't say it in front of Mu Qing. Feng Xian said again, "No." Now that he thought about it, he was suspicious from the moment he arrived. With his personality, why would he risk his life with you? Is this still Mu Qing? Mu Qing's expression darkened. Don't be so absolute. Giving birth to a son doesn't seem like something you would do, but didn't you still give birth to one? Xia Lian had a bad premonition that this direction wasn't good. He hurriedly said, "All right, stop quarreling. If you keep quarreling, I'll pick up a dragon and calm down." Mu Qing continued, "Besides, if I was the one who knocked you out, why would I waste so much effort to lure them here?" Feng Xian also said, "Because you didn't expect me to recognize you even though you attacked me from behind. Moreover, I don't know what kind of damned place this is. You might not have lured His Highness and the others here to find me. Did the blood rain Tanhua get separated from you on the way?" Mu Qing said, "You want to say that I'm a fake and deliberately lured His Highness and the others here to fall into a dangerous trap? I'm sorry, His Highness the Crown Prince and the blood rain Tanhua were traveling with me. If I was a fake, there's no way they wouldn't have discovered me." Xia Lian said, "That's true, however, that was also Mu Qing on the way. But after entering the underground Wuyong Imperial Palace, could Mu Qing have been swapped while they weren't paying attention? This couldn't be guaranteed." Mu Qing sized up Feng Xian and said, "Your Highness, I think it's better for you to stay away from him. After all, he was lying here the moment we arrived. The blood rain Tanhua also disappeared. If he suddenly woke up and provoked us, wouldn't that make him look even more like a fake? Bai Wuxiang had once disguised as these two people, so it wouldn't be strange for him to do it again." Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "How about this, you guys say something that only the three of us know and verify it." Mu Qing said, "What is it?" Xia Lian thought for a moment and casually said, "On the top of the snowy mountain, what did you two shout?" After he finished speaking, the two people's faces froze. Xia Lian folded his hands in his sleeves and said, "If the two of you can't match, then it means that one of you isn't the original one. Let's first confirm your identity, then we can talk about other things." The two people looked at each other in dismay and didn't say anything. This made Xia Lian, who originally wasn't very curious about what they were talking about behind his back, become curious. After a while, Feng Xian also didn't directly answer. Instead, he said, "You guys are mistaken. I don't suspect that he's a fake." Mu Qing narrowed his eyes. "So what you mean is?" Feng Xian bluntly said, "From the beginning, I felt that he was the real Mu Qing. He originally didn't like seeing us, so it wouldn't be strange for him to do anything." Mu Qing's hands clenched into fists. His knuckles crackled as he backhanded a palm. Feng Xian was injured and barely managed to avoid it. The two of them started fighting. Although Xia Lian had long since expected this, he still felt a headache coming on. He said, "Calm down. How about we just pick up a dragon?" As soon as they started fighting, Xia Lian felt the murderous aura around them become even heavier. Several balls of flames flew around randomly, illuminating the entire room. Only then did Xia Lian clearly see that the walls and shelves in all directions were densely packed with all kinds of swords, spears, swords, halberds, and other weapons. The air was dense and cold. As it turned out, this place was an armory. No wonder there was an icy cold murderous aura all around them. Xia Lian himself had once had an armory like this. He was extremely fond of it and would often linger inside, forgetting to leave. However, this armory made him feel extremely uncomfortable, so he didn't want to stay any longer. But for the time being, he didn't know which of these two people he should believe. He also didn't know which one he should help. To tell the truth, both of them were extremely suspicious. In the end, Xia Lian could only say, Ruo Xia. I'll first tie them up and talk later. Ruo Xia, who had been waiting for a long time, finally had a chance to show off. Unexpectedly, before the white silk even came out, Xia Lian suddenly felt another wave of coldness spreading from behind him. He immediately changed the direction of his attack. Grabbing Ruo Xia, he swung it backwards. As soon as he felt the white silk wrap around something, Xia Lian grabbed Ruo Xia and fiercely pulled, but he couldn't move it. His heart sank, and in the next moment, he was instead pulled by Ruo Xia from the other end. His back firmly crashed into someone's embrace, and there was also an icy cold hard thing that pinched his waist. Xia Lian. Although his body didn't look very sturdy, his strength was still very astonishing. Unless the other party was a colossus, how could they have pulled him over so easily? Xia Lian was just about to backhand and punch when he felt a hand wrap around his waist. A voice from above said, "Gage, it's me." Xia Lian said, "San Lang." Sure enough, when he looked down, he saw that the hand that was wrapping around his waist was wearing a silver wristband carved with maple leaves, butterflies, and fierce beasts. When he turned his head again, he saw that the person who caught him was a tall and slender person dressed in red. The person was calm and composed, and a silver scimitar hung from his waist. That thing that had pinched his waist just now was most likely the hilt of this scimitar. Flower City. Xia Lian immediately understood. It turned out that just now, it was Ruo Xia who had taken the initiative to drag him over to Flower City. He was basically fighting 1 against 2, so of course he was instantly pulled over. He steadied himself and silently picked up Ruo Xia. He said to it, "You're too much of a traitor." At this moment, Ruo Xia knew that it was pretending to be dead, so it didn't move an inch. Xia Lian also didn't want to talk about it, so he tossed it aside and said, "San Lang, what happened just now? Weren't you always behind me? Where's Shifu?" Hua Qing said, "This place is very strange." Halfway through, the front and back roads were all sealed off. We encountered something a bit troublesome, so it took a bit of time to resolve. If even Hua Cheng said it was a bit troublesome, then it seemed that it really was troublesome. Xia Lian faintly felt uneasy in his heart. He asked, "Are you all right?" Hua Cheng said, "Of course I'm all right. However, the state preceptor's whereabouts are unknown, so we might have to continue deeper. By the way, what are those two fighting about? It's so noisy." Xia Lian said, "Oh, they," at the side, Feng Xian and Mu Qing finally noticed this side. Mu Qing immediately shouted, "Hey! You be careful. Don't casually get close to people who suddenly appeared." The two of them temporarily stopped fighting. Feng Xian also said, "Your Highness, don't pounce on him when you see him." Xia Lian immediately defended himself, "What? What do you mean pounce on him when I see him? I didn't pounce on him, it's Ruo Xia's problem." At this point, he suddenly realized why they were so nervous. Since Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both suspected of being swapped, then, didn't that mean Hua Cheng was also the same? The one standing in front of them, was it really Hua Cheng himself? Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, "So right now, you guys are doubting my authenticity, right?" Xia Lian propped up his elbow with one hand and propped up his cheek with the other. He began to seriously observe him. Hua Cheng noticed his gaze and turned around to stare at him. Xia Lian couldn't continue observing him. After pondering for a while, he came to a conclusion and said to the two people, "I think this is real." Mu Qing unhappily said, "You think isn't necessarily correct. Don't forget where this is. This is by Wuxiang's old nest. It wouldn't be strange for anything to appear here. You should think of a way to test it out yourself." Hua Qing smiled and said, "Well, this is too simple. Brother, come here. I'll tell you a good method. You'll be able to determine it immediately." Xia Lian listened to him and modestly asked, "What good method?" Mu Qing said, "Don't just do whatever he says, okay? Right now, he's the one who's doubtful of my authenticity." Hua Qing said, "Read the first half of my psychic password to me, and I'll read the second half to you." Then, you'll know if I'm real or not. The two people whispered a few words in each other's ears. Xia Lian turned around and lightly coughed. Then, he said to the two people, This is real. Only then did Feng Xian look slightly less tense. Mu Qing doubtfully asked, Are you sure? Don't just look at his face and make him confused. Xia Lian said, I've already said this is real. There's no doubt about it. Everything you guys do makes it sound like I'm very. Hua Qing said, All right, it's settled. Speaking of which. Brother, what exactly were the two of them fighting about? Xia Lian explained a few words to him. Using his hand to support his forehead, he said, That's it. To be honest, I don't know who's more suspicious. However, Hua Qing said, Do you still need to ask? Of course, he's more suspicious. The direction he was pointing at was Mu Qing. Mu Qing unhappily said, Even if you guys are making slanderous accusations, you should have a bottom line, right? Don't push the blame onto me every time something happens. Hua Qing said, All right. Then, let me ask you a question. What's that thing on your wrist? Hearing this, Mu Qing's expression immediately changed. He quickly retreated, but Feng Xian's eyes and hands were fast. Grabbing onto him, he asked, Wrist? On his wrist, there was a cursed shackle. Mu Qing pushed Feng Xian's hand away. The veins on his forehead bulged as he glared at him. When Xia Lian saw that thing, he put down his crossed arms. Stunned, he asked, Mu Qing, what's on your hand? Mu Qing's expression sank and he didn't say anything. Hua Qing said, I suggest you honestly answer the following questions. Why did Junwu summon you to the Divine Martial Palace? What did he say to you? Why did you receive better treatment than the other heavenly officials and could return unscathed? And why did you act out of character and take the initiative to come to Bronze Furnace Mountain to save someone? What's up with this thing on your hand? Why did you lure us here? Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Mu Qing took a step back and immediately said, Wait. Don't attack first. Listen to me first. Hua Qing spread his hands and said, Please. Speak. Feng Xian said, Tell me first, did you hit me? After pausing for a moment, Mu Qing gritted his teeth and said, Maybe it was me. But it's not what you think. Chapter 232. Mu Qing sucked in a deep breath. He admitted. Indeed, Feng Xian was injured by me. Feng Xian was furious. I knew it was definitely you. Mu Qing said to Xia Lian, but that was because Immortal Capital was finished. At that time, all the heavenly officials were thinking of ways to escape, but he still stayed there and refused to leave. When I told him to leave, he wouldn't listen. If he stayed any longer, he would sooner or later be burned to death by the karmic flames. That's why I planned to knock him out and then throw him to you. Xia Lian said, but you didn't hand him to me. Feng Xian went missing. Yet he appeared here. Mu Qing said, because an accident happened along the way. What accident? Mu Qing said, that was the fetus spirit. It suddenly attacked me from behind and bit me non-stop. It didn't let me bring him along. I didn't have time to pull him up. Immortal Capital began to disintegrate and reorganize, so Feng Xian followed the ground below him. He didn't know where he was moved. If what he said was true, then it meant that Mu Qing originally wanted to do a good deed. However, he accidentally poked a hole and tricked Feng Xian. It was very awkward. Xia Lian said, then why didn't you say so earlier? Feng Xian also said, you really didn't want me to be burned to death in Immortal Capital? You just knocked me out and threw me there. Mu Qing's expression stiffened. He said to Xia Lian, the fetus spirit was squatting on his chest. Later, that female ghost, Jian Lan, also came. I expected that she would wake Feng Xian up or move him away so that she wouldn't watch him burn to death. Xia Lian also understood. he took the initiative to come out and save him, probably because he had a guilty conscience. After all, he was the one who knocked Feng Xian out and lost him. Out of responsibility, he naturally had to do something. No wonder he was uneasy the whole way. He was probably also nervous about whether Feng Xian would die or not. However, this explanation was very hard to believe. Feng Xian grabbed his hair crazily. "You really did this? Don't you know that I'm looking for someone? If you didn't knock him out, I might have found him." Mu Qing calmly said, "That fetus spirit is Bai Wuxiang's subordinate. Bai Wuxiang won't harm them. And since they didn't want to go with you, you would just be wasting your time by staying there. Even if you shouted 1,000 times, it would be useless. You might as well leave the immortal capital first to save your life, and then look for them when you have the chance in the future. Did you have to rush to that kind of critical moment to come here and try to find them? I just made the best judgment under the circumstances." Feng Xian wasn't as calm as he was. "Benefits my ass. You can only say such things when they're not your family members. Wait, so you're saying that you wanted to save me and let me leave?" However, Hua Qing said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Answer my question. What did Junwu say to you?" Mu Qing shut her mouth and hesitated for a moment. Hua Qing stared at him and asked, "Are you taking orders from him now?" Mu Qing immediately said, "There is absolutely no such thing." Hua Qing said, "Then please explain this curse." After arguing for so long, Mu Qing's mouth was a little dry. After a while, she said in a hoarse voice, "If I tell you, you may not believe me." Feng Xian said, "When I asked you just now, you denied it. Now that you admit it, of course it's hard to believe." Mu Qing said sullenly, "Why don't I admit it? If I told you what happened just now, you definitely wouldn't have believed me either. You would still have the same attitude. Who would admit it? Once you admit it, you won't be able to defend yourself. It's better not to admit it." Besides, although it was fortunate that Feng Xian was fine, this matter was still quite embarrassing. With his temperament, it was normal that he didn't want to admit it. Xia Lian listened patiently and said, "Let him finish first." Mu Qing glanced at Xia Lian. After a while, he said with difficulty, "This is because he wanted me to harm His Highness. I refused, when he said this, even he felt awkward and couldn't continue." Hua Qing said, "So, in a fit of anger, he put a curse on you." Mu Qing didn't say anything. Feng Xian said, "Nothing else." Hua Qing didn't have any special expression on his face. He said, "Honestly, do you believe what you said?" Mu Qing seemed to have been greatly humiliated. She said coldly, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. There was a misunderstanding about me knocking out Feng Xian, but I didn't take orders from anyone." Feng Xian said, "Mu Qing, you better tell the truth." Mu Qing saw his expression and her knuckles cracked. She said, "What I said is the truth. What do you want to hear? I surrendered, so you want me to harm you, right? I am such a person in your heart, right? Crown Prince?" He looked at Xia Lian, his gaze agitated. Xia Lian stared at him for a long time, thinking. He was about to speak when Hua Qing crossed his arms and blocked him. He met Mu Qing's gaze and said lightly, "You don't have to look at His Highness like that. After all, you have a precedent." Mu Qing said, "I didn't ask you." "What precedent?" Hua Qing smiled. "What precedent? Did you succeed in your cultivation in the blessed land you snatched from His Highness?" His smile was cold, and his tone was even more unkind. Mu Qing was stunned. Her face paled and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "You?" He knew that he wasn't very kind when he fought with Xia Lian for the blessed land. Therefore, he was most afraid that people would dig it up and poke at it. Although Hua Cheng's tone was smiling, it was unconsciously aggressive. Mu Qing was shocked, but so was Xia Lian. He was shocked because how did Hua Qing know about this? Xia Lian and Feng Xian weren't gossipy people. They never liked to talk behind people's backs or spread rumors. Although Mu Qing's departure at that time was a huge blow to them, they never complained to anyone. As for snatching the blessed land, Xia Lian didn't want to mention it again. He didn't mention it to anyone, and he believed that Feng Xian was the same. Those 30 or so heavenly officials naturally wouldn't take the initiative to tell others whose blessed land they snatched. They would either keep their mouths shut about it or dress it up and distort it. Therefore, Xia Lian didn't hear about this at all. Since that was the case, how did Hua Qing find out? Although he had planted many spies in the heavenly court, this matter was really too early. It was more than 800 years ago, and most of the people involved didn't mention it. How could such an old debt be found out? Mu Qing said, "How did you know? Who told you?" He looked at Feng Xian, then at Xia Lian. In the end, he still looked at Xia Lian. Hua Qing sneered, "You don't have to look at His Highness. His Highness never told me these things. This is what you shouted at the top of the snowy mountain. Have you forgotten?" Mu Qing's face turned even paler. Xia Lian's doubts were slightly resolved, and he couldn't help but sweat slightly. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were always digging up each other's dirty accounts and exposing each other's past. They would definitely tie a pile of old debts to each other like gunpowder and throw it at each other. No wonder Hua Qing was so angry at that time. However, he faintly felt that something wasn't so simple. Because Xia Lian remembered something else, the red clothes burned the Wenwu temple. Hua Qing became famous in one battle. He defeated 33 heavenly officials and burned all of their temples in the human world. Xia Lian had long forgotten how many heavenly officials there were who fought over the blessed land with him. He couldn't even remember their names, appearances, and what they said. He only vaguely remembered that there were about 30 of them. Then, how many were there exactly? Could they be the 30-odd heavenly officials? If that was the case, didn't that mean that Flower City had known about this for a long time? After a while, Mu Qing reluctantly said, "That time was that time, this time is this time. In short, I never thought." While they were arguing, Xia Lian's leg suddenly flew out and he shouted, "Careful!" Mu Qing was caught off guard and was kicked down. With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 cold lights brushed past his head and nailed him to the wall. Mu Qing jumped up and patted away the shoe prints on his chest. He said, "Did you do that on purpose? Did you make the first move?" Xia Lian hurriedly said, Sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose." If it had been on purpose, Mu Qing would most likely have already smashed a human-shaped hole in the wall. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw 2 sharp swords nailed to the wall. The blades were still trembling. Feng Xian shouted, "Who?" Xia Lian said, "No one. They moved on their own." Ding ding dang dang, clang clang clang. Murderous aura rose from all directions. Those weapons hanging on the wall became restless and trembled crazily, shaking the entire room until it was shaking. Xia Lian said, "Quickly get out." Who knew that when he ran to the original exit, Feng Xian would say, "Why are you running there? There's no way out. Where's the door? This room shouldn't be without a door, right? How do we get out?" Xia Lian said, "Originally there was a door. But it's gone. What's wrong with these weapons? Why are they suddenly filled with murderous aura?" Hua Qing caught a long sword flying towards him between 2 fingers. He didn't use much strength, but that sword broke into 9 pieces and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. He said, "It's been too long since someone used it, so it's lonely. I felt someone come in and wanted to kill, that's all." The others subconsciously turned their heads to look at Mu Qing. Mu Qing immediately said, "It's not my fault." Hua Qing said, "But, you were the one who led us here." Mu Qing said, "I only pointed the way because I saw the fetal spirit." Hua Qing said, "Only you saw it." Mu Qing was speechless and clenched his fist. Feng Xian said, "What should we do now? Can't these weapons calm down?" Before Hua Qing could answer, Xia Lian suddenly remembered that he had dealt with similar demons and ghosts in the past. He muttered, "They can. But, They have to be allowed to kill. Feng Xian said, but we can't get out of this place right now. Only the four of us are locked in here, so how can we kill? What can we kill? Xia Lian was about to speak when Hua Qing suddenly said, 3. Feng Xian asked, what 3? Hua Qing said, I'm just correcting you. There are only 3 people locked in here. Xia Lian suddenly turned his head. Sure enough, in the armory, the 4th person, Mu Qing, had suddenly disappeared. It was absolutely true. The place where Mu Qing had been standing was now empty. Feng Xian was stunned. How can this be? He was standing here just now. Hua Qing wasn't surprised. After all, he had already encountered this kind of thing before. He said, this is by Wuxiang's territory. Everyone listens to his orders and is unscrupulous. Naturally, he can take away whoever he wants. Previously, Feng Xian was 80% convinced and 20% doubtful. His tit-for-tat words towards Mu Qing were mostly out of anger. But now, he didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, Your Highness, Mu Qing, he couldn't have really. Xia Lian immediately said, let's not talk about this for now. These weapons are going to riot. Let's think of a way to calm them down first. Otherwise, we'll be chopped into minced meat. As he spoke, he pulled out Feng Xian from his back. However, Hua Qing suddenly pressed down on his hand. Xia Lian was stunned. He raised his head and saw Hua Qing staring at him, one of his eyes faintly showing the color of blood. Chapter 233. Xia Lian was startled. I didn't want to do anything. Hua Qing asked, then why are you holding the sword? Xia Lian replied, to defend myself. Hua Qing's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He tightened his grip and said, how do you want to defend yourself? Put the sword down. This was the first time Hua Qing used this kind of expression and tone to speak to Xia Lian. Xia Lian was completely stunned. Feng Xian vigilantly said, what right do you have to make him put the sword down? Put him down first. A battle axe flew towards him. Xia Lian quickly raised his sword and slashed it away. He said, how do I defend myself? Just like this. Only then did Hua Qing's expression and tone soften. But he still didn't let go of him. You don't need to defend yourself. Just stand behind me. Put the sword down. Feng Xian kicked his bow from the ground and picked it up. Holding it with both hands, he raised the bow and used it as a sword. He knocked away a meteor hammer. She became even more suspicious. Why are you grabbing him like that? Are you really him? Your Highness, besides you, is there anyone else who knows the Blood Rain Searching Flowers password? You can't be the only one who knows his password, right? After his reminder, Xia Lian suddenly remembered. They weren't the only ones who knew about Hua Qing's psychic password. There was a third person who heard it. Jun Wu. In Xian Le Palace. He had asked Xia Lian to communicate with Hua Qing right in front of him, so he had clearly heard it. However, Xia Lian still felt that the person in front of him was definitely Hua Qing. But, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something bad. That's why he had this kind of attitude. After pondering for a moment, Xia Lian said, okay. He put away his maiden heart. In the next moment, a silver light flashed. The scimitar was unsheathed. Once misfortune came out, the entire armory was instantly filled with silver light. Sparks flew continuously and the sound of metal and stone breaking rang out. Xia Lian and Feng Xian were surrounded by this cold and murderous aura, motionless. After 10 sounds, Hua Qing turned around and sheathed his scimitar. Xia Lian's gaze moved from him to the ground. He saw that the hundreds of weapons had all been smashed into powder by misfortune. Xia Lian squatted on the ground and picked up 2 sword fragments. He felt a bit of regret in his heart. These are rare swords. At this time, Feng Xian said, Your Highness, there seems to be another door. Xia Lian put down the fragment, stood up, and said, "So that's how it is, we have to get rid of these weapons before we can leave." Originally, the door could only be opened by seeing blood and killing, but Hua Cheng had used brute force to open it. Just as he thought of this, Hua Cheng pulled him out. Seeing the murderous look on his face, Feng Xian asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Xia Lian replied, "Of course it's to find the state preceptor and Mu Qing." Hua Cheng calmly said, "If Mu Qing has really thrown his lot in with Jun Wu, then we'll take his dog life first." The three of them left the armory. After walking for a while, Xia Lian hesitated for a moment before asking, "San Lang, did you think I was going to stab myself with a sword?" Hua Cheng did not reply. His expression was still extremely ugly. Xia Lian replied, "I won't." Hua Cheng glanced at him and asked, "Is that so?" Xia Lian felt a little guilty under his gaze. To be honest, if it was in the past, the situation might have been resolved just like that. But now, it would no longer be the case. Xia Lian replied, "Yes. I've promised you. Moreover, there are so many swords, spears, swords, and halberds. If every one of them stabs me, wouldn't I be stabbed into meat paste?" Ha ha ha. At this point, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because, after he said the word stab, Hua Cheng suddenly stared at him. That gaze was indescribable to Xia Lian. It made him unable to say a single word. After a short while, Hua Cheng suddenly reached out and forcefully pulled him into his embrace. Feng Xian, who was walking at the back, was shocked. "What the fuck? I'm still here." Xia Lian blinked and patted Hua Cheng's back. "What's wrong?" Hua Cheng whispered, "Your Highness, don't laugh like that." He tightly hugged Xia Lian and said, "It's not funny. Really, it's not funny at all." Xia Lian thought of how Hua Cheng's expression had turned ugly when he picked up the corpse-poisoned skeleton on the ground. Xia Lian felt apologetic in his heart and said, "I'm sorry. I won't play this kind of joke with you anymore. Originally, I just wanted you not to worry. I didn't expect it to have the opposite effect." Feng Xian seemed to be frightened by this atmosphere. After being at a loss for a while, he said, "I also don't want it." Since he's so serious. Hua Cheng finally let go of Xia Lian and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Without the state preceptor leading the way, the three of them had no choice but to continue deeper into the imperial palace. But not long after, Xia Lian sensed the strangeness in the air. He said, "Don't you guys feel like it's getting hotter?" When their group had just entered the underground imperial palace, it was chilly. But after walking for a while, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly expand and become much hotter. Feng Xian seemed to have the same feeling, but when he turned his head, he was slightly startled. Raising a finger, he said, "Your Highness, look behind us. There seems to be light." Just as he said, there was light behind them that was slowly approaching. An unknown source of light had appeared in the pitch-black underground. This situation was rather strange. Was someone coming? When the light revealed its true appearance, Xia Lian finally discovered that the underground air had become hotter. It wasn't an illusion. That suffocating heat was brought about by this light. The crimson gold flame stream bubbled as it crawled down the slope towards the three of them. The lava outside had flowed into the underground imperial palace along the river. Just as Xia Lian was thinking this wasn't good, he suddenly sensed someone dashing past behind him. With a flip of his hand, he whipped out his silk and said, "Wait a moment. Ask for directions." That person narrowly avoided it. His figure paused, and everyone turned around. With the help of the flames brought by the nearby lava, they could clearly see his face. Feng Xian shouted, "Mu Qing! You brat, stop!" How could Mu Qing possibly stop? Without another word, he broke into a run. Just as the three of them were about to give chase, the ground violently trembled. That pure gold lava suddenly rushed over in a menacing manner, flooding the river within the imperial palace. Its speed greatly increased as it rushed towards the three of them. The three of them were about to be forced into a corner. However, Xia Lian had already encountered this problem before entering, so this time, the difficulty was just slightly higher. He said, Feng Xian, there are many hollow monsters in the lava. They can float, so step on them to prevent them from sinking. After he finished speaking, he aimed at a hollow person who was struggling to paddle his arm in the lava and leaped up. As soon as he landed, Xia Lian's heart was filled with joy. These few hollow people seemed to be especially large. When he stepped on them, they actually only slightly sank, but they were still able to float on the surface of the lava without sinking. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they could practically be used as a light boat. Feng Xian also aimed at one and leaped up. Raising his bow, he said to that hollow person, swim properly, don't sink. That hollow person was threatened with a weapon, so sure enough, he didn't dare to be negligent and put in even more effort. However, Hua Qing only crossed his arms and lowered his head to look at his feet. That hollow person then obediently didn't dare to cause trouble and swam with all his might. Xia Lian put his hands together and sincerely negotiated with that hollow person. Give me a ride, please give me a ride. I'll burn incense for you later. You don't want incense, right? Whatever offerings you want, just say it. That hollow person was obviously extremely dissatisfied. From time to time, it would wave its arms in an attempt to drive him off. Unfortunately, Xia Lian was like a sticky candy. Even if it rolled around, it still couldn't shake him off. Needless to say, the hardest one to deal with had once again been picked by Xia Lian. The three of them controlled the monsters to go with the flow, as if they were surfing against the wind. The further down they went, the steeper the slope became, and the faster they went. From time to time, they had to avoid the protruding obstacles in the lava flow. After a while, they finally caught up with Mu Qing in front. Feng Xian said, Mu Qing. Why are you running? Mu Qing also stepped on a hollow person as a kickboard. He turned around and said, if I don't run, am I going to wait for you guys to surround me? Feng Xian had a bow but no arrows in his hands. He could only shout through the air, don't surround me. First, tell me clearly how you suddenly disappeared from the armory. Mu Qing turned around and sneered, you guys. Before he finished speaking, Xia Lian saw the scene in front of him clearly. His pupils shrank rapidly and he shouted, in front of you. Mu Qing turned around and only then did he realize that the road in front of him had come to an abrupt end. This place should have originally been an underground fault. The drop was extremely large, at least 100 feet high, like a huge cliff. He didn't expect that this kind of terrain would suddenly appear. In addition, the further down they went, the faster the lava flowed. By the time he reacted, he was already caught off guard and flew out. Mu Qing's figure and the hollow person under his feet disappeared in an instant. And on this side, the three people were about to rush to the edge of that cliff at an unstoppable speed. At the moment of imminent peril, Ruoxi flew backwards. He wrapped a few strings around the corner of a distant palace and tied a knot. Xia Lian grabbed Ruoxi with one hand and Hua Cheng with the other. He then threw the other end of Ruoxi to Feng Xian and said, catch. Using the silk as a knot, the three people were barely able to stabilize themselves. At this time, they were no more than 20 feet away from that cliff. If they were a step slower, they would have fallen down. It could be said that they had reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff. Only, the lava continued to surge down from above. Xia Lian said again, withdraw. Ruoxi rapidly shortened and brought the three people into that palace. Not long after, the three people jumped onto the roof of the palace. This palace was relatively large, so the roof could be considered spacious. Using stone as a foundation, it didn't fear the erosion of the lava. Arriving here, they could temporarily relax. Slightly calming down, Feng Xian looked at that empty cliff and stared blankly for a while. He said in disbelief, Mu Qing fell down. Xia Lian barely managed to steady his wildly beating heart. Gasping for breath, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and said, no. Standing at the furthest corner of this palace's roof and sticking out their bodies, they could see that there was a long sword nailed into the rocks at the edge of the cliff. And a pair of hands were tightly gripping the hilt of this long sword. That pair of hands was a face that was trying its best to grit its teeth and was filled with blood. At this moment, Mu Qing was in a terrifying position parallel to the waterfall like lava that was pouring down. Beads of fire splashed in front of him. It really was like fire was burning one's eyebrows. If it wasn't for the layer of protective spiritual light around his body that blocked most of the heat, he would have long been burned beyond recognition and his head would have been covered in flames. But this protective spiritual light also wouldn't be able to hold out for long. If his whole body fell into the pool of lava, his bones would similarly turn into qi. This scene made one's heart jump. Feng Xian said, "What should we do?" "Your Highness, can that white silk of yours reach him?" Xia Lian had already tried. Retrieving Ruoxi, he swatted away the flames on its body and said, "No. This distance is too far. Ruoxi will catch fire in midair." Mu Qing's clothes were also ignited with many small flames. The hilt of the sword was scalding hot, but he still held it tightly. He didn't dare to let go and didn't dare to look down. Once he let go, there was a pool of raging flames waiting for him below. There were also the faint echoes of countless hungry and thirsty souls, as if calling out to the people hanging in the air, struggling on their deathbed, to hurry up and go down to accompany them. Mu Qing firmly held onto the hilt of the sword, his pale forehead covered in sweat. Seeing the three people in the distance, his lips moved as if he wanted to call for help. But with his personality, it was very difficult for him to shout out words like, "Help me" or "Help me." Moreover, regardless of whether Hua Cheng was skilled or not, he most likely wouldn't save him. Feng Xian was also hard to say. The only one left who was willing to save him, had the ability to save him, and could influence the other two people, was Xia Lian. Finally, his body struggled with all his might, the veins on his forehead slightly protruding. He shouted towards Xia Lian, "Your Highness." Xia Lian was in the middle of quickly observing the surroundings. Mu Qing held his breath for a long time. Holding his breath, he shouted with a red face. "Believe me. Your Highness, you know I'm not lying, right? You know I won't really harm you, right?" He asked Xia Lian with such hope, as if he was holding on to the last life-saving straw. But it made Xia Lian suddenly think of another scene. Many years ago, at dusk, he had also asked Mu Qing this question with such hope. "You know I'm not lying, right?" At that time, how did Mu Qing answer him? He hadn't thought about these things for hundreds of years. But Mu Qing's question suddenly pulled them out from the corner that had been covered in dust for a long time. Countless scenes and voices flashed through his mind. Only then did Xia Lian realize that these memories were actually so clear. It turned out that he had never forgotten them. Mu Qing didn't wait for his reply. In Xia Lian's abnormal silence, he seemed to slowly remember the same scene, and his expression gradually changed. It seemed that he also understood that he had shouted the wrong words just now. Unintentionally, he reminded Xia Lian of something that he shouldn't have reminded him of at this moment. At this time, Hua Cheng said softly behind Xia Lian, "Brother, before you make a decision, I want to remind you of a few things." Xia Lian came back to his senses and said, "What?" Hua Cheng said, "First, unless the magma stops flowing, if you go to save him, you will definitely be risking your life." But, who knew when the magma would stop flowing? The hilt of the sword was already red from the heat. Mu Qing's hands wouldn't be able to hold it for long. How could he hold it until then? Xia Lian was silent. Hua Cheng continued, "Second, if Mu Qing has already surrendered to Junwu will definitely have a way to move him away from here. But you will be in danger. And the possibility of this is very high. Think about his actions on the way here. Knocking Feng Xian unconscious, luring them into the armory, refusing to admit that he had knocked Feng Xian unconscious, then suddenly disappearing after the armory erupted. Then, when the magma flowed backwards, he led them all the way here. Chapter 234. Xia Lian was silent for a long time. The hilt of the long saber was burning red. Mu Qing let out a loud shout. He let go of one hand and hung for a while with the other. He didn't dare to hold on for too long and grabbed again. But his palms were already emitting white smoke. Although he was far away, he was still able to see the smoke. The others also seemed to have smelled the smell of burnt meat. Hua Qing casually released a silver butterfly. The silver butterfly flapped its wings. After flying for a few dozen feet, it was not even a third of the distance to Mu Qing. He turned into a wisp of silver vapor. He vanished into thin air. Xia Lian knew that he was showing off. The necromancer butterfly could not help either. A dead end was not worth risking one's life to try. Mu Qing also saw the process of the silver butterfly disappearing. His expression gradually became one of despair. He understood. Now, firstly, no one had the ability to save him. Secondly, no one believed him, especially when he had been struck by lightning in every possible way. Xia Lian wouldn't risk his life to help him. However, although he was in despair, he was still unwilling to give up. Mu Qing gritted his teeth and shouted, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I won't fall down just like that." As he spoke, he exerted more strength in his hands, as if he wanted to spin in the air and stand on the hilt. Unexpectedly, his body had just risen a few inches when he suddenly sank back down. Mu Qing looked down, and his eyes reflected the countless wraiths that had been melted into blood red. Their twisted faces and limbs were stuck to his legs and body, pulling him down. These vengeful spirits were originally dissolved in the flowing magma, but they suddenly emerged and hung on his lower body one after another. They were incomparably heavy and scalding hot, like adding oil to a fire and adding snow to snow. Mu Qing was about to go crazy, scram. In the past few hundred years, it was not that he had never been on the verge of death. But that was because he'd suffered heavy injuries, and dying in the lava was 1,000 times more terrifying than dying from injuries. When he thought about how he was going to transform into a strand of smoke and vanish without a trace like the lifeless necro butterfly, he was utterly unable to accept it. Finally, Mu Qing's hands reached their limit. His fingers loosened slightly, and he could no longer hold on. There was nothing under the knife, he had fallen. A figure fell towards the blazing inferno pond below. Ah! However, even though he cried out miserably, after his body fell for a distance, he suddenly stopped in midair and hung in midair. Mu Qing was still in a state of shock. Half of his scalp was numb, but his instincts were still there. He quickly touched his body. It turned out that a piece of white silk was wrapped around his waist. It was naturally Ruo Xia. However, the palace Xia Lian resided in wasn't close to the cliff he fell from. Ruo Xia couldn't even reach over before, so how could he pull him back after he fell for a while? Mu Qing looked up and was surprised to find that Xia Lian was not on the roof of the palace at all. He was right above him. Previously, Mu Qing had nailed the long saber into the rock and held on to the hilt for a while. Xia Lian was currently kneeling on the hilt of the saber. Xia Lian hurriedly retracted Ruoxi while looking down. Seeing that he was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Good, good, I made it in time." Mu Qing murmured. "Crown Prince?" That moment just now had been too exciting, so much so that his brain was still a bit muddled. Such a long distance, with nothing but rolling lava in the middle and no other footholds. Xia Lian could at most jump halfway, so how did he get here? In the distance, Feng Xian's voice came over. "Your Highness. Are you guys alright?" Mu Qing looked towards the direction of the voice. On the roof of the palace, only Hua Cheng and Feng Xian stood. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and stared at them, as if he was confirming Xia Lian's safety. He didn't care about anything else. And in the middle of the line between the palace and where he fell from the cliff, a pitch-black longsword stood coldly in the incessantly flowing scarlet lava. Maiden Heart. So that's how it was. Mu Qing finally understood how Xia Lian got here. With Xia Lian's jumping ability, he could at most jump halfway. he couldn't directly jump from the safe roof of the palace to where he fell to save him. Therefore, Xia Lian first threw out the maiden heart and placed the sword in the middle of the lava, using it as a foothold. Then, using the maiden heart as a starting point, he jumped onto Feng Xian's sword. At the moment of imminent peril, he threw out Ruo Xia, barely managing to catch him. Xia Lian said, "Just now, I was trying to think of a way. There really wasn't anything useful here, so I spent some time." "You were too impatient. Don't act recklessly. If you act recklessly, you'll fall even faster." Mu Qing originally thought Xia Lian's silence was because he was hesitating on whether or not to save him. However, it turned out he was actually thinking about how to save him. Fortunately, the situation just now was so critical, yet Xia Lian could still think calmly. The beads of sweat on his forehead became even denser. Raising his head, Xia Lian extended a hand towards him. Beaming, he said, "In short, although it was a bit late, this hand isn't too late, right?" He didn't know if it was because he had held onto the hilt for too long, but Mu Qing unexpectedly felt his arm become incomparably heavy, unable to lift it up. Xia Lian once again extended his hand downwards and said, "Get up." Mu Qing finally grabbed onto his hand. His entire arm was faintly trembling. Xia Lian exerted strength and pulled him up. Together, the two of them stood on the hilt of Mu Qing's long sword. Xia Lian turned around and waved towards the rooftop. "San Lang, success." Hua Qing said, "All right, Gij, come back now, immediately." Xia Lian replied, "All right, I'll come back immediately." He then turned his head to ask Mu Qing, "Can you still jump? If you can't, how about I carry you?" Mu Qing's lips moved before he said. Xia Lian observed his expression and decisively said, "I'll carry you." As he said this, he grabbed onto Xia Lian's back. In the past, Mu Qing probably would have secretly rolled his eyes and told him not to grab onto him like this. It was disrespectful, but now, he couldn't say anything. Just as Xia Lian was about to jump up, who knew that right at this moment, the two of them simultaneously felt their feet sway. Unfortunately, the long sword that had been nailed into the rock didn't loosen earlier or later. Instead, it just had to loosen now. Hua Cheng's expression abruptly changed as he shouted, "Gij!" This time, it was two figures that fell towards the crimson pool of fire. Even when this kind of fire was burning his buttocks, Xia Lian was still able to rapidly think. He said, "I'm fine." He flipped a few times in midair before grabbing onto the long sword in the air. Using both hands, he once again nailed the long sword into the rock. With a dang sound, beads of fire splashed out, extremely dazzling. Outside of Xia Lian's protective spiritual aura, these fire particles were like fragmented golden sand. However, if this layer of protective spiritual aura disappeared, even a speck of fire would be able to burn a hole through a living person. Ruo Xia lifted Mu Qing up. Xia Lian solemnly said to him, "This long sword can't bear the weight of two grown men for too long. It can't go on like this. Between the two of us, only one can stay here." Mu Qing slightly regained his senses and said, "You mean," Xia Lian said, "you don't need to stay." Mu Qing's pupils slightly contracted. Before he could open his mouth, Xia Lian had already grabbed him and forcefully tossed him upwards. He shouted, "Watch carefully." After Mu Qing was tossed over the cliff, he discovered that he was flying towards the place where Fragrant Heart stood. Calming his mind, he flipped in the air and landed on the hilt of Fragrant Heart's sword. Only now did he understand why Xia Lian had tossed him up first. Because, at this distance, perhaps Xia Lian could directly jump over from the hilt of the long sword that had moved several meters downwards. However, he couldn't. For him, this distance was too far. He had borrowed the force of Xia Lian's throw to be able to come up. Feng Xian wiped off his cold sweat and said, "Fortunately, your highness reacted quickly." Hua Cheng's expression was solemn as he looked down and said, "Gij. If you still didn't come back, I would have directly gone down to find you." His tone carried a hint of warning. Xia Lian hurriedly said, "I'm coming up right now." The situation isn't too bad, it can't be considered difficult to deal with. I can jump over by myself, so don't come down. Only then did Hua Cheng's expression soften a bit. However, he still didn't take his eyes off Xia Lian. Feng Xian looked at him and couldn't help but say, "It's quite unexpected." Hua Cheng didn't even turn his head. Without the slightest bit of curiosity, he said, "What?" Feng Xian scratched his head and said, "I thought that you had a lot of opinions about Mu Qing and felt that he wasn't worth saving. You would oppose His Highness saving him and not let him go." Only then did Hua Cheng glance at him and say, "Half wrong, half right." "Ah." Hua Cheng said, "The first part of your sentence is correct. I indeed feel that he isn't worth saving. What he does has nothing to do with me." Looking at his indifferent expression, Feng Xian blushed with shame. "You're too direct." Furthermore, when he thought about the possibility that this person also had the same attitude towards him, he felt even more ashamed. Hua Cheng sneered. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, His Highness's choice is up to him alone. I will never oppose it." Feng Xian had never heard such words before. Men didn't even have such feelings towards women, let alone men. He only felt that if Xia Lian heard this, he would definitely be in trouble again. Not knowing what kind of expression he should show, he could only say, "Ah. That's how it is." Hua Cheng turned his head and stared at Xia Lian, who was observing his surroundings amidst the flames and thinking of countermeasures. He faintly smiled and said, "Moreover, I already knew that he would do that." On the other side, Xia Lian said, "Mu Qing, hurry up and go up to the roof. Don't run anymore. If there's anything, we can talk about it later." Only then did Mu Qing react. If he didn't leave his heart, Xia Lian wouldn't have a place to take his next step. Forcing himself to think calmly, he prepared to return to the roof. Unexpectedly, just as he stood up, Xia Lian suddenly shouted from below, "Who is it?" Xia Lian stood on the blade, silently gathering strength. Suddenly, the flame waterfall behind him parted, and a pair of hands reached out from the waterfall and grabbed him. That thing had clearly come out from the flame waterfall, yet those hands were terrifyingly cold. Xia Lian shivered and heard Hua Cheng say from above, "Your Highness." That pair of hands tightly hugged Xia Lian, bringing him down from the blade. Xia Lian's face was filled with shock. Meanwhile, the people above clearly saw what was grabbing him from behind. That person was dressed in white and his face wore a half-crying, half-smiling mask. It looked like he was happy and sad at the same time. By Wu Xiang. Ruo Xia sensed danger and spontaneously flew upwards, leaping past Mu Qing's eyes. Mu Qing subconsciously grabbed onto it, but the force coming from the other end of the white silk was too great. Not only did he fail to grab onto it, but it also dragged him down. Xia Lian rapidly descended amidst the madly flying sparks. He heard that thing laugh next to his ear, "Ha ha 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 ha. Naive. Too naive, Xian Lo. Did you think that it would be so easy to get the best of both worlds?" Below him was a scorching heatwave, yet in his heart, he felt his blood run cold. Between the two heavens of ice and fire, Xia Lian raised his head and looked up. Above him, amidst the flames and light that filled the dome, he unexpectedly saw a faintly discernible red shadow approaching. Hua Cheng had also jumped down. Chapter 236. At this moment at the same time, the three of them felt a scorching wave coming from below. They shouted in unison, "Be careful," and sped up. 7 to 8 pillars of fire soared into the sky. Looking down, even more lava-vengeful spirits had gathered. Xia Lian said, "Feng Xian, give Mu Qing to me." Without another word, Feng Xian threw Mu Qing to Xia Lian, who was on his back. Mu Qing said, "Quickly kill them. So annoying." Feng Xian said, "I don't need you to say more." He drew his bow and shot a chain of arrows. The attack range of his weapon was much greater than Xia Lian and Feng Xian's attacks. The explosion sent the scarlet waves flying high into the air, and screams could be heard continuously. Xia Lian said, "Beautifully done." On his back, Mu Qing said, "It's all right." The vengeful spirits were filled with resentment and disgust for a while. He swam further ahead. They worked together to breathe fire upward. After a few rumbling sounds, Xia Lian said, "The bridge in front of us has been burnt down by them. They want to cut off our path." Feng Xian cursed, "Fuck me. Of all the things they could have done, why did they have to harm others? I don't think you can come out of the magma in another 8,000 years." He raised his bow. The lava wraiths dispersed. Xia Lian said, "Stop scolding and get ready." He was going to jump. 1, 2, 3. The first step was to accumulate energy to accelerate, and the second step was to calculate the number of steps. 3 figures leaped into the air and leaped over the gap in the bridge. He landed on the opposite side. He continued to run. The bridge was meant to be used to pass through the sky, so it was only natural that the slope of the bridge would gradually rise. But the more Xia Lian ran, the lighter his body became. "It's been a long time since the 3 of us did this." Mu Qing said, "Do you mean to fight side by side like this, or to run for our lives together?" Xia Lian replied, "Both." Feng Xian, "This happens all the time." Xia Lian, "Is that so?" However, there were some things that one's state of mind would be completely different when spoken about and not spoken about. Xia Lian laughed out loud. His eyes were constantly looking all around, but he didn't see a single red shadow. He couldn't help but feel a little impatient as he called out, "San Lang." His voice reverberated in the spacious underground cave, but no one answered. Xia Lian licked his dry lips. Behind him, Mu Qing saw him looking around. After a moment of silence, he said, "Your Highness, do you really like him?" Xia Lian didn't expect him to suddenly ask this question. "Ah! Ha! Ah!" Although he had a blank expression on his face, his ears were slowly turning red. Seeing his expression, Mu Qing was speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I didn't mean to scare you, but I have to remind you. Have you ever thought that, maybe only the 2 of us were sent to the bridge, and blood rain probing flower, wasn't?" Feng Xian replied, "Isn't that obvious? Since there are only the 2 of you here, he must have been sent somewhere else." Only after saying that did he realize what Mu Qing meant. He wasn't saying that Hua Cheng had been teleported somewhere else. Instead, he was saying that, perhaps Hua Cheng had fallen into the lava pool. Xia Lian licked his lips and said, How is this possible?" Mu Qing said, "Don't think it's impossible. Blood Rain Tanhua was indeed a desperate ghost king, but so was Bai Wuxiang. Furthermore, he was the first desperate ghost king, the master of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. This is his territory, his home ground with the strongest magic power." Feng Xian glared at Mu Qing and scolded, "Shut up. What's wrong with you? Can't you say something nice at this time? He's Blood Rain Tanhua." As expected, Mu Qing didn't say anything. But he still tried to explain, "I just feel that we have to think about what to do in case of such a situation." In Xia Lian's mind, the abnormally bright red dot in Hua Cheng's pale palm appeared. He didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. Feng Xian almost bumped into him. "What's wrong?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he didn't need to ask anymore. In front of him, in the air, there were thousands of silver lights flashing like stars. It was as if someone in the sky had knocked over a treasure box filled with silver powder. Xia Lian put Mu Qing down and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and lightly touched a slightly larger silver light in the air. Once he touched it, he held it in his hand and slowly brought it to his eyes. The other 2 also went forward to take a look. Feng Xian said, This is," Mu Qing directly said, "a fragment of the necromancy butterfly?" Feng Xian glared at him angrily, probably because he felt that he was being too direct. Xia Lian's hand trembled slightly. He held the fragment of the butterfly's wing that was emitting a faint silver light and let out a breath. Feng Xian scratched his head and said, "Think on the bright side. At least he didn't really fall into the magma pool. He must have been here before, right?" Mu Qing pointed to the side and said, "Then he fought with someone here. What a big fight." Xiao Yan looked in the direction he was pointing and widened his eyes slightly. The rocks in all directions were covered with countless terrifying sword marks. Those were fatal sword marks. Every blade cut into the bone. It wasn't that Xiao Yan hadn't seen Hua Qing use a sword before, but his style had always been relaxed and indifferent. Rather than saying he was using a weapon, it was more like he was playing with a knife. These sword marks were filled with killing intent. One could well imagine how formidable his opponent was and how dangerous this battle was. He didn't say a word and just crouched down to take a look. There weren't any signs of falling on the bridge, and there weren't any resentful spirits gathered below the bridge. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He got up and ran forward. Behind him, Feng Xian carried Mu Qing on his back and chased after him. "Your Highness!" Xiao Yan held his breath. That was because he didn't want to hear the sound of his rapid and unsteady breathing. Disorderly breathing was a big taboo for martial artists. Not only would it increase the burden on the body, it would also disturb the rhythm of one's heart. However, holding his breath was useless. His hands and feet were trembling. As he ran, he even sprained his ankle and almost fell down the bridge. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both shouted and told him to be careful. Suddenly, Xiao Yan said, "What's that sound?" Xiao Yan stopped again and turned his head. "Did you guys hear it? Is there some kind of sound?" Feng Xian and Mu Qing both said, "Yes. Yes." It was the sound of weapons clashing and the bombardment of mana. The body of the heavenly bridge was faintly trembling. In the darkness ahead, there was light flashing and flickering. There were people fighting in front of him. Xiao Yan tumbled and crawled forward. Behind him, Feng Xian muttered, "Fuck me. May all the gods and Buddhas bless us. I hope it's not Blood Rain Tanhua. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll go crazy." Mu Qing said, "Less nonsense. Even if all the gods and Buddhas bless us, we won't be able to protect ourselves. Hurry up and catch up. Look at how he's stumbling as he runs. Don't let him fall on his face before he even sees anyone." Xiao Yan forgot to hold his breath. Just like that, he listened to his own disorderly breathing as he ran for 5 or 6 kilometers. He made a few huge turns. Finally, after he made the last turn, his eyes suddenly lit up. At the end of the floating heavenly bridge, a red-clothed person and a white-clothed person were engaged in a fierce battle. The red-clothed person held a slender silver-colored scimitar in his hand. His figure was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing like lightning. It was Hua Qing. He wasn't smiling anymore. Instead, he was completely focused. His expression was bitingly cold. On his handsome and pale cheeks, there was a bright red bloodstain. Amidst the bitingly cold, it added a bit of brilliance. The white-clothed person was naturally by Wu Xiang. In his hand was a long sword that he had obtained from an unknown place. His face was still half crying, half smiling, sorrowful. However, that mask was a little different from the one Xiao Yan had seen before. It was split open in the middle. That crack was extremely large. It couldn't be ignored. It split from the center of his forehead all the way to his cheeks. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. The movement techniques of the two people moved away immediately. Demonic chi soared into the sky. Their attacks had the force of 1,000 caddies, piercing through the heavens. Sword chi and saber winds danced wildly. The dead spirit butterflies above and the lava wraiths below were also in a stalemate. They screamed at each other, and it was as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Every time they exchanged blows, the lava pool would explode into raging waves several zhang high. The others couldn't get close at all. Feng Xian and Mu Qing followed behind. They were so shocked by this scene that their feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move a single step. No martial god would be able to watch such a battle scene without their hearts skipping a beat. Once he saw that Hua Cheng was safe and sound, Xie Lian's heart that had been hanging high finally fell to the ground. He simply wanted to lie down on the ground and scream, but he forced himself to endure. When experts exchanged blows, victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. Moreover, this was a battle between two impassable ghost kings of the present age. Far behind Bai Wuxiang stood a figure. It was the imperial advisor. He was naturally brought here by Bai Wuxiang. Seeing that Xie Lian and the others had arrived, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to rashly make a sound. Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng had already noticed the people who had arrived. His frost-like cold and focused expression slowly melted away. Finally, he smiled and said, "It seems like you failed again. His Highness is here. The people he brought with him are all present." Xie Lian couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "San Lang." Hua Cheng tilted his head slightly and replied, "Older brother." After replying, his tone turned into a warning as he said, "Older brother, the next time you make yourself fall down, I'll be angry." Xie Lian also said, "The next time you jump down, I'll be even angrier." Hearing this, Hua Cheng's expression froze for a moment. It seemed that Xie Lian's words had truly caused him to feel fear. Moreover, when he faced Bai Wuxiang, he didn't reveal this kind of fear. Bai Wuxiang took advantage of the situation and advanced. The one he hit was Hua Cheng, but his words were directed at Xie Lian. "Xianlu, aren't the two of you being too complacent? Are you looking down on me too much?" Chapter 237. That was the sound of a weapon breaking. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw that the scimitar in Hua Cheng's hand was unscathed. The long sword that Bai Wuxiang was holding was blocked by Hua Cheng's backhand, but it was broken in two. The eyes on the hilt of the misfortune blade looked at Xie Lian and kept rolling around, as if it had performed in front of Xie Lian. Its heart was filled with joy. Hua Cheng laughed and said calmly, "It's fine. Brother doesn't have to worry." He asked Bai Wuxiang, "Why should I care about you?" Bai Wuxiang snorted. The imperial tutor couldn't hold it in anymore. Afraid that he would anger his opponent, he said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Who knew, Hua Cheng's next sentence was even more unbridled. Holding the saber in one hand, showing off his ability, facing Bai Wuxiang, he smiled and said, "After all, when all's said and done, you're just a rotten old man full of jealousy." Not only did the imperial tutor not even have the strength to reprimand him for his fake smile, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both stupefied. This person was too daring. Who would dare to say this in front of either Jun Wu or Bai Wuxiang? However, they had to admit only Hua Cheng dared to say this. Because, perhaps only after he said this, Jun Wu or Bai Wuxiang still couldn't do anything to him. Mu Qing came down and took a few steps. He muttered, "No wonder in the past, when it came to the blood rain Tanhua, Jun Wu always said to avoid it if possible and not to face it." At this moment, a white shadow flashed and blocked in front of the misfortune blade. Xie Lian's eyes were sharp and saw the thing clearly. He said, "San Lang, don't cut that." It was the fetus spirit. He saw it clearly, so did Hua Cheng. The tip of the saber tilted and retracted freely, changing from a slash to a flick, sending the white thing flying away. Feng Xian's pupils shrank in an instant. Seeing that the fetus spirit wasn't cut in half, he came back to his senses and said, "Come over quickly." The direction in which the fetus spirit was sent flying by Hua Cheng was heading towards him. Feng Xian went forward to pick it up. There weren't many strands of hair on its head to begin with, and when he shouted, it all stood up. Its throat gurgled, and it bit wildly, refusing to let him pick it up. Feng Xian couldn't help but say angrily, "Fuck. You stick to him whenever you see him and bite whenever you see me. Who exactly is your father?" Mu Qing suddenly said, "Have you ever treated him as your son? Did you ever call him by his name properly?" Hearing this, Feng Xian was stunned and said, "On the other side, Xia Lian couldn't just watch the battle without moving. He hurriedly said, "You two be careful, I'll go up and take a look." Mu Qing whispered, "Be careful. Don't forget, you still have two." Xia Lian was slightly startled. He subconsciously touched his neck and felt the cursed shackle. But for some reason, he felt that Bai Wuxiang would not use the curse to threaten him. Without another word, he rushed forward and saw that the red and white figures were fighting fiercely. After observing for a moment, he judged that it would be difficult for him to rashly join the battle. Ruoxi waved his hand and pulled the Imperial Preceptor over, saying, "Master. Are you all right?" The Imperial Tutor wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "I'm fine." Xia Lian asked, "Why are you sweating so much if you're fine?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "Isn't it because I was scared by that blood rain Tanhua?" At this time, he heard Feng Xian and Mu Qing cry out in alarm. Xia Lian raised his head and looked over, only to see Bai Wuxiang's hands slightly drooping. One of his arms had already been injured. He turned his palm over and looked at the blood all over it. He sighed and smiled. "It's been many years since someone could injure me to this degree." Xia Lian had a bad premonition and said, "Master, is he angry?" The Imperial Preceptor could be said to be the person who understood Bai Wuxiang the most in this world. He said, "No, it's worse than him being angry. He is happy." Pausing, Bai Wuxiang turned towards Hua Cheng and asked with interest, "That scimitar of yours, was it refined from that eye you lost?" Hua Cheng clearly had no interest in answering, but Xia Lian's heart suddenly jumped. From the first time he saw misfortune, he knew that this scimitar was definitely not ordinary. He also had a 60% guess that it might have been refined from Hua Cheng's lost eye. Bai Wuxiang's tone was so certain. Could it really be so? The Imperial Preceptor's brows slightly furrowed. After a moment, he suddenly said, "I remember." Xia Lian asked, "Remember what?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "I remember. I heard them talk about something before. A few hundred years ago, a malicious ghost came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain." Mu Qing said, "The number of malicious ghosts that came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain was at least several tens of thousands." The Imperial Preceptor said, "Don't interrupt. That malicious ghost became a ghost for a very short period of time. It was very young, and when it came, it was about to vanish into thin air. But for some reason, it persisted and floated here." For some reason, Xia Lian's heart was beating wildly. He said, "Vanish into thin air? Why?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "It seemed to be heavily injured, and its soul was almost scattered. Its consciousness wasn't very clear either. But as it floated around, it kept repeating that it wouldn't leave, it wouldn't leave. Maybe it was because it had an unfulfilled wish." In short, that year when Bronze Cauldron Mountain was opened, an accident happened. When Xia Lian heard it wouldn't leave, his heart inexplicably softened. He then asked, "What accident?" Not only did tens of thousands of ghosts gather in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, but there was also a group of living people who mistakenly entered the forbidden area. "What?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "The Bronze Cauldron was filled with demons and ghosts. Normal people couldn't escape at all, and could only be used as nourishment. But for some reason, that malicious ghost brought along a large group of living people and escaped for many days. In the end, it was surrounded by tens of thousands of ghosts and forced to a dead end. It was about to be devoured along with the living people." Xia Lian knew that this lonely wandering wild ghost was definitely Hua Cheng. He said, "And then? Is there any way to escape and be saved?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "There is. Refine a blood vessel and kill our way out." Mu Qing still couldn't help but interrupt, "Then the safest sacrifice, isn't it those living people who fell into a desperate situation?" Feng Xian and Mu Qing looked at Hua Cheng, who was completely focused on the fierce battle with Bai Wuxiang. Could it be that Xia Lian also held his breath? The Imperial Preceptor said, "Yes, he made his move." Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions became indescribable. Xia Lian, however, didn't move, waiting for the Imperial Preceptor to continue. As expected, the Imperial Preceptor said, he made his move. He suddenly went crazy and dug out one of his eyes. The Imperial Preceptor said, that malicious ghost almost attacked those living people, but for some reason, he didn't move in the end. Instead, he used one of his eyes as the price to refine a blood vessel. But that malicious ghost was originally holding on to his last breath. After digging out his eye, he should have completely fallen apart. But for some reason, he was stimulated by something and became completely awake. I don't know what evil vessel he refined, but it actually survived that battle. Also, there's something strange. Xia Lian forced himself to calm down. What is it? The Imperial Preceptor said, it said that after that battle, a heaven's tribulation descended from the heavens and struck Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Do you know what this means? What else was there to say? The heavens tribulation descended, which meant that the heavens felt that someone in Bronze Cauldron Mountain had the qualifications to ascend. Xia Lian grabbed the Imperial Preceptor and said, Who? Who ascended? The Imperial Preceptor said, I only heard it from others. But in the heavenly court, none of the heavenly officials came from Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Either what I heard is completely false, or the person who ascended jumped down and rejected the heavenly court. Mu Qin couldn't accept it at all, ascended as a ghost? Is there really such a thing? And he rejected the ascension and jumped down himself? It can't be him, right? He had just entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain at that time, he hadn't reached the pinnacle yet, right? Jumping down like that, there's no telling if he'll live or die, right? Why did he do it? How could he do it to this extent? Suddenly, Xia Lian heard Bai Wuxiang sigh, Xian Le, you have a very loyal follower. Before he finished, a face of sorrow and joy suddenly appeared in front of Xia Lian. Xia Lian didn't expect Bai Wuxiang to be able to get so close to him in an instant. His image was clearly reflected in the eyes of Bai Wuxiang. Ruo Xie's hair stood on end, it wanted to attack, but in the end, it shrank back. But it couldn't be blamed, because Ruo Xie had always been very smart. When it judged that its attack was useless, it would give up. Bai Wuxiang seemed to smile, because the sorrow and joy face split even wider. In the next moment, the blade of misfortune swept past his neck. But it was a step too late, Bai Wuxiang had already dodged. He suddenly appeared at the highest point of the sky-crossing bridge, raised his hand slightly, and said, Don't be nervous, I'm just taking back my thing. In his hand, there was a long sword that was completely black, like cold jade, with a silver heart piercing through the heart of the sword. Xia Lian subconsciously touched his back, and sure enough, the maiden heart that he was carrying was gone. The maiden heart was originally Prince Wu Yang's sword. Bai Wuxiang took away the sword that originally belonged to him. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The deathly white mask peeled off bit by bit, and finally completely fell off, revealing the face behind the mask. That white robe also turned into a white armor in the burning flames. Finally, Bai Wuxiang took off the mask, and became Jun Wu. Everyone held their breath and became vigilant. Chapter 238. The imperial tutor shouted at Hua Cheng, Young man, don't underestimate your enemy. His current form is even harder to deal with than Bai Wuxiang's. Furthermore, you originally had the advantage of having a good weapon. But now it's gone. As expected, the injuries on Jun Wu's body were all gone. From head to toe, he looked brand new. He glanced at the imperial tutor and smiled, teaching others how to deal with me in front of me. I didn't kill you, but you're getting more and more daring. That smile revealed a warning. The imperial tutor didn't say anything. He also looked straight at him. Xia Lian said, Don't worry. San Lang has never underestimated his enemy. He couldn't be more clear. Even if Hua Cheng's smile was unbridled, his hands would never relax. Jun Wu stared at the blade and calmly said, Kill heart. It's been a long time. Perhaps, it should be called Kill Heart. In the past, Xia Lian had always felt that it wasn't easy to use an old heart. In the past, Xia Lian had always felt that it wasn't easy to use an older woman's heart. He didn't expect it to be in the hands of its former master. It was completely different from when it was in his hands. Every time kill heart and misfortune clashed, the entire heavenly bridge trembled. Every time execution and misfortune clashed, the entire skycrossing bridge trembled. Every time kill heart and misfortune clashed, the entire heavenly bridge trembled. Compared to before, Junwoo's strength and speed had clearly increased by a large level. Compared to before, Junwoo's strength and speed were clearly a whole level higher. His brows furrowed. His expression became even colder. The people watching from afar were also shocked. Because, every strike of Junwoo's was ruthlessly piercing Hua Cheng's right eye. Hua Cheng blocked it twice. It was extremely thrilling. Soon, he realized that Junwoo was using this move over and over again. It was as if his right eye was Hua Cheng's weakness and he wanted to dig it out again. Every time he attacked, Hua Cheng would naturally defend with all his strength and repeatedly block. In this way, wouldn't they fall into a tug of war where they couldn't do anything? The eye on misfortune seemed to have sensed danger and was extremely furious. The black jade-like sword attacked once again. A crisp, ding, sound could be heard. Hua Cheng didn't raise his blade to block, but Junwoo withdrew his sword. Xia Lian, dressed in white, blocked in front of Hua Cheng. Just now, he actually used the strength of a flick to deflect Heart's cold blade. In the end, Xia Lian couldn't help but join the battle. He was good at catching blades with his bare hands, but this was the first time he had encountered such a dangerous sword. With a light flick, almost half of his arm went numb, especially his palm. He only regained feeling after taking a few steps back and swinging his arm a few times. Behind him, Hua Cheng said, "Brother." Xia Lian said, "Let's go together." The two of them stood back to back, their battle intents aimed at the other side. Seeing this, Junwoo's smile deepened and he said, "Oh?" Xia Lian whispered, "You go up, I'll go down." Before he finished speaking, the two of them split up and attacked Junwoo, one above and one below. Xia Lian had a good idea of Junwoo's moves, so he could vaguely guess what his next move would be. Thus, he blurted out, "Hook." Hua Cheng obeyed and pulled back his scimitar. Sure enough, Junwoo was almost hit. Xia Lian shouted again, "Boom." Once again, Hua Cheng did as he was told. This time, he did not use his saber. Instead, he attacked with his bare hands. Sure enough, Junwoo's shoulder was hit and his body sank. If it weren't for his speed, these two attacks would have hit his vitals. As they fought, Xia Lian suddenly realized something. Hua Cheng was the best in the world. With such skills, why would he need him to remind him? This was too offensive. Xia Lian's old habit flared up again. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. You don't have to listen to me." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Brother said it was the best choice. Why wouldn't I listen?" Suddenly, the bridge collapsed. Hua Cheng's feet were in the air, and just as he was about to fall, Xia Lian stepped on the bridge. Rui swept him back. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Junwoo flashed behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. He said, "Xian Lu, your skills aren't bad." He was too close, and Xia Lian felt his blood run cold. Hua Cheng said, "Brother." He threw his left hand and the misfortune sword flew over. Xia Lian's reaction was surprisingly fast. He slightly lowered his head, and the misfortune sword flew over his head, striking towards Junwoo who was behind him. Only then did Junwoo let go of his hand on Xia Lian's shoulder. Xia Lian took the opportunity to jump back to Hua Cheng's side, and the misfortune sword once again flew back into Hua Cheng's hand. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. The bystanders could only see three silhouettes flickering like lightning. Their speed was simply unimaginable and suffocating. Meanwhile, Junwoo's laughter echoed above the lava dome, as if encouraging them. "Good. Very good. Continue." Mu Qing barely avoided the collapse of the bridge as he fearfully said, "State Preceptor. Is he all right? Is he smiling?" State Preceptor said, "I already said it. The only thing worse than him being angry is that he's happy. This is just the beginning." On the other side, Junwu was like a tiger that had grown wings after obtaining the executioner's heart. Xia Lian watched as Junwu ruthlessly attacked Hua Cheng's right eye with his sword. Trembling with fear, he summoned Rui to wrap around the hilt of the executioner's heart. Unexpectedly, Junwu pulled back, and Xia Lian's entire body flew towards him. Xia Lian was shocked at first, but then he calmed down. In any case, he originally wanted to snatch the sword, so he had nothing to fear. He met the sword head-on, and in his mind, he had already rehearsed the next 200 or so moves. Unexpectedly, when he was in midair, a hand grabbed him and pulled him back. Xia Lian landed on the ground and turned his head to look, only to see Hua Cheng blocking in front of him. A black jade sword had pierced through his heart. Seeing this scene, Xia Lian practically suffocated. "San Lang." Hua Cheng's expression darkened slightly. Junwu was waiting for Xia Lian to run into the executioner's heart by himself. Seeing that he was blocked, he pulled out his sword and retreated, seeming slightly disappointed. Xia Lian had completely forgotten that Hua Cheng was a ghost. Even with a large hole in his chest, he was still alive and kicking. Even now, he still wasn't at ease. Both of his hands covered the wound on Hua Cheng's chest that wasn't bleeding, and said, "San Lang, why are you so sudden?" Hua Cheng said, "How could I let you get stabbed again in front of me?" For some reason, his tone was a bit too aggressive. Xia Lian was slightly startled, but then he heard Junwu say in a warm voice, "Xian Lu, why are you so distressed? In any case, he won't feel pain. He's just a person who died long ago." He actually reminded Xia Lian of this point. Xia Lian fiercely looked at him, his heart full of anger. "Isn't it all your fault?" Junwu sneered and said, "Is it all my fault?" Hearing his question, Xia Lian suddenly froze. Junwu changed the topic and said, "Perhaps. However, Xian Lu, have you been in the human world for so long that you've forgotten what you've done? Do you still remember what you did after Xian Li's country was destroyed?" Junwu revealed a meaningful smile and slowly said, "Do you still remember a ghost called Nameless?" Suddenly, Xia Lian's face turned deathly pale and he blurted out, "Don't." Imperial Tutor had a bad premonition and said, "Your Highness, what did he say? What did you do after Xian Li's country was destroyed?" Xia Lian felt an indescribable fear. He looked at Hua Cheng, then looked at Junwu. His expression changed from one of anger to one of bewilderment. Hua Cheng immediately grabbed him and said in a low voice, "It's nothing, Your Highness. Don't be afraid." Feng Xian also said, "That's right, calm down first." Mu Qing was extremely sensitive. What does he mean? Ghost? What ghost? But how could Xia Lian still be calm? That was the most embarrassing day of his life and also the most regretful thing he had done. He never dared to think about it. As long as that pale smiling mask with curved eyebrows appeared in his mind, he couldn't sleep. He couldn't wait to curl up into a ball and never show his face again. Hua Cheng had seen the glorious Xia Lian, the defeated Xia Lian, the clumsy Xia Lian, and the destitute Xia Lian. That was nothing. But he probably hadn't seen the Xia Lian rolling in the mud, the Xia Lian cursing loudly, the Xia Lian filled with hatred, the Xia Lian who wanted to destroy Yong and country for revenge, and the Xia Lian who wanted to create a second human face plague. That part was too unbearable to recall. If it was in the past, Bai Wuxiang would have revealed it. But now, Xia Lian didn't want to test Hua Cheng's expression after knowing that he still had a period of time. Because he wasn't as good as Hua Cheng thought. He wasn't always spotless, holy, and pure. Even if Hua Cheng only showed an expression of disbelief after knowing, he would probably be ashamed for the rest of his life and wouldn't have the face to see Hua Cheng again. Thinking of this, Xia Lian couldn't help but turn pale. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead and his hands trembled slightly. Seeing his reaction, Hua Cheng's grip tightened and he said confidently, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. Remember? You were the one who was glorious, but you were also the one who fell into the dust. The key is you, not how you were. No matter what happened, I won't leave. You can tell me anything. In the end," he said softly, "tell me yourself." Xia Lian calmed himself down a little, but Junwu let out a laugh and slowly said, "No matter what happens, I will never leave. Once, my most loyal believers, my best friends also said the same thing to me." Imperial Tutor's expression changed slightly. Junwu glanced at him and said, "But, in the end, you saw it. No one really did it." Imperial Tutor couldn't bear to look at him and turned his head away. Hua Qing said, "Trust me, Your Highness." "Can't I?" It wasn't that Xia Lian didn't believe him. It was just that he didn't dare to try. In the end, Xia Lian swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. He felt that he shouldn't smile, so he lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "San Lang, I'm sorry, I might." Hua Qing stared at him for a moment and said, "Actually," before he finished speaking, an extremely strong murderous aura attacked them and the two of them jumped away. Xia Lian calmed down and his pale face recovered a little. What's wrong with him? Why is he more faster and stronger? Compared to the Bai Wuxiang form just now, Junwu's speed and strength had increased by at least half, and it was still growing. He could clearly feel this terrifying increase in strength with every attack. Mu Qing also felt something was wrong and shouted, "Your Highness! Be careful, he's changing his strategy. He's not attacking the Blood Rain Tanhua, he's only attacking you." Chapter 239. The Maiden Heart's sword carried a threatening aura. Those who were watching from afar were also terrified. Not to mention Xia Lian, who was continuously retreating under this kind of attack. Just now, Hua Qing alone was enough to deal with Bai Wuxiang, but after Junwu came out, he needed two people to be able to fight him to a draw. Bronze Cauldron Mountain's home ground advantage was starting to show. Xia Lian could vaguely feel a pressure pressing down on them. Moreover, Junwu also had a layer of white armor protecting him. It was a 1,000-year-old magic treasure that he had personally refined. Its defense was almost invulnerable. All he needed to do was to protect his head. Hua Cheng's attacks were quick and accurate. Xia Lian also took advantage of the opportunity. The two of them nearly hit Junwu's throat, chest, back, abdomen, shoulders, and other parts of his body, but his opponent still didn't move a single inch. Mu Qing shouted, "Don't waste your energy. It's useless. It's impossible to pierce through that white armor." Xia Lian said, "Attack below his right ribs." The scimitar struck again. It struck the spot he had spoken of. As expected, it was useless. Mu Qing shouted, "It's useless to say that. Why don't we find a way to distance ourselves from him first? We can join him and fight him together." Feng Xian. "Where are your arrows?" Feng Xian was climbing up a rock at the side. Just as he was about to catch the fetus spirit that was spitting saliva at him, he said, "All right. It's coming." Xia Lian said, "Continue, don't stop. Attack his lower right ribs." Feng Xian, "Your Highness. His armor was very powerful. You might not be able to break through even if you slash it a few hundred times." Xia Lian said, "Don't worry, just listen to me. There's no need for so many." Hua Qing didn't ask why and continued to attack with his curved blade. Suddenly, wherever the blade swept past, a crack appeared on it. Blood spurted out. Misfortune's blade cut into Junwu's abdomen below his right rib. Hua Qing stood in front of Junwu, wielding a saber with one hand. She looked at him coldly. Xia Lian stood at Junwu's side. Ruoxia took this opportunity to go up and bind Junwu's hands, making it impossible for him to block. On the other side, Mu Qing was stunned. How could that be? How could the 1,000-year-old white armor be broken so easily by Hua Cheng? Xia Lian tightened his grip on Ruo Xia as he stared at Jun Wu and said, "Did you forget? 800 years ago, I fought with you." Feng Xian and Mu Qing reacted. Second Ascension. At that time, Xia Lian suggested to Jun Wu that he should be demoted and that he wanted to have a match with him. Although both sides had agreed not to go easy on each other during that battle, Jun Wu must have still been holding back. However, Xia Lian had given it his all. In total, he had struck more than 3,000 times. Among them, Jun Wu was hit by more than 400 swords. Out of the 400 or so swords, more than 100 of them had pierced this place. Xia Lian persistently stabbed Jun Wu more than 3,000 times. Finally, he broke through the nearly invulnerable defense of the 1,000-year-old white armor and stabbed his right abdomen. Right at this moment, where Hua Cheng's saber had landed. Therefore, 800 years ago, Xia Lian left an old scar on this white armor. With just 3 slashes, Hua Cheng would be able to break through. Furthermore, Hua Cheng's blade was even sharper than Xia Lian had imagined. The scimitar entering the abdomen was definitely a heavy blow. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, he heard the imperial advisor say, "It's useless." Logically speaking, Jun Wu's movements should be restricted due to his heavy injuries. However, he merely lowered his head and glanced at it. His expression didn't change. Xia Lian sensed that something was wrong. Jun Wu's hands moved slightly. Immediately, Xia Lian heard 2 soft tearing sounds. At the same time, his hands loosened. Ruoxi was broken. The white silk was split into 2 pieces and suddenly fell to the ground lifelessly. In the next moment, Xia Lian felt his neck being strangled and his whole body being dragged up. He heard Hua Cheng say, "Your Highness." However, that voice suddenly became far away. Jun Wu's voice was very close. He said, "Xian Lu, do you think that I have less experience than you when it comes to being stabbed? Do you think that I would care?" The imperial advisor said from afar, "Even if you stab him 118 times, it won't be of any use. Because, it seems like, he doesn't feel any pain anymore." Xia Lian's expression didn't change when a sword pierced through his heart. It was the same for Jun Wu. Feng Xian had already drawn his bow and aimed it at Jun Wu. Hearing this, he put it down and said, "What? Doesn't that mean that it doesn't matter whether we hit him or not?" Mu Qing said, "By the way, I'll tell you another piece of bad news. I suspect that his self-healing speed is even faster than the speed at which he was injured." What? On the other side, Xia Lian could already confirm that this was indeed the truth. His injuries were terrifying. If it was someone else, they would definitely have been cut in half at the waist. However, his wounds were no longer bleeding. Jun Wu said, "Don't be so surprised. If he was constantly stabbed in the back, wouldn't he have already died 1,000 times if he didn't immediately recover? However, the 2 of you are really not bad." He smiled and said, "In these 800 years, I've only been injured by a sword and a saber, and they were the 2 of you. Blood Rain Tanhua, stand far away. You don't want to see Xian Li's neck being broken by me." Hua Cheng's face darkened and his eyes flashed fiercely. However, he saw that Jun Wu was holding Xia Lian and suspending him above the sky-crossing bridge. If he let go, Xia Lian would fall into the hundreds of feet of the Inferno Pond. After a moment, he put away his saber and slowly retreated a few steps. He looked quite calm, but the saber in his hand revealed something. Evil Fate was very anxious. His eyes turned wildly and fiercely stared at Xia Lian. Hua Cheng retreated to the edge of the sky-crossing bridge. Jun Wu said, "That's enough." He grabbed Xia Lian and the 2 stared at each other. After a long while, Jun Wu suddenly slammed Xia Lian against a rock wall. This collision was too ruthless. Xia Lian's entire head was buzzing as blood dripped down from his nose and mouth. In the distance, there seemed to be many people crying out in fear, but he was unable to clearly hear who it was. He only heard Jun Wu lightly say in his ear, Xianlu, your head hit the wall. Does it hurt? Xia Lian didn't hear clearly and didn't reply. So, Junwu grabbed him and knocked him again, asking, does it hurt? Does it hurt? Does it hurt? With every sentence he asked, he knocked Xia Lian against the wall, causing him to scream. However, he shouted, don't come over, San Lang. I'm fine, I'm fine. Don't come over. At least, now wasn't the time. It wasn't the time yet. After the first hit, Hua Cheng was already about to rush over. He hadn't even taken 2 steps when he heard Xia Lian tell him not to go over, so he abruptly stopped. However, his expression was already completely sinister. The veins on the back of his hand looked like they were about to explode, and his entire arm was trembling. Junwu's expression didn't change, but his hand crazily grabbed Xia Lian and slammed him against the rock wall. He repeatedly asked, does it hurt? Does it hurt? The imperial tutor said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. It was unknown who he was calling. Xia Lian's bloody hands pressed against the uneven rock wall. He gritted his teeth and roared. It hurts. Only then did Junwu smile in satisfaction. He let go of Xia Lian's pitiful head and put him on the ground. Xia Lian fell to the ground while holding his still buzzing head. Tears and blood flowed uncontrollably. Junwu squatted beside him and stared at his face for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and touched his head. Then, he gently wiped the blood off his face. This action was gentle and loving, like a father squatting beside a child who had just been beaten black and blue by him to comfort him. This scene made Feng Xian and Mu Qing's hair stand on end. He's really crazy, right? Hua Cheng Fu Dao's knuckles made cracking sounds. Meanwhile, the pupils of Yi Ming's eyes rapidly contracted, as if they were bloodshot. Xia Lian didn't say a word and let him help him wipe his face. Junwu then muttered to himself, You silly child, if it hurts, why don't you turn around? Do you think that the wall will collapse by itself if you keep slamming against it? Why don't you change your direction? Xia Lian replied, I won't turn around. Junwu was extremely rough. He raised his hand and slapped Xia Lian, causing him to fall to the ground with a bang. Xia Lian was dizzy and disoriented when Junwu picked him up again. With a tone that suggested he was about to lose his patience, he said, Do you really want to make me angry? I'll ask you again, will you change or not? Xia Lian coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. I won't change. A crack finally appeared on Junwu's gentle expression as a fierce look flashed across his face. The imperial tutor's face turned green. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, he hurriedly shouted, Your Highness the Crown Prince. You never wanted to kill this child. You like him very much. Did you forget what you said before? Junwu sneered. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have wasted all my patience and tolerance on him for the past 800 years. He would have long become the foundation of immortal capital, trampled by thousands and tens of thousands of people. He turned to Xia Lian and suddenly became furious. But he doesn't know what's good for him. He's stubborn, willful, and he won't listen to me no matter what. Why must he go against me? You won't change? Fine, then you can try. Let's see if this wall will collapse after your head is smashed. When the state preceptor saw him mention Xia Lian again, he hurriedly said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness. His little highness isn't sensible, so please spare him this time. Forget it. One day, he will become sensible. Junwu looked at him and his smile became even colder. Do you really think I'm crazy? Don't try to deceive me. In your heart, you really think that the one who's not sensible isn't him, but me, right? The state preceptor was stunned. Junwu continued, You wholeheartedly cultivate him and teach him because you hope that he can defeat me. That way, you can prove that I'm wrong. You're right, you're all right. Then you can hold a perfect illusion of Crown Prince Wuyong and wring your hands and sigh at the current Junwu. Isn't this your goal? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? The state preceptor said, no. Don't get tangled up in right and wrong, success and failure. I've never thought like that. However, Junwoo couldn't bear to listen anymore and sternly said, don't even think about it. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. No one can defeat me. It's even more impossible for him. After laughing wildly a few times, he once again grabbed Xia Lian and slammed him against the rock. As he slammed, he shouted, are you going to change or not? Change or not? Change or not? Xia Lian also seemed to have gone crazy. He grabbed his arm and shouted, no. 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 Although he was slammed until he saw stars and was in incomparable pain, he stubbornly refused to give him the answer he wanted. He refused to change and was extremely happy. He had held it in for too long. It was as if he had been waiting for this kind of opportunity for many years. While his head was bleeding, he cried and shouted, I won't change. I won't change even in pain, I won't change even in death, I won't change forever. Right now, it wasn't Junwoo who had forced him to go crazy, but he had angered Junwoo to the point of going crazy. Junwoo's eyes were bloodshot. Just as he was about to give him another lesson, he suddenly stopped moving and lowered his head to look. He saw a long sword cleaving down on his shoulder and 8 long arrows made of tree branches neatly stuck into his back. This wasn't much, because neither the long sword or the arrows had pierced through this layer of white armor. However, his right hand was gone. The hand that was grabbing Xia Lian was gone. The entire hand had disappeared from his wrist, and the cut was neat and tidy. Xia Lian was also gone. When he turned his head again, he saw something flying towards him with a swift and fierce gust of wind. He waved his left hand and caught that thing. Only when he looked did he discover that it was his own right hand. On the opposite side of the sky-crossing bridge, Hua Cheng was holding Xia Lian, who was covered in blood. With one hand holding the curved sword, he was holding Xia Lian's shoulder while the other hand was covering the wound on Xia Lian's head. He coldly said, take your dirty hand back. Xia Lian's stubbornness to admit defeat finally angered Junwoo, causing him to leave an opening. Junwoo grabbed his right hand and put it back on his wrist. After moving it a few times, he pulled out the arrow on his back. Suddenly he thought of something and turned his head, just in time to see Mu Qing, who was holding a long sword with a pale face. When Mu Qing met his gaze, he was slightly startled, but he still braced himself and forced himself to calm down. But after a while, he couldn't calm down anymore. Junwoo looked at his shoulder and lightly said, sure enough, compared to Xianlu, you're still lacking a bit. Hearing this, Mu Qing's expression changed slightly. However, the long sword in his hand suddenly fell to the ground and his expression changed greatly. He pulled up his sleeve and looked at his wrist. He saw that the black shackle on his wrist had suddenly tightened, and the surrounding meridians suddenly became visible, as if there was an endless stream of blood gathering towards it. Feng Xian saw that Mu Qing was stunned and motionless, so he shouted, what are you standing there for, run. State Preceptor, Feng Xian, you brat, his leg is injured, how can he run? Feng Xian was shocked, fuck me. He had completely forgotten about this matter. If it was in the past, Mu Qing would have been so angry that his eyes would have rolled back, but now, running was useless. With the black shackle on his hand, it was useless no matter where he ran. Feng Xian cursed and was about to rush forward, but who knew that after Junwoo pulled out the arrow on his back, he would throw it back at him. Feng Xian only felt a chill on his chest, and when he looked down, he saw that the 8 arrows had all been returned to him, neatly stuck in his chest. Junwoo slowly walked towards Hua Cheng and Xia Lian. Hua Cheng didn't even look at him, he hugged Xia Lian and said, Big brother. Big brother? Xia Lian had been hit hard just now, and it took a while for him to wake up in a daze. He still had a terrible headache, and he didn't even open his eyes when he said, San Lang. Are you alright? Hua Cheng looked at him for a while, then suddenly pulled him into his arms and said softly, I'm completely fine. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Xia Lian was in his arms. Although he was being hugged very tightly, it didn't crush his wounds. With great effort, he opened his eyes, and the mess around him entered his vision. Mu Qing stood stiffly in place, one hand tightly gripping the other's wrist, as if he was fighting against the blood-sucking curse. However, based on his pale complexion, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Although Feng Xian hadn't been pierced by the 8 arrows, his injuries weren't light, and he collapsed on the bridge. The fetus spirit was so happy that it kept screaming and jumping around him, using its hind legs to stomp on Feng Xian's face. Feng Xian was furious, but he couldn't move. Otherwise, his injuries would definitely worsen. Moreover, the entire heavenly bridge was collapsing section by section, and they could fall down at any time. Xia Lian clearly saw the situation in front of him and was shocked. He wanted to get up, but Hua Cheng helped him up. The two of them looked towards the opposite side. Jun Wu's figure was slowly walking towards them. Surrounded by the flames on all sides, he seemed especially tall, casting a large shadow. Xia Lian used all his strength to wipe the blood from his eyes, mouth, and nose as he stared at that figure. Jun Wu held the executioner's heart sword. The body of the heart-slaying sword condensed with an unending flow of spiritual light. At this moment, he was so calm that it was as if he was a completely different person from the Jun Wu who had crazily knocked Xia Lian against the rocks. He said, "Xian Lu, you know very well that you will definitely lose." Jun Wu understood Xia Lian too well. He knew exactly how Xia Lian would fight, and his Fa Li completely suppressed Xia Lian. Moreover, even if they hadn't fought yet, Xia Lian could feel that Jun Wu's fighting spirit and Fa Li had grown stronger. Bronze Cauldron Mountain was his territory, so the suppression here was even more obvious. Xia Lian thought to himself, "I'm afraid what he said is true." He couldn't win. However, even if he couldn't win, he still had to fight. Hua Qing suddenly said, "No, Your Highness has won. Your Highness, you've won." Xia Lian was startled and looked at him. Hua Qing also stared at him. "You've won. You're stronger than him." His eyes were so bright it seemed as if something was burning. He confidently said, "Believe me. He's wrong, you're right. You're stronger than him. You're much stronger than him." Jun Wu let out a low laugh. Perhaps he thought Hua Cheng's words were naive and laughable, or perhaps he was happy that Hua Cheng had overturned him. The power of faith of millions of believers was in his hands. Hua Cheng grabbed his shoulder and said, "So what? They're just millions of idiots, all of them are trash. As for you, you only need one person." One person was enough. Before Xia Lian could react, Hua Cheng had already pulled him over. Xia Lian's eyes widened. Spiritual power erupted and surged into him. This time, it was more powerful than any exchange of Fa Li that Xia Lian had experienced before. Even the necromancy butterflies and the lava wraiths seemed to feel this terrifying power. Explosions and screams rang out all around them. Xia Lian's fingers were practically twitching, and his legs were trembling. He was almost kneeling on the ground, unable to support himself. In his heart, he shouted for him to stop, but Hua Cheng's hands were firmly locked on his head, not letting him leave. He didn't allow him to refuse. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Lian's throat suddenly loosened. At the same time, Hua Cheng finally let go of him. Xia Lian's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. His hands were barely able to support himself, and only then did he not collapse. Jun Wu stopped in his tracks and looked over with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Feng Xian, who was lying in the distance, said in disbelief, Your Highness, your. Xia Lian stretched out his trembling hands and touched his throat. There was nothing. Hua Cheng had poured too much Fa Li into him. It was really too much, completely exceeding the limits of the curse.